What's happening, you guys? Welcome to another episode of the Fins Tailgate. I am your host, El Capitan Chris, and today, guys, this is the tailgate party that never stops, and it is a birthday party for the birthday boy, Tua Tagovailoa. I have tons of stuff to talk about. I want to say happy birthday to Tua. He's 24 years old today. I got a couple of fun facts about Tua. Couple of you'll see. I got some shit about that. But I also have some good things on some articles. A lot of combine stuff came out. Mike McDaniel with his talkie. I got notes for days over here. Still, way behind the times. My writing ability isn't that great, and neither is my typing ability. So bear with me, guys, because I'm from the Stone Age, and I have this ability with this computer to talk to people, and that's what I'm doing. Hey, so guys, if you're watching on Facebook, Twitch, Twitter, please do me the favor, hop over to YouTube, subscribe to the channel, hit the like, guys. Make sure you're hitting the like. Please. We need to get all the likes up. It helps the algorithm move. It helps get people to this show. We're getting close to 700. I told you guys when we get to 750, I'm gonna do a live giveaway of some hats. I don't know if I'm going to give away one or two. We'll see, guys. We'll see. But when we get to 1,000 subscribers, and I really want to get to this 1,000 subscribers here as soon as possible, guys. It's going to help me and my boys take this to the next level. I've got big plans coming for me and all my guys, and hopefully you guys can help make that happen. So please, guys, hit the like, share the video, subscribe to the channel, check out all the content, and also make sure you're coming and checking out all the great content we have here on the Fins Tailgate. Tonk TMI Tuesdays, Tonk 7 live at 9 on Tuesdays, color commentary on there with them. They had a great show the other day. Some technical difficulties at the end of the show yesterday, but I don't know. We're looking into it, guys. We're looking into it. Right after that, though, you guys have open mic with Mike on the mic. Everybody loves Mike. And then you guys also get Mike on the mic with Drop the Mic on Saturdays at 10. Cash and Tickets is on the hiatus, guys, but don't worry. It's going to be coming back here real soon. We're going to get that all planned out and figured out. But you guys can catch Thursday night, late night color commentary at 10 o'clock. Guys, everybody loves color. Color's the man, best voice in the business, as we know. You guys can always catch the Fins Tailgate, El Capitan, Wednesdays, Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays, Mondays, all the time. Breaking news. If you guys want to help the show, please go to the Cash App or Venmo. Send the show some love. Helps us pay the bills. Really, I don't pay no bills, guys. If you guys send me money, I save it and then I reinvest it into this. This is all any donations that we get from Cash App or Venmo, or donations once we get over the 1,000 subscribers, will all go back into this show until it can get to some kind of momentum. But guys, make sure you're hitting the like button. What's happening, Jamie? How you doing, brother? Appreciate it. Thanks, brother. 305 Island Boy. What's up, man? Yeah, we're going to talk about the Watson stuff today. Mike on the mic in here. What's happening, my boy Lucky? Got JP on sports. What's happening, you guys? Who else is in here? Green Rat in here. Aquavision. Always the regulars coming in. Thanks, guys. So, guys, yeah, we went 10 for 10. Yeah, I know, right? We're going to party like it's 1999 up in this bitch when we get to 1,000 subscribers, guys. Can't wait. Can't wait. So I've got tons of stuff, but we're going to start, like I said, with the birthday boy. So I did some fun facts that I found out about Tua. Let me get them pulled up here because, let's see. I don't know why this happens. Let's see. Here we go. Just give me a second, guys. I got like a million spinny windows right now. First thing I want to do is I want to pull up a picture of Tua from 10 years ago. He is 24 today. So this would be when he was 14 years old. And let me show you guys how Buddy used to look. Let's see. Just hold on a second. Here we go. Let me share this for you guys. Check out this picture I found of Tua back when he was a kid. He was with one of his siblings. Young boy Tua. Where the heck is it? There we go. Here's Tua 10 years ago. Rocked out even as a 14-year-old. So I did find this little tidbit about Tua, and I'll go ahead and just read it. It's from when he was in high school. He was athlete of the week, September 9th, 2014. He threw for 440 yards and 4 touchdowns against Pac-5. He was 21 of 26 that day and had a 66% completion for the 4 games he had on that season, with 12 touchdowns and 1 interception. That was his introduction into high school. And then I went ahead and found the rest of his high school stats, which were pretty darn good, as you guys know. I'm just trying to give him a little bit of homage for his birthday, a little bit of let everybody know, not for nothing, but when we I don't know, there's a lot of people may perceive that I hate Tua around here. Never did I ever hate the guy. First of all, how can you hate a person like Tua? You'd be a real asshole to hate a guy like Tua. What I do hate is I hate people that force me to believe and look things the way they look. I can't handle that, bro. Like I always agree to disagree, guys. So, but Tua's been a champion in high school, been a champion in college. God willing, he'll be a champion in the pros, and more willing, it'll be with us. So, and that's right, Mike TT. So let's see. Let me pull this up real quick, guys. some of these fun facts that I found about Tua. Some of them were pretty interesting. So his main inspiration during his youth was his grandfather, Sue, who respected enough by the local Samoan community that he was regularly addressed by the people as Chief Tunga Viola. So his grandfather was really instrumental in his as someone he looked up to and stuff like that. And in 2014, his grandfather passed. So it was tough for him, and he contemplated quitting football. And then his father and him agreed that it was best to honor his grandfather by playing football and doing it to the best of his abilities rather than just, fall by the wayside, which is obviously the right thing to do. But apparently when he was a young man, it really, took a toll on him, as it does. I lost both my grandfathers in one summer, which sucked, was the worst ever. Both of them passed away from cancer. The bastard cancer gets us all, man. So, but yeah, he briefly considered quitting football in high school when his grandfather passed when he was 14. And that's why I showed you the picture of when he was 14 years old. That was a young man on his way to becoming the man we see now as the Dolphins quarterback, which, as you guys already know, Chris Grier has given his full check of approval. This is our quarterback. We are not in pursuit of Deshaun Watson anymore. I'll get more onto that, guys. So when Tua began varsity football in high school, he threw 33 passing touchdowns in his first season. And then with only 3 interceptions at 2,583 passing yards. So let me see. Let me pull up his stats real quick, guys, because I had his high school stats ready and set to go, and I wanted you guys to hear them because they were pretty nice. Oh, here it is right here. During his high school career, Tua performed great, 8,158 passing yards with 1,727 rushing yards. He had 27 scores as a junior. Likewise, as a senior, he had another 3,900 yards that year with 43 touchdowns, and he was the team leading player in that state championship that they won in 2016. So congratulations, Tua. Happy birthday, Tua. And also the best birthday present he could have ever gotten was confidence, as Color pointed out today, because in the back, when I was talking to Color earlier, and Color's in the back, I'll bring him on later, but Tua got a big vote of confidence from Chris Grier today. And I was actually just over at TD Fins Talk with Miss Fins. Hi, Miss Fins. Hi, TD. What's up, you guys? Tua's got the one thing. That's right, St. Louis. He's got the one thing this team hasn't really done for him is, hey, you're our quarterback. No more looking over your shoulder. No more Deshaun Watson talk, at least for the time being. I did have a little spin on it. And guys, as you know, I get crazy around here. This tailgate party never stops. So I'll throw a little bit of spin on it. I wouldn't put it past Chris Grier to be so smart. And I've told you guys this forever since I started doing this. I am a big believer in Chris Grier. And to me, it was the wise decision to go with Tua at this point. But don't put it past Chris Grier. He don't ever box himself in a corner by saying, yeah, we're all golden on Tua. He's our guy no matter what. Don't think that isn't something he's using to leverage in when getting Deshaun Watson's price lowered. Because I don't think it's completely off the table. But then again, these legal issues look pretty ugly right now. It's gotten so quiet. And whenever it gets quiet, you never know what could happen. But for the time being, congratulations to a happy birthday. I'm happy that they came out and said this about the quarterback because it makes things easier. I know we talk about Deshaun Watson plenty around here, but it's not something I want to talk about all the time. Granted, if he could be our quarterback and they're going to go get him and he didn't have these legal issues, make the shit happen. But I'm not sitting here trying to, wish ill will on Tua or hate him or want my Fins to lose for any reason. No, I saw all the ideology in getting Watson and why it would be I don't know, I don't want to say a quick fix, but it would be a perfect thing. But I know, Mary, he definitely did not say he was a franchise guy. And I have that article. And guys, I am going to read a couple of these articles I've got for you guys, a couple of Sun Sentinel articles. One of them is Chris Greer's didn't say that, he's not our franchise guys. He said it was too early to say, which is a safe, smart answer. One thing they didn't talk about, and it was reported weeks ago, was Sean Payton. Sean Payton was obviously choice number 1 or 2. I would imagine it to be 2 because he kind of announced his retirement and kind of a last second kind of thing. But what's up, Bleezy? How you doing, my brother? All right, guys. Let's get into the meat and potatoes real quick. Let me close up some of these windows. I got so many windows open right now, guys. I've been scrambling like crazy. I'm super busy at work. For all you guys that don't know, I do flooring for my living. I run my own business, self-employed. It's stressful. When you're the only thing you depend on to get your money, get your work, it's stressful. And then I take all of my free time outside of what I give to my family, which sometimes I even take some of that to give to you guys here at the Fins Tailgate. So I work super hard trying to do this with all the shows, all the things. I really appreciate it. All the love that I get from all you guys. So it helps so much because it gets tiresome, man. And especially on busy days like today when there's so much about Mike McDaniel and, work is killing me right now. I'm doing this set of stairs and it's just a nightmare. But coming here, talking football with you guys, having you guys to, just shoot the shit with, open up the panels, Color, Mike, Tonk, Brandon the Bookie, Big Kev, everybody, and involved in the shows in every which way. It HB in the back, it helps so much to have a team, people, we work together, and have you guys, the fans, that work together too as well. I just want to say thank you guys so much. No, lucky you. Family is everything to me. I got a son, I got a daughter. In fact, God willing, this thing takes a step in a direction where I can give this more time, which will allow me to have more time with the family. That's my hope, man. That's my hope. So, but no, actually, lucky you, real quick. I'm going to be doing a video here in the next couple of weeks where I'm going to do some football cards. We're going to buy a box. We're going to open it up. It's going to be me and my son going through the football cards. Maybe we'll get some ones out and, maybe we'll give some away on the show. Mary says, he's our guy. Just don't believe in him. So, all right, let's get into the meat and potatoes of the news of the day. So we'll start with the Mike McDaniel media day. First of all, guys, Mike McDaniel he's totally destroying it in the media availabilities that he's given. He is super, super candid, funny, witty, light on his feet. Very smart, man. He's obviously very smart. What's up, Todd? What's up, Sean? He's super, super smart. He, Miss Fins, what's up? Yep, Miss Fins. Guys, hit the like button. So, Mike McDaniel, the more I listen, the more I hear, he's a much more, what's up, Ryan? DP. He's very personable, DP. That's right. He's very personable. You could tell he's attentive. When you're talking, he's listening. He says so. In fact, one of the things he said was that, every conversation is important and I listen to it. He's pretty good, man. I gotta say, I'm impressed by the younger man. More so from his, listen, it's a difficult situation for him. He's walking into an organization. offense has got quarterback problems where you don't know if the guy's the guy. There's another guy they might be trying to get. You got an owner with a scandal that's you can almost guarantee in your tender as coach you're going to get a freaking scandal. So luckily for him, he walked into the scandal here. Maybe that'll be the one he's got. God willing, he's here for longer than 3 or 4 years because we need a little bit more consistency around here, guys. Bleezy, what's up? Big D, what's going on, brother? Yes, I think so, Big D, that, good coaches are going to make the difference around here. That's where I'm putting my stock of faith in. And rightfully so, because Tua needs a little bit more deference. He needs a little bit more leeway. And I'm hardest on him, as I know. And I do it in poking of fun, guys. If you guys don't know, I try to have a good time around here. It is football. It is a game. Don't ever think it's malicious for if you're new watching. Everybody who I sees here hears all the time. You guys know how I get down. It's all about comedy and fun and sports. So it's comedy first, then the sports. That's what I'm trying to bring around here. Some fun times. But so guys, I'm going to go over some notes that I got. I got literally a whole bunch of them. So a couple things I noticed about the Mike McDaniel media at the Combine, which is dope, that I could only imagine being in his shoes now, being a head coach at the Combine, because he's been at Combines before, but now he's here in the capacity he's in. It's got to be fun talking to the players. There's tons of players that he talked to. A lot of wide receivers getting some looks. So don't be surprised, guys, if that number one pick, especially if one of these guys they're targeting slides down to us, that we take with a wide receiver. Maybe an Alabama wide receiver. I think it's a little bit of a reach for the one I'm thinking of. But let me get back to the interview. So Mike McDaniel in the beginning, he shouted out John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. They asked him, how was it helping? He said, Kyle helped me set up a foundation. Quote, how do you describe a house without no foundation? With no foundation. And he then went on to explain that seeing Kyle go the way he did, learned everything from the personal relationships, how important it is, how the routines work, but how you got to stay flexible at the same time. He has another quote in here that I'll say later on when I get to it, but something to the effect, you know what, I'm just going to find it real quick. You know what? Expect the unexpected. Fuck it, I'll get to it. But anyhow, he talked about, oh no, here it is right here. Expect the unexpected. He's now having an ever-evolving checklist that never gets finished, which I thought was a very smart way to look at it, because if you're not growing, you're dying. That's a motto I try to put in my life. If you're not learning, you're not pushing yourself physically, mentally, spiritually. You gotta strive, guys. It's important to us as humans. We have so much comforts in the world now. So because we have all these new comforts, we're not running around needing necessaries and stuff. We got to keep ourselves active. So you always got to strive to be the best you could be. And in this country, we're free enough to do it. And Mike McDaniel really wants to stay flexible with his characters and build this offense around who he has. And he goes on to say this in this article, in the interviews. They did ask him about Mike Gesicki, and quote, he said, we've had tight ends in our offense that are feature pass catchers and some that are feature blockers. He then went on to say majority they will, and then he went on to say they will do both, as he put it, majority and majoring and minoring in the subject of being a tight end, essentially saying that some guys are more pass catching tight ends and that's going to be their role. They're going to have to block, but they're going to scheme up a way. Pretty much kind of leaving the door open for a Mike Gesicki. Wasn't so much the vote of confidence that I think Mike Gesicki probably would have liked. Not like the one that Emmanuel Ogbah got. It seemed a lot more on that. And I'll get back to that in just a second. But he says they'll have to majoring and minoring in the other skill set that they are not featured in. And then he also said about Mike Gesicki, no problem. And I quote, no problem, no hesitation, no concern of Mike being able to contribute as a blocker, and we'll use him in the way it's appropriate to him as well. We'll do for him on the pass game. So basically he's saying that what I just said, he's going to use Mike if they tag him, which the only way Mike stays on this team is if he gets tagged as a tight end. I don't think they're going to offer him some big contract. That's not going to happen. Personally, I don't think they're going to tag him. I think they're going to not franchise tag him. They're going to do whatchamacallit, transition tag him for a draft pick. So if somebody wants him, they'll have to give up a second to get him. I think that's what's probably going to happen, and they'll probably do that because although Mike could be utilized in this offense, I think they got a couple people in mind. They're probably going to grab a free agent tight end, and it's more likely Durham Smythe gets that couple-year contract. It's going to be very delicate how they have to handle this, though, if you think about it, because Mike Gesicki and Durham Smythe came in together. They're attached at the hip, best buds. If they offer Durham Smythe a contract for multiple years and don't offer that or something to keeping Mike Gesicki, it's going to be kind of weird and awkward. I know that it's business, and I don't think that they're going to be awkward with each other. I'm just saying it's kind of different. You know what I'm saying? But they also asked about quarterback. If the Dolphins were looking at quarterback, he did mention that they are looking for a backup QB. He said a veteran QB is definitely in our discussions. So expect to see that. I think that Jimmy Garoppolo door ain't closed yet, guys. Ooh. No, I'm just playing. I don't think they're going to get Jimmy Garoppolo. Why would they pay all that money for Jimmy G to come be the backup? That would be the dumbest move ever. Now, if it happens, then I'm going to be like, oh, man, they don't believe in Tua at all. Oh, my God. Holy crap. But they then asked him about his views of the running back position, and I thought this was a really smart way to put it because the running back position in an RPO, in this outside zone scheme, it's a lot of running. You don't necessarily need a feature running back, though. You don't need an every down running back. It's nice to have one, always. But he basically said, we're not from this question and comment, what I gathered from it is we are not drafting a quarterback a running back with that first overall pick. It sounded more like they have someone targeted in the mid rounds or a free agent. And I mean, literally that's kind of what they said. I'll tell you what he quoted and said, but this is pretty brilliant. He said about the running back position and what its value is and how do they value it in the offense. He said, what value do you put, and I quote, what value do you put on anywhere from a third to a half of the play given on an offensive season? 300, 400 snaps. Talking about the running back position. How much should I put into it? It's a third to a half of our game plan. So he's putting a lot of emphasis on it, guys. He's going to, because let's be real. We've only picked up 7th rounders and guys off other rosters. No shade thrown at Philip Lindsay or Duke Johnson. And, Duke. So I got it. I love Duke. But this team, the Dolphins, haven't shown a willingness to really go and get top flight running backs. And this scheme doesn't demand it either. It's not Ryan Tannehill on this football team, guys. It is Tua. He can throw the football. He's going to sling it probably around 30 times a game, give or take a few, no different than anything else. So I basically think that, and this is also something that he said, vets, mid-round guys, are paramount to the position. It's the foundation, the running back position. It's integral, obviously. It's running back. But again, like I said earlier on the video, or maybe it was on Miss Finn's, I can't remember. I really think that they're going to rotate guys in. You're going to see wide receivers. I don't want to say the Debo role because even he said, you don't go look for Debo. You find a guy you got and you make him into what he is. And that's actually one of the things I have written down here. They asked Mike about the Dolphins and how he prepared coming to the team and what, stuff like that. And he said, Mike talked about the defense and how before he got the job, he went and looked at past tape for the Dolphins and watched that defense. And it reminded him, and he watched again yes, Miss Fins. Yeah, it was on Miss Fins. Thank you, Miss Fins. It reminded him how good that defense is in the loss they took in 2020. He said, the scheme was, and I quote, he said, the scheme was outstanding. And there's some really core young players that have been developing. Talking about the offense. He also talked about how now being more integrated, getting over all the stuff. He's met Boyer. He's happy to have this defense on his side and not have to go against it now. That kind of gave me a little bit of the idea that we're signing Agba. And he did say, he was asked about Agba. He said, I know we want him, quote, I know we want him and are going to do our best to get him. So I believe that outside of Agba digging his heels in and saying he wants, top 5 pass rusher money, if it's affordable and it's, I don't know, what does Agba want, though? I mean, geez Louise, these guys get so much money. But I think they're going to do everything they can to keep Agba in. They brought Patrick Surtain and Sam Madison in here. This secondary is where all the talent is. Things are getting worked out with Xavier Howard. I'm going to read that article here directly. Notably, 2 quotes from the Mike McDaniel interview that I loved, guys. I have 2 of them. I was going to pick quote of the day, but then there was just 2 of them, so I can't tell. You guys tell me in the comment section, do you like quote number 1 or quote number 2 from Mike McDaniel? First quote is, I desire to have a lot of first-team All-Pros. That is paramount to me to making me look good as a head coach. That's hilarious. Genius quote, especially how he phrased it, too. Or do you guys like the second quote? You don't go looking at it like I need the next Debo. Debo wasn't found by looking for Debo. Brilliant statement. Let me know, guys. First statement, second statement, I don't know. But so that's pretty much it for the Mike McDaniel interview. There was some great nuggets. I don't know, guys. He's kind of won me over quite a bit. I had no ill will against him. I do realize that you like the second quote, Miss Fins. Yeah, me too, Miss Fins. I'm a second quote person myself. I don't want to say I didn't want Mike McDaniel. I always liked the idea of getting that type of scheme. This zone blocking scheme. It's very hard though, guys. I just want to be clear. Zone blocking scheme, it depends a lot on offensive line. But as you can see, they've literally drilled it and hammered it home. Offensive line coaches everywhere, tight end coaches everywhere, cross-trained on both. They're going to build this scheme proper. And we'll see. We'll see how it works out. But when you get this offensive line moving that way, it's so hard to defend, man. I can remember just playing in it. It's just so hard because you got guys that outweigh you, a wall of them moving. So even if you're a good linebacker, you still either A, got to get through that wall, or B, not allow yourself to get bottled up if it's misdirection. So if they're all going right or left and you're moving along because you're trying to fill your gaps, that's that. I just want to explain it to you guys real quick and get a little sidetracked here. Guys, make sure you're hitting the like button. Thank you, Miss Vince. When you run zone blocking, especially outside zone, the way they're going to want to do it, when the ball is snapped, everyone's taking off. It's no more are they taking a step back and sitting there, or, going to try to open a hole in the line and hold the line of scrimmage. The line of scrimmage is now fluid and moving. And it's hard to do because you need athletic, smart, talented offensive linemen, and they got to do a lot of the heavy lifting. It's not unheard of, but it is hard to run year in and year out. And that's why you see these kinds of schemes in the playoffs. It works really great because if you got 300-pound dudes running left to right and they're still healthy, you can put a hurting on somebody in the running game, so much so that you got them sucking wind on their heels, and now you start firing the football at them with your arm. So it's a smart way to go about it, guys. But it's going to be difficult. It's going to be hard to make it happen. But to me, they brought in the right coaches, the right type of idea. And as the coming weeks come, guys, we'll do some draft prospects. Once we start signing some of these free agents, we'll start breaking them down. I would love guys like, and Colors mentioned this guy before, like Crowder. I know Crowder's not a big name on everybody's list, but those type of wide receivers that are multiple, Crowder or Brandon Cooks. I know he's under contract. Know he's worth a lot of money. Blah, 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 blah. Or even Juju Smith-Schuster. And I know he's a diva. People don't like Juju Smith-Schuster. But those type of wide receivers are the guys you want in this type of offense. Wide receivers that can block, wide receivers that can get the ball behind the line of scrimmage and make yak. It is facilitation. Wall off half the field with your big men and give, hopefully, open room, lanes, all that stuff, whatever the play is schemed up to work. It's not rocket science, but when you do it right and this offensive line is doing it right, you can get super, super tricky. And again, they've got the right kind of coaches in there. So, let's see. What did I want to get to first, guys? Give me just a second. Blah, blah, blah. Let me close that. Let's close that out. Let's close that out. Computer's running a little slow today, guys. I don't know what's going on. Internet's been having some problems. Tuanon got me. So trying to get the kid. Watch out now. Oh, you know what, guys? I wanted to show you a little video of Mike McDaniel getting all jacked up. From John Lynch giving him a shout out. It's funny because he yes, JP, quite a few wide receivers are divas. And I don't mind a diva every now and again, especially if you are worthy of being a diva. You have that jury hanging out, getting all, signing footballs, doing whatever you want, jumping in the stands. Give me some divas around here, please. And I know everyone's like, oh, I don't need a diva in my wide receiver. No, give me something to cheer for. Give me something the fans love. Somebody who's out there getting crazy, Matt Collins doing his TikTok and shit like that. Shout out Matt Collins. He's the man. But I got this video on Twitter. If you guys are on Twitter, follow me, the Fins Tailgate. I have Twitter followers. I'm up to almost 2,600 Twitter followers right now. I don't know how all these Twitter followers aren't on my YouTube. What's going on, Twitter? If you guys are watching on Twitter or Twitch or Facebook, help a brother out. Come over to YouTube. Subscribe. I definitely don't mind that everybody watches on the other platforms, but we really need to get to 1,000, guys. Have some accountability. Help the show out. What's going on here? So, but anyhow, let me pull up this Twitter video. It's pretty cool because in the very beginning of Mike McDaniel's interviews, they were shouting. He shouted out, obviously Kyle Shanahan, but also John Lynch, and how being close to John Lynch and understanding the process, they really groomed him. Well, this is what he's saying. He doesn't appear to be a liar either. I don't think so. He seems like a pretty genuine person, but by all accounts, these guys groomed him pretty good. So here, check it out. Here's the video.
Mike's a special person. aside from being a special football coach.
Yeah, John.
Yeah, Mike. I didn't know you were there.
Oh, I wasn't leaving for that. I appreciate it. I'm out of here now.
See you, man.
I'll watch it again real quick. So essentially, John Lynch didn't even know he was watching. Check it out.
Mike's a special person, aside from being a special football coach.
Yeah, John.
Yeah, Mike. I didn't know you were there.
Oh, I wasn't leaving for that. I appreciate it. I'm out of here now.
See you, man.
I like, you know what, too? He's I know he's not a big dude, but you see now he's like, all right, you know what? He's doing his interview up there. I'm taking shine off him a little bit. I'm gonna get out of here now. Let's not be that guy. Everyone's looking at me when he's up there doing the interview. So I thought he had some good deference there real quick. But all right, guys. Let's get on again. Happy birthday, Tua. Let's get on to this Sun Sentinel article. So which one do you guys want to hear first? Do you guys want to hear the one Chris Greer says the Dolphins will work with Xavier Howard, restructure a deal, talks about Watson, Sean Payton? Or do you guys want to hear about Chris Greer's talks about Tua? Let me know in the comment sections, guys. Which one do you want to hear first? McDaniels reminds you of Tony Stark, Cap. That's hilarious. Dresses like him too. Kinda. You're right. He does kind of have a little Tony Starkish in him. Wonder if he's got a suit like Iron Man. That'd be nuts. What do you guys think? The Tua Tagovailoa can be elite article or the other one? Yes, bland humor. All right, guys. I think negative Nancy's first. Let's hear the Watson door close. All right, Aquavision. Let's do the Watson door close. It's an article about a couple of things, but it's from the Sun Sentinel. Guys, if you aren't getting Sun Sentinel, you're missing out. Sun Sentinel rules. So, but don't worry, you can catch Sun Sentinel here. El Capitan will give you the lowdown. So here we go. The Miami Dolphins appear likely to appease any concerns Pro Bowl Xavier Howard may have with his contract this offseason. Dolphins general manager Chris Greer said Wednesday he has already had multiple conversations with Howard since the end of 2021 at the scouting combine in Indianapolis. We've had multiple talks with Xavier in this offseason, Greer said. He had some text back and forth. We're going to have a conversation and see if we can come to some sort of resolution. My anticipation is that Xavier will be here next year. Last offseason, Howard reached a point where he demanded a trade from the organization amid the contract dispute with the team. Although he still had 4 years remaining on a 6-year, $77.2 million deal negotiated in 2019, he and the Dolphins added 2021 incentives that got his fully guaranteed figure from the season to 12 million and almost 800,000, and the max he could earn with incentives was 16 million plus. So he probably made some of those incentives with the Pro Bowl and those interceptions and stuff like that. So the restructure kicked a can down the road, but it's allowing the same issue to remain heading this offseason. Greer said, however, there's a pledge from the organization back then to come back around and address it. We had made a promise to him, Chris Greer said. After the season, we would make adjustment. We'll look at it, play through the season, get us to the third year of the deal, and then we'll look at it, talk about it. Just to be truthful with him and do it, that's the right thing to do. If he wants to come back and play on the deal, we would. But we know that's not the case. After the Dolphins signed fellow cornerback Byron Jones in 2020. Jones was set to make $16 million more than Xavier Howard between 2021 and 2020, or excuse me, from 2020 to 2021 seasons before adding guarantees and incentives. Yeah, that was really the problem to Howard. He's like, yeah, you know what? You got me on the 1 year, and then you signed the other guy. I ain't letting that happen again. I'm not having a guy on the team that I'm outperforming making more money or potentially making more money. So they made that right. Um, Heading into the league, leading 10 interceptions in 2020, he was Defensive Player of the Year candidate. In 2021, Howard had 5 interceptions, 2 forced fumbles, a pair of fumble recoveries, and 2 defensive touchdowns. Settling Howard. I mean, guys, let me just stop right there. You know, there's a lot of talk about trading Howard, and granted, you trade him when you can get the most money. Kind of something I think the Dolphins may do with Christian Wilkins, and that might be a topic for another day. But when a guy had 10 interceptions 1 year and was a Defensive Player of the Year candidate, went to the Pro Bowl, and the following year he goes to the Pro Bowl again, down from 10 interceptions, had only 5, but 2 forced fumbles, two fumble recoveries, and 2 defensive touchdowns, he still puts up numbers that are valid for the $16 million a year he wants. So it's hard to get rid of a guy like that. And man, dude, I can't help but feel that let's get this contract thing figured out. Xavier Howard is an elite corner, still is, went to the Pro Bowl. Sam Madison and Patrick Surtain are coming in here. Let's restructure this deal. I want to see Xavier Howard retire Dolphin. If he doesn't leave this year and they try to work something, I don't want to hear this next year. Oh, we're working out contracts. We're doing out this. Let's just lock this guy up, figure out, hey, can we just do like a redo 3-year, 4-year contract and just keep you from now on? That would be it with heavy incentive base. Let's see what they work out. Hopefully they can work this out because, I mean, he could, especially if we start winning this year. Let's go Tua. Let's win some freaking playoff games this year. Who knows? Xavier Howard get the playoffs. We've never seen him in the playoffs doing anything because we're never in the playoffs. But who knows what he could do for us once we get there. And that's the kind of guy you want deep in the playoffs too. So they need to make sure to keep him. And maybe, you know, with Sam and Patrick and keeping X, maybe they could figure out Noah, and Noah could come in and be the guy we were all hoping he could be. God, man, we got to get that Noah Igbenogany thing figured out. All right, sorry about that, guys. I'm going to get back to the article. Settling Howard's deal will be a focal point in the next month as the Dolphins look to maneuver with the league's leading $60 million in cap space for free agency that begins on March 16th. That's another reason why Xavier Howard wants some money. He's like, bullshit. Don't tell me you ain't got no money, bro. I know you got all that money. That $60 million that we have in cap space, we're probably going to get at least 15 more once we get rid of some guys. Allen Hurns, all kinds of guys are getting cut off this team. So I don't know why I singled you out, Allen Hurns. Sorry, bro, but it's happening. I think it provides opportunities for us to do a lot of different things, whether it's free agency, trades, and stuff. Greer said about flexibility. We're also not living year to year. We're trying to also have some perspective. That's what I want to hear. And that's what I just kind of said about Xavier Howard. I want to have some perspective and knowing, hey, Xavier Howard's on this football team. Get this freaking deal worked out. Make him stay on this football team. Enough of this going back to the table every year. I'm sick of it. I want to be able to go buy an Xavier Howard jersey and feel like, hey, you know what? He's going to stay on the team at least a couple more years. The biggest problem for Dolphins fans is buying jerseys because we don't know who to get because we get the guy and he's gone. And speaking of jerseys, guys, make sure you guys are hitting the link in the description below. You guys can check out Fanatics. We are partnered with Fanatics. They have all the sporting apparel you'll ever need for NFL, NBA, MLB, hockey, college sports, anything you guys can think of as far as sports related. they've got it on Fanatics, and I'm talking all kinds of stuff, dude. They got flip-flops, they got, hats, and they'll have limited time offer stuff. If I recall correctly, Color purchased for his birthday. Birthday was a couple days ago, guys. If y'all missed saying happy birthday to Color, you're terrible people. Nice going, guys. Way to go. Anyhow, Color got some stuff off Fanatics the other day. It was the last one. It said ball supplies last. Said down to like the last one or something like that. And he literally got the last shirt. It's gone now. So I'm sure when we get to see him later, we'll be able to see this shirt. But yeah, Fanatics, hit the link, get your stuff. It helps out the show. Also, guys, we're going to be releasing here very soon all kinds of the Fins Tailgate apparel. So check out the cool new hat. Check out the awesome shirts, flip-flops. There's the other shirt right there. And then check out this beanie, dude. That beanie hard as a mofo. Can't wait to get that. And they come in a couple different colors too. I want to get that beanie in the they got like a camo green, and I want to get this hat in like black and white. So, but yeah, guys, we're going to be giving that, and I'm going to buy some ABAB. I think Color did get this shirt. If he gives, I think we're going to see him in that shirt later tonight. But yeah, guys, I'm going to buy some of that apparel. I'm going to have it, give some of it away on the show, especially when we hit that 1,000 subscriber mark. When we do hit the 1,000 subscribers mark, guys, I'm going to purchase something from fanatics.com. I don't know what it is yet. Maybe we'll get into the weeds and you guys can tell me what you guys think I should get. Should it be like a jersey? Maybe a badass jacket? I'd like to find something special, and that's what's cool about Fanatics. They got like special stuff sometimes, stuff they just pull out of a warehouse from, 20, 30 years ago, nobody even knew. So I'm going to give away something on the show when we hit that 1,000 subscriber mark, guys. So please, make sure to help a brother out. Hit the description or links in the descriptions, buy all the good stuff. Holla at your boy. Let's see. Where was I? Okay, so we can get back to the article. The opportunity to add good players. We've always been. God. You know what? Give me a second, you guys. I need to get a drink here. Wet my whistle. Take two. The opportunity to add good players. We've always been that way. We've always pursued and tried to do it. So we'll be aggressive still. If the right player, if Coach Mike McDaniel and I feel the right way, the right player is available for us to help us get better and keep moving forward, we'll go after him. That doesn't mean we'll spend every cent right up to it, because I think it leads you to being not able to have moves in season. Chris Greer is very smart, guys. I feel comfortable with him as the GM. I think, again, he's not going to box us in a corner financially, even with positions. No one is going to be more important to the team. To me, and I don't know this for certain, I would imagine that there's some analytical chart where they're looking at money positions and what they can afford per position. So where it'll have to come in, if they give Xavier Howard more money, that money's going to have to come out of somewhere else. But all of this, you still have to sign your draft guys, and you have to maintain money for, like he just said, in-season moves. Something happens, Xavier Howard goes out and he's gone for the season. You can't just go, oh, we lost the guy we were paying, we're done. That shit don't work here. So Chris Greer never lets the door close him in a room. He makes sure he has an out somewhere. So let's see. Topping the list on moves that they're free agents before the Dolphins delve deep into the free agency is what they're going to do with Emmanuel Ogbah and Mike Gesicki. I would say we've probably had more discussions with Drew and Ogbah, Greer said. Those are going on all through the course of the season. We know in Drew is Drew Rosenhaus, Ogbah's agent. Drew Rosenhaus, awesome Miami guy all the time. You can catch him on Joe Rose show sometimes if you guys are lucky. I would say probably more discussions with Drew and Ogbah. Greer said those are going on all through the course of the season. We know what Ogbah is. He is a good guy, a good player, a good person, fits all the criteria we're looking for. He's done a nice job for us the last 2 years. Mike knows how I feel about him. I drafted him and I have separate conversations with Mike. That doesn't make any sense. So it says right here, Mike knows how I feel about him. I drafted him and had separate conversations with Mike. We had limited talks with his agents. We didn't draft Ogbah. This is throwing me through a loop now, guys. No, I agree with you, Brett Dodger. I think Ogbah is a keeper. Definitely. And I think they're going to make that happen. Definitely. I expect that to happen sooner rather than later. As it got to the end of the season with free agency, both of those guys get to this point. They want to be able to see that what their options are. They both told us they want to be back in Miami. They both love it here. They both want to be back. We'll see what happens. Greer also acknowledged that Mike Gesicki struggles with blocking aspect of his game while excelling at pass catching tight end. One of the two between Gesicki and Ogbah could be kept in Miami by using a franchise tag. I think all options are open, Greer said. With the coaching staff coming in, we're giving them the opportunity to look at the players and evaluate the guys we potentially might tag. But I think we have to leave all the options on the table for us. That could be the potential move for us. So sounds like to me the tag is going to Mike Gesicki, if anything at all. And I've already said this. I don't think they have plans on keeping Mike Gesicki. They'll probably go, look, we'll franchise tag you for the 11, or we'll tender you and transition tag you and see if you can get something somewhere else. And honestly, that's what's going to happen, because from what I understand, the Chargers want him badly. I'm sure they're not the only team that wants him badly, but if we put a transition tag with like a second round tender on it, probably going to see him walk out. But at the same time, they're going to do everything in their power to not let Ogbah slip through their fingers. If I recall correctly, let me see real quick, guys. We've got Von Miller, Chandler Jones, Jason Pierre-Paul, Jerry Hughes, Clowney, Mario Addison, Hassan Reddick, Dante Fowler, Melvin Ingram. There's a lot of guys that are free agents this year. So Ogbah's going to have some competition for teams that are wanting to sign guys to deals. And I can't see anybody on here that's going to be signing like a mega deal contract for multiple years. A lot of these guys, like Von Miller, Chandler Jones, Jason Pierre-Paul, Jerry Hughes, all of these guys are in their 30s. Mario Addison, they're all in their, mid 30s. So Ogbah, 29, still young. We got to sign this guy, dude. If not, I don't know. Maybe go get somebody cheaper. I would say go get I don't know who the hell they get. They got to keep Ogbah. Let's get it real. They got to keep Ogbah. Jalen Phillips needs Ogbah kept here. It works. You need to have the elder statesman in. It keeps the cohesion with the defense. Stop fucking about, Dolphins. Sign this man, please. So, all right, guys. Doors shut on Watson. I know a lot of you guys are super excited for this article that I'm coming up with real quick. door shut on Watson. Greer voiced a commitment to quarterback Tua Tagovailoa in his Wednesday comments while shutting down the team's previous pursuit of Houston Texans elite but troubled quarterback Deshaun Watson. I think the door is shut on Deshaun, Greer said. At the end of the day, Mike and the staff have come to do a lot of the work and studied a lot of Tua, and they feel good about his developmental upside, what he can be, how he can fit in the offense. I think we're good with Tua. So Greer didn't sound overly convincing, however, when asked if he still feels Tua can be an elite quarterback. I can't say if he'll be elite, Greer said. It's a situation now where this is where we build around him and his skill set and what the offense can be and Mike's vision of how it fits. So I wouldn't say he can't be. It's too early. So listen, guys, I know you can make a mountain out of either one of those molehills. You could be like, oh, you never said Bleezy, I agree with you, bro. To me, I know the vote of confidence is there and he should get it, and I'm glad he got it. Again, man, this is not an easy situation for a 24-year-old. Happy birthday. He's constantly had to deal with quarterbacks taking his job, but that's what happens when you are injured and you're on a team that's got money and coming up. I mean, this guys and all of us Dolphin fans can feel what I'm talking about. It really kind of feels like the Miami Dolphins window to actually do something, actually put something together. And I'm not just talking about like a flash in the pan to the playoffs. I'm talking about building a real team. We've got tons of young talent and we've got a decent amount of money and we've got draft picks in the future. We got a GM like Chris Greer. He's gonna make sure to, and get some more trade backs. We lose Gesicki, we're gonna get something for him. We're gonna get a second rounder or a compensatory, nonetheless. Same thing with Agba. If Agba leaves, we get compensatory. Finally, it's gonna start feeling like the Dolphins, because we would lose players, we would get nothing back for them. Devon Godchow got signed by the Patriots. We got something for that. That kind of circumstance where the Dolphins players leave and go get picked up somewhere else, we get compensatory picks. Seems like that never happened. Now it's going to start happening. I just hope that they can keep the guys they want, the key position guys. Agba's a key position guy. Howard's a key position guy. That's how you got to do it. Everybody knows there's a reason why some of the positions get paid elite, and then in some of the positions, like a middle linebacker, when Luke Kuechly was out here, he was the elite middle linebacker. We're still waiting to see who's the big name elite middle linebacker today, but maybe we'll draft that guy. But let's see, guys. Let's move further down. Let's finish up the door shut on Watson article. Chris Greer also said, I know people want to say he doesn't throw the ball downfield, but he's incredibly accurate. And that's the real exciting part for Mike and the coaching staff, his accuracy. Damn, I didn't see that part, guys. Listen to this quote from Chris Greer. I know people want to say he doesn't throw the ball downfield, but he's incredibly accurate. And that's the real exciting part for Mike and his coaching staff, his accuracy. Damn, dude, I don't know. That's kind of that wouldn't. I don't know why he said that, but door closed for now. So doors closed for now on Deshaun Watson to the Dolphins. So understand that, Houston Texans, if you wanted all those picks, you wanted to get rid of your headache, you wanted Tua or didn't want Tua, you fucked up. We ain't there no more. You want to give us Watson, now you got to come calling us saying, hey, you know what? We will take Tua and those 3 first rounders for Watson. No, 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 no. Don't work like that now. So you fucked up, Tua. You fucked up, Texans. You should have took the deal when you could, and you'd be rid of this mess. What would be a scandal to the Dolphins? It's just more of the same for us. Ain't you seeing our owner? We got scandals all the time. Matter of fact, gonna talk about one right now. So on Peyton and Brady report. So here we go, guys. Chris Greer also addressed the recent Pro Football Talk report that said that the Dolphins were interested in pursuing a combination of Sean Payton as coach and Tom Brady as quarterback, which right now, guys, the Dolphins don't want to hear Tom Brady's name worse than ever. We didn't want to hear Tom Brady's name when he was playing in New England. But if you're a Dolphins fan right now, the last thing you want to hear is Brady and the Miami Dolphins being talked about, because it goes back to the lawsuit we got right now where Flores was set up to meet with Brady and basically break league rules. They broke like all the league rules. So let me finish this article. Greer set the record straight, saying the Dolphins never looked into Brady, but they did inquire about Peyton as a coach as he was retiring. I reached out to New Orleans a couple days after just to see he is done with football or does he want to coach. I don't know what's going on over there, and they just told us no, they weren't going to grant permission. So that was it. We've always been, since I've been here, aggressive looking at options, and he's one of the best coaches in football, and we're still in the middle of our interviewing process. We stopped to see if we could have interest in it at all, or if he would have interest in it at all. So I didn't even know if he would have interest. So that's all he said about that. He declined further comment, probably because it was more about Tom Brady at that point, but he can't comment about it. And he said Greer declined to comment on Wednesday about the lawsuit filed from Brian Flores, which sucks because that's the stuff that sucks. Like, I liked Brian Flores a lot when he was our coach. I know tons of people hate him, and especially two in ears. I know you guys feel like Brian Flores was the meanest guy ever. I'll say this. If he was really stern, strict, mean, it would be more of the same for Tua, because that's the kind of father and kind of lifestyle he's already kind of been in. So it's not like it was out of his element. And I can't imagine Flores looking at a 24-year-old or 22 to 23-year-old young man and thinking, "Oh, I hate this guy. I want to ruin his career." It's just miss me on that bullshit, bro. I don't want to hear that. But did he lose his temper and fuck up? Yeah, I think that happened. So, Chris, Flores, not the meanest guy ever. Flores is a lot. What? Flores, not the meanest guy ever. Flores is a linebacker coach. I don't know what you mean by that, AB. Guys, I'm going to do the rundown real quick. Make sure you guys are liking the channel, subscribing. Please, guys, hit the like button. Make sure you're coming back for Tonk TMI Tuesdays, Tonk 7 live at 9 with color commentary on there with him. It's kind of a multiple topic show. We're trying to format it into a game show and bring guests on. Give us some time, guys. We'll get it fleshed out. But after that, you have open mic with Mike on the mic at 10 on Tuesdays. You can also catch Drop the Mic with Mike on the mic at 10 on Saturdays. Thursdays, though, you get late night color commentary. Everybody loves color. Best voice in the biz. Well, at least best voice on the team, that's for certain. And you guys can always catch me, El Capitan, Finn's Tailgate, all the time, anytime. Just keep your notification bell on, guys, and keep a lookout for me. Cash App, Venmo, the Finn's Tailgate. Be like Squid Games. Donate to the show. Help a brother out. Keep your eyes peeled for the new merchandise coming straight at you guys. Fanatics, hit the Fanatics link. So also, we have the other article I was talking about. Sorry, guys. I believe it was a Omar Kelly article. It is. I know how much everybody loves Omar Kelly, right? In the comment sections. You guys love Omar, right? What a polarizing figure Omar is, huh? Yes. All love. Thank you, Squeak. So, all right, let's read this article real quick. Some language arts teachers need to sit down with Mike McDaniel excuse me. All right, let's start over. In case you guys couldn't tell, reading's not my strong suit. Talking bullshit is. I'm pretty good at that. Math. If there was something to build, I could build some stuff. Unless it's like something that comes out of a box. Can't build shit out of a box. Terrible at that. Some language arts teacher needs to sit the Miami Dolphins coaches, executives, and players down for a grammar lecture discouraging the use of double negatives. First, it was Tua Tagovailoa saying, "I don't not feel wanted," when addressing Miami's month-long pursuit of trade for Houston Texans quarterback Deshaun Watson, which concealed layers of tension and resentment that allegedly was brewing between Tagovailoa and the Dolphins' 2020 first-round pick and Brian Flores, the head coach of the team that was fired at the end of the season. Even though general manager Chris Grier said the door is shut on Miami Dolphins' pursuit of Deshaun Watson Wednesday at the scouting combine, when Grier was asked if Tagovailoa can be an elite quarterback, the Dolphins' top NFL executive hit the South Florida media with a double negative, which may have been a few hints on the state of the team's quarterback position. "I can't say he can't be," Grier said about Tagovailoa, whose 90.1 passer rating ranked him as the NFL's 19th best quarterback, positioning him right between Matt Ryan and Houston's rookie David Mills. Not very good. Not exactly a rousing endorsement for a player taken 5th overall in 2020 NFL draft, the quarterback Miami hoped to land when Grier and Flores stripped the team down to the framework and rebuilt it, or tanked, or picked you'd like the view from 1997, whatever you want. Take your pick. The roster. It's too early, Chris Grier added. In fairness to Tua, elite is a high standard for a quarterback that has only played 2 seasons and missed a handful of games due to injury. Not even LA Chargers quarterback Justin Herbert, who Tua is often compared to because Herbert was picked one spot behind him in 2020, is worthy of an elite designation. And the same can be said about Joe Burrow, who produced 105.9 passer rating, second best in the NFL, led the Cincinnati Bengals to the Super Bowl. I agree with that statement. Joe Burrow went to the Super Bowl. Justin Herbert, had an MVP season. Tua has been lackluster. I wouldn't call it the worst start ever, but compared to the guys that were drafted around him, worse than them for certain. But I wouldn't call any of them a bust or any of them elite at this point. There's just no way. You don't know enough about somebody in 2 seasons right now. And again, giving a little bit of context to what Tua's situation is, came in injured, got injured again this year, and he's had a ghost in the building the whole time, potentially taking his job. And in some ways, I don't think that ghost is left. A healthy debate can be had, but it's too early to crown these youngsters and put them in the same class as quarterbacks like Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes, Russell Wilson, who are arguably the NFL's true elites. But young players like Burrow, Herbert, Watson, Dak, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson have already proved they are coming hard and fast at NFL superstars. Evaluating the talent level of teams. Hold on. Miami needs to discover if Tua can do the same. If not, what then? He won games, Grier continued, referring to Tua's 13-8 record as an NFL starter in the past 2 seasons. It's hard to win games in the league. We want to say he can throw the ball downfield, but people want to say he can't throw the ball downfield, but he's incredibly accurate. Problem is, accuracy only takes a team so far. According to Greer, new Dolphins coach Mike McDaniel and his staff studied every second of Tua's game tape from the past 2 seasons and have a good sense of his strengths and weaknesses. They intend to build a Miami offense that will be balanced, alleviating some of the pressure in the passing game and defense. The hope is that Mike McDaniel and his staff can create offense that highlights Tua's strengths and masks his weaknesses. Duh. That's what everyone wants to do. I want to make you look good and not look bad. Whatever. That's what good coaches do, Mike McDaniel said on an earlier conversation. You can't just say you're not this. If you're really good, you can't just say you're not this. If I'm a really good coach, I maximize what we got. I don't care what we can't do. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Mike McDaniel should care about what the quarterback can become because it likely creates a ceiling for his team. For now, this is Tua Tagovailoa's team, and Miami will put him in the run-centric West Coast style offense and see how he performs when the offensive line is improved. Either though the coaching or talent upgrades, the run game becomes more consistent and there's more reliable playmakers around him. It's likely that Tua Tagovailoa will thrive in his first year in the Miami's new offense, especially considering there's usually growing pains that will require an adjustment period. But don't be surprised if that happens. 2022 clues to potential upside determines that if Tua merely a placeholder or quarterback Miami should continue to build around. I mean, that's really what it comes down to, guys. And in some ways, and I don't want to keep harping on Watson, but if the Watson legal issues don't get settled up, I don't want to say this is a blessing in disguise, but there's a potential that they get to roll this team out with Tua and see if this can be an elite offense with Tua at the helm. It's going to be important because we need to know as soon as we can, because if Deshaun Watson does get his legal issues cleared up, they still have, plans on getting him. They need to do something, because what we don't need is to sit here this time next year going, what quarterbacks are we going to draft? Because not for nothing, you lose all that capital into all the young guys age another year, all the money gets spent. I mean, it would just be so much nicer if Tua wasn't looked at in this light where we don't have certainty, but whatever, guys, we'll see. I'm going to be bringing color on here in just a second, guys, but real quick, I don't know what happened to it. I had a whole thing picked up. I'm going to bring color on anyhow. I'll drop the link in just a second. What's going on, Color? What's going on, my brother?
Not much, man. How you doing? How's everybody tonight?
Are you wearing, is that the Fanatic shirt you got on right now?
No, I haven't got that yet. It's scheduled to be, so Fanatic says it'll be,
sorry about that, buddy.
It's okay. They estimate the 8th, but I already checked tracking on FedEx and it should be here tomorrow. But
awesome, man.
This is what the shirt looks like. It's just it's a lesser expensive regular t-shirt, but it's one of the rare ones left that they make like that, so it's cool. And I also bought a cover for my chair here, the Lazy Boy cover.
Word. You got a Lazy Boy cover, a Dolphins Lazy Boy cover?
Yeah, like the chair cover that's for a Lazy Boy, but this one's wide enough to take it. So
word. You need to take a picture of that when it's on there.
Anyway. What's
take
that?
a picture. You need to take a picture of it when it's on and
show
everybody.
Sure. And also, I know everybody's like in celebration of our great quarterback tonight and his birthday, and I want to continue that. Happy birthday, QB1.
Yes, happy birthday.
And so in honor, I've put a lay next to me. That's in honor of Tua. But so I think it's finally great we can move on. Obviously Deshaun Watson is apparently off the table, so fine, no reason to talk about it anymore, right? But so that just that paves the way for us to talk about Aaron Rodgers, because I think he's still on the table. So let's go Miami, pour it into
Hey,
Aaron Rod.
Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams on this football team would change the whole offense. It'd go, hey, you know what? Get that and find get Armstead too, and then boom, you're done. Offense done. And I'm sure they would enjoy having all that.
Oh, well, I just think it's interesting. This morning, Aaron Rodgers, announced that he was going to be making his decision pretty soon known to the Packers, and then all of a sudden, Greer's making a public statement that the door's shut on Watson. So hey, let's go.
Well,
dump it in Miami, do the right thing.
Color, I think it was probably early on once you started coming on the show, before you became a full-fledged TFTG team member. This was when, we were winning games, I believe, but Tua wasn't winning them, and people were like, Tua's winning these games. We're like, no, it's kind of been all these other things. You know what I'm saying? Not that Tua didn't win the football games, obviously, but I'm getting a little bit of feedback, Color.
Oh, am I already?
Yeah, just a little bit. Just a little bit. But I said long ago, don't be surprised if they deaden and quiet down the Watson talk and build Tua up to try to sell him. That was something I said because Chris Greer's that kind of guy. And I even said at that time, I was like, yeah, and Carolina, he's a great quarterback. I had a whole bit about it. But
yeah, and I think I've narrowed down that clip. I'm going to be releasing that to you pretty soon, and
oh man,
clipping it and sending it to you.
That would be
amazing. I think I found it.
That would be amazing if you find it.
At least something very close to those lines where everybody was talking about who we would trade Tua to.
Yes.
And yeah, so I mean, it's a whole kind of conversation, but I'll clip it and send it to you.
That'll be awesome, man.
That's as close as I've been able to find yet.
But yeah,
but I know it's there.
Yeah. It wouldn't surprise me if they pulled a fast one, some blockbuster trade, but I like that nobody else is focusing on it other than Greer. You know what I'm saying? Flores screwed himself by worrying about shit he can't control. If he said to Tua early on, as people are saying, he said that we're getting Watson. That was apparently said to Tua before the season started. Also, I'm still getting a little bit of feedback, Color. It's distracting. All right. If not for nothing, what I've gathered from up to this point, looking at McDaniel, just all of the things, there's a real pecking order now. McDaniel has his input with the guys they're looking at, the players they're meeting. They met with tons of different players at the combine. A lot of wide receivers again, dude. They met with a ton of wide receivers. They even met with Arkansas's wide receiver Trayvon Burks, and he said something to the effect that Mike McDaniels wouldn't stop asking him about obscure 90s hip hop and rap music, which is hilarious to me. But there's been a couple of things I've noticed since this coach has been in the building. He doesn't seem so concerned with controlling the roster the way Flores was. It seems more that Chris Greer has control again. I think Chris Greer kind of learned his lesson when he brought Flores in. He thought, hey, here I am bringing Flores in. He's going to be my guy. We're going to work together. I'm going to do everything. I think Chris Greer gave him too much slack. And by not keeping the jobs separate, kind of screwed himself a little bit, I think. So, but from what I can see from McDaniel, yeah, he's got say, but it's almost like Chris Greer. It's kind of like when you're a contractor and you get into a job and you tell the homeowner, hey, I can do everything you want. Just tell me what you want to do. Then it gets off the rails and crazy where you really want to bring them a couple of options, say, pick these options. You know what I'm saying? I think it's going to be a little bit more organized. Chris Greer is going to bring him the options, or beforehand, they're going to look at all the options. He'll get his input on it, then consolidate it and go, all right, which one of these 2 do you want or 3 do you want that you think will be work best? Don't worry about the money. Don't worry about all that stuff. This is how it's going to happen. And it seems a lot better of a system up, at least for now, at least for what we can see already.
Yeah, that's quite possible. How's the sound?
I still get a little bit of feedback. I don't know why.
Right. I'm going to convert over to headphones. Hold on.
I don't know why it's happening. Oh, guys, I forgot to tell everybody. Big show Saturday. I've got Dolphins Fan of the Year 2021, Big E, coming on the show from Dolphins Talk. So Saturday at 4. If you guys are busy during the day on Saturday and can't catch the episode, make sure to check it out. I'm going to have Big E come on the show. We'll do some talking. And then I think I got somebody else coming up next after that I'm going to have an interview with. I'm trying to get, now that it's kind of some dead time, I'm going to try to bring some people in, do some of these interviews I've been wanting to do since I started this. We had Doug come on. We had Alex Dono come on. Going to get some other people in the future. Big E's the next one that we're doing, and it's gonna be great, man. I'm digging doing the interviews. Guys, make sure you're smashing the like button. If you're watching on Facebook, Twitch, Twitter, please come over, subscribe to the channel. You know what, Cap? I'm gonna reach out to Kyle Krabs. I would love to talk to Kyle Krabs. I think I'd like to go grab some beer with Kyle Krabs. I think him and I would hit it off pretty good. I'd like to hang out with all of them. You know what? It's a tailgate party. Let's go do the tailgate party. It never stops, man. You know how it is. Like to get El Capitan style out in this mud. So, but you know what, guys? I'm going to go ahead and move to some free agents. And I want to know what you guys think about Anthony Barr, really. And I know Anthony Barr, linebacker, Vikings. It's going to take some money to get that guy. He was making $10 million. He's 30. I know he's a little older, but guys, I really feel like we got to get, if we can get that one defensive player on defense, I don't know, man. Did I do a mock draft? No, I haven't done any mock drafting yet. I'm going to. Actually, if you guys want, I'll do a mock draft up on live on there. But I want to do some breakdowns. We originally was hoping to do like a big board of top 100, but I don't want to go overkill on a lot of players. I'm not going to sit here and do all this work scouting out talent because shit, dude, who knows? We might trade some of these picks. I don't know. I maybe we trade out of the first round. You never know with Chris Greer, man. He is crazy. Yeah, I will. Lucky you. I'll do a mock draft up here. I'll bring out the draft system and we'll do a mock draft. I'll make all the picks and stuff like that. Going through first round and everything. We'll do some mock drafts. They are fun, as you guys know. I'd like to get like a big board list, do like a top 10 position groups. Probably start working on that as soon as I get some time off, guys. I'm swamped between this and work and family. But I will, before the draft, I will work out some top running backs, top wide receivers, top left out. So
Is that better?
much better, bro. Don't hear nothing at all.
Gotcha.
Todd did a mock draft with 3 second rounders. Listen, I would love that. That'd be awesome. You know, I won't get in the weeds on some of those mock drafts. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to be more realistic. You know, you can't just trade back for the sake of trading back to a team. You know, if you trade your first round draft pick to the Bengals and get a bunch of stuff because the simulator said they'll give it to you because it works out with the equal value, that shit's just ridiculous. Now you're just reaching and hoping and praying. That's not how this works. You know, then again, we've seen more movement in the draft out of the NFL in the last few years than I have ever seen. And I credit that to, number one, Chris Greer, and number two, the GM for the Rams. These kinds of new GMs, they're different, bro. They're either going all in or stockpiling. It's
Well, Les Snead's been
definitely
with them forever, man. He was with them in St. Louis.
he's good, man.
Yeah.
He's a pretty good
He's
job.
the guy that basically used Fisher to move the team over there.
Yeah, you know what? Fisher he had a rough time with that team, didn't he? Good coach, though, and players love him. Just never could get anything going.
For the same reasons.
Quarterback?
You know, no, like he's right in that middle area where the league was changing and
Oh,
he
yeah,
couldn't
no.
adapt. You know what I mean?
He was on – yes, you're right. That style, and it's a different world, man.
It works in Tennessee, but, you know.
It's a different world, especially in the growth type of places, you know what I'm saying?
You also had, you know, Stan Kroenke working against him, you know, trying to make the team look trash enough to say that the fans in St. Louis don't want a team there.
I can't imagine that the fans in St. Louis said that.
Well,
No,
it's not that. It's that when they petitioned the fans or the city for funding to rebuild the stadium, the fans were like, first of all, they only allowed the fans to vote, or the citizens to vote on it. They're inside the city limits, and not anybody that's like right outside in the suburban areas that actually go to the games. So, you know, plus you had, you know, them to be able to put out like attendance records and say, oh, look at this, you know, attendance is low. Well, it's like, yeah, you put out a bad product on the field for 12 years. You know what I mean?
Kind of the same thing they're doing in Jacksonville. No upgrades made to the stadium, bad product on the field. And if they let a talent go to waste like they have right now, which I don't think they're going to, by all accounts, bringing in Doug Peterson is the right move. It's definitely a good move.
Yeah. I think we'll definitely see a different Trevor Lawrence.
So if we let Ogba walk, who's everybody's, and guys in the chat, get at me in the chat. If Ogba walks, that means we have to sign somebody else. And I'm guessing that if Ogba is signed, we'll just say $16 million a year. Okay. Or no, let's not even say that. Yeah, let's say $16 million a year. That's a pretty decent price to pay. So for $16 million a year, unless someone pays him significantly more money, which could be all the way up to 19, I don't think that's going to happen. But say he slips right through our fingers for 16 mil. Who does everybody want in free agency? Veteran pass rusher. Let me know in the comments, guys. Veteran pass rusher that we would bring on the team, because Ogba slips through our fingers. They don't get the deal worked out. Ogba wanted, a multiple year deal. The Dolphins only gave him like a 3. He's getting the same money from another team for 5. What do you think? Color? Who would be
I
somebody
couldn't.
you would?
I mean, honestly, who is there? You know,
Oh my, there's tons of guys, bro.
I
Tons of
mean,
guys. Justin Houston, Melvin Ingram,
and they
Dante
won't command the
Fowler,
same amount of money.
Hassan. No. I didn't say it's the same amount of money. I didn't say you have to spend more. I'm saying it's going to cost you $16 million. So you offer Ogba $16 million. That's your budget for pass rusher. Ogba doesn't work out. You got to move on. So. Ollie Dawes says Von Miller. Cap for Life says Chandler Jones. Marcus Walker. I hear you're talking about DeMarcus Walker from the Texans. Lucky you. Is that what you're saying? I don't know. ESPN Cardinals reporter Josh Weinfuss said that it doesn't sound like impending free agent Chandler Jones will be back to the. Listen, I would love Chandler Jones to come here if we miss out on. And Chandler Jones, that's what he was making, was $16 million. So, and Chandler Jones already got the bag too. That's kind of what I'm saying. Like, we got to settle on somebody else because Emmanuel Ogba wants the bag, and rightfully so. You know, he wants to sign $40 million in guarantees, where the Dolphins are only going to sign him, say, $28 million over 3 years.
Right.
So maybe he gets more guaranteed money. So let's move on to somebody else that we can spend that money with, or maybe a little bit less, that we won't see the drop off. I would like it to be a veteran, but not somebody too old. Like, I don't want Jerry Hughes coming in here, even though he's really good. He'll be 35 next year. Or this year coming up. So I ain't about that. I kind of like Harold Landry. I know a lot of people haven't talked about him. That's the Titans guy. Remember we were talking about him with Nice Guy?
Mm-hmm.
He's a linebacker / pass rusher. And how old was he? He's very young. He's only 26 years old. So I'm going to look him up real quick. I don't know. I don't know what I did. That's weird.
What'd you do?
I don't know. Trying to click on it, and it just took it away from me.
Did you feed your gremlin too late?
I don't know what I did, bro. I don't know what's going on. The internet has been sucky all day today, man. It really has. I don't know what's going on with the internet, guys. So, Chandler Jones, well, I like that. Now I got to pull up these freaking guys again. It closed the whole page down. Damn it, Chan. I know, bro. You know what I can do, though?
You can go to fanatics.com.
Take it, Color. Take it away.
Where they got all the merchandise you need from the NFL, NBA, NHL, soccer, Tua jerseys. And if you use the link in the description below, they'll know that the Fins Tailgate sent you, and they'll really be happy with us.
Yeah, that's what
they'll be happy with you guys too.
Yeah, guys, if you guys help us
out,
we'll
be happy with you guys.
That's right.
We'll be happy with Tua.
Tua's happier with you when you go to fanatics.com, hitting the link here. Only here. That's what I was told. So that's the word on the street anyhow, guys.
I mean, Tua is going to need some birthday gifts, people. You know?
Yeah. And the only place you can get the best birthday gifts is at fanatics.com. So, guys, please go to fanatics.com, please. All right, let's get back to what we were talking about. We should all buy him
Jesse Davis jerseys.
Oh, man, that would be hilarious. Send a whole freaking fleet of them there.
Right.
So yeah, how do you feel about Hassan Reddick? Now, he hasn't really popped the way I thought he would. When he was coming out of the draft, I was really high on him. I thought Hassan Reddick was going to be good. And he actually did pretty decent this year, but I look at guys like Reddick, and is this the decent year because it's the payday year? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like he's already, the team that drafted him gave up on him already. I hate that kind of situation. Sometimes these guys learn, but you know who is a free agent that we could go after? And Dolphin fans are gonna love this.
Who's that?
Charles Harris.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, man.
I
Probably
heard
get him
about
cheap
that.
as shit too. Probably can get him cheap. What about
Who's he
Justin
playing?
Houston though? I
Who's
love
he playing
Justin.
with?
He plays well. He's on the Lions right now.
Oh geez.
Listen, he did good last year for the Lions, bro.
Oh yeah, and he's also playing under Dan Campbell.
Yeah,
which
but
is
he did much
fired him
better.
up.
He did much better. I wish they had more stats on here. I'm on Over the Cap. Love Over the Cap. It's a great thing.
Yeah, 1.7 million guaranteed salary, 1.4 million prorated bonus, 350 grand.
How do you guys feel about Pierre Paul? I know he's only got 8 fingers, but what do you guys think about Pierre Paul? Would you guys be interested in Pierre Paul?
I mean, I don't know.
Cap, yes, Justin Houston is on the Ravens, but he's a free agent. Now, you know who too? Ryan Kerrigan. Used to be on the Washington football team. Now he's on the Eagles. That guy's a beast. I don't know. There's some options that are around here, guys, but
Justin Houston's at 2 million.
Are you talking about Landry from the Titans? Harold Landry from the Titans? Is that what you're talking about, Ennis? Because that's somebody I pointed out weeks and weeks ago. When we were talking shit still during the playoffs, I was like, yeah, we need a true middle linebacker to sew it up. I thought he could do, because he's also does pass rushing, but he's a stout dude. Yeah, I know. I like him too, Ennis. I like Harold Landry too, and he's young. He's only what is he? 26, I think I said. Yeah, he's only 26.
So Chris, the OTC valuation.
I'm right there with you. And
that's what OTC thinks that he could command with a contract.
No, that was their guarantees under the contract that they had.
Okay.
Yeah, and then their current was what they got paid. So that's why like Von
Miller. What about the OTC valuation? The one that's in blue.
I don't see what you're talking about. Oh, did you click on the player?
No, and then click on valuation.
Oh, I didn't see that. Let me look at one. So let's look at Hassan Reddick. I don't know what you're talking about, Color.
You don't see the little headings? Contract, history, statistics, valuation?
Nope. Don't see it at all.
You're on a player's page?
I don't know what you're talking about, Color. I'm not gonna.
You're on a player's page, right?
Yeah, I'm on Hassan Reddick.
Okay, so right under their name and their position and their team logo, there's 4 little boxes. Contract, history, statistics, and valuation.
No, I don't see any of that. Contract, history, team, season. No, I don't see none of what you're talking about.
Right under the name. Under whatever the player's name is.
It says contract history, Cardinals, Panthers. I'm looking at Hassan Reddick right now.
Oh, well, go to Justin Houston. That's the one I'm on.
All right.
Maybe they don't have valuation for everybody.
Justin Houston. Clicking on him. Oh, yeah, I see it. Yeah, it isn't. It wasn't on there with Reddick. The OTC evaluation. What, the $5 million? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, is that what they think he'll command in a contract?
I guess so. That's what this is over the cap. That's what they would command. It's only $5 million. Ooh, I like that. Yeah, they didn't have that for Reddick. Huh. Wonder who else they did that for. I would pay $5 million for Houston. If we had to get him and say somebody else, I want to see if they've got it for what's his name, Landry. I want to see what they think he'll make. They're thinking he'll make $14 million. Hell yeah, he's right in the budget. So if they don't get Emmanuel Ogbah, I would like him to target Harold Landry, which I think is pretty much. I'm gonna look right now. Let's see what Emmanuel Ogbah would command. I hate that it brings you back to the friggin' page again. Wow, they're thinking Emmanuel Ogbah only cost around $13 million. We could pick up Emmanuel Ogbah for 12, 13 million for towards the cap. I'm about that. But I'm wondering, is he gonna give us the deal? We didn't give him the contract. We had all year to do it. And if you guys remember, and
yeah, OTC thinks 12 million injury adjusted for Ogbah.
Yeah, 12.9 or 12.8.
12.4. Yeah, 12.4.
Is that what it was?
That's what their valuation is, yeah.
How are you seeing that? I'm looking at 12.9 right now for the OTC
the
evaluation.
Yeah. I mean, well, I don't know. I just went to it after you did. Maybe your page refresh might change it.
No, it still says 12.9. Crazy. They're giving us two different statistics. I wonder if they do that on purpose.
That's nutty.
Huh. Anyhow, I wonder if that's crazy.
Well, yeah, and on the main page they round your number up to 15 million for the cap number. I think that's where
you see that contract value, 15 million. Yeah. Fully guaranteed.
That's weird.
Yeah, you know what? But I remember early on last year, Drew Rosenhaus came on to Joe Rose show and he was talking and Joe Rose asked him about some of his players. This was before the draft. He's asking about players representing, players on the team that he represents, and then they got on Emmanuel Ogbah. He says they're working on a contract. Hopefully we can get the deal done. But I can distinctly remember Drew saying that getting the contract done is something that Ogbah wants to do. He wants to stay on the team. And, players don't like – they're given all the faith. You know what I'm saying? Him playing that last year out in his contract, not getting the extension, not getting something during the season. Now they want more money, essentially. If you sign him during season or earlier, we should have signed him before this, I think. What's changed since week 10 of our evaluation of Ogbah? He hasn't been injured. He's always been good in the game plan. These guys only get one massive contract like this. So I would imagine he's looking for, if I was him, I would want $60 million guaranteed over, 4 years. If he can get a 4-year, $60 million contract, some of it front loaded, with the, pay him like 25 sign on bonus, could definitely make some magic happen. What's up, Joe? What's going on, brother? Thanks for making it in. Yeah, the Titans do have Bud Dupree. So, guys, I'm going to drop the link. We've been going for almost 2 hours now. I know everybody wants to get in on the tailgate party. It never stops. Hop in here, guys. Hang in. Miss Fins, thank you. Guys, hop in. Hit the like button, you guys. Please, please, please. What, lucky you? The position gets paid that much? Hell yeah, it's edge rusher, bro. They make $15 million a year. You sack the quarterback, you get paid. Make the big bucks.
Yep.
I would want them too. To hell with all that nonsense. I ain't out here doing charity. So, touching back on Xavier Howard, and I haven't really talked about this, and I have an article I'm going to read about it. Sorry about it. I'm trying to clear my throat. But I have a Miami Herald article on it. A little bit on touch on about the Xavier Howard talks. Dolphins general manager Chris Greer told local reporters Wednesday he has had multiple talks with Xavier Howard and restructuring cornerback's contract expectations. Blah blah blah. Blah. We're going to have conversations. We can come to some sort of resolution. Greer said at the scouting combine, my anticipation is that Xavier will be here. Greer, speaking to reporters for the first time since the day after the trade deadline, November 3rd, 2021, said he's following through on a promise he made to Howard and his agent last summer, initially tweaking the deal amid the trade request from Howard. So this is all stuff we already went over, but Crypto, what's up, my brother?
What's up? What's going on?
What's up, Crypto?
Oh, you know,
What's
just,
going on?
living the dream, my man.
Yes, and it's the future is now.
The time is nigh. Hey, Crypto, did you see
t-
did you see the new Finn's tailgate gear that we're gonna be getting out here real soon? Did you see it?
No, I didn't see it. I didn't get a chance to see it.
Check it out real quick. Look, you see that hat? How about that hat, huh?
Yep.
Shirts.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay, got some sandals there.
Yep. Beanie.
Yeah.
Nice shirt and stuff. I'm gonna be
Okay, cool.
I'm gonna be getting some of these shirts
Good
and
deal.
stuff like that here in the future, and maybe we'll give some out on the show and stuff. But we also got Miss Finns hopping in here. Thank you for hopping in, Miss Finns. And also we got Cap
How you
for
doing, Miss
life.
Finns?
Oh, Miss Finns
Cap.
dropped out. I don't know what happened.
It's all Cap's fault.
Yep,
How's it
nice going, Cap.
The story of my life.
Yep, knocked her right out. Oh, here she comes. She's coming back. What's up, Miss Finns?
What's up, you guys?
What's happening?
Yeah, just coming on here for a little bit. Hello, thank you for coming to my show tonight. I appreciate it.
Oh, no problem. Ms.
No
Finns.
problem.
I always try to get on when I can, but do all this prep work, spinning 1,000 plates. But I always go back and watch them. I am subscribed to the channel. Guys, make sure you're subscribing to Miss Finns. Holler at her.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
No problem. No problem. We need more female representation for the Dolphins community. We have the most female fans out of any sports franchise, and we don't have enough representation.
Hey,
so I thank
Jolie.
you, Ms. Vince.
I agree. What's
Jolie.
up, Cap?
Hey, not much, Mama. Hey, what's up with
Would
Insanity?
you-
What's she?
Hey,
Sorry, I didn't hear that,
were
Cap.
you
Hold on,
Insanity.
Crypto.
Capitan?
Hold on, Crypto. What were you asking her, Cap?
Oh, I'm asking about if she's heard from Finsanity. I haven't heard from her in a minute. She's been like,
No,
she's
yeah,
been on there since Jump Street.
I've been in talks with Insanity. She's just dealing with some personal stuff right now, so she doesn't have the time to be out here with us.
Tell her,
Like,
tell her we think about her.
but yeah, I'll let her know that you guys are thinking about her for sure.
I don't know Finsanity too well, but I do live on the West Coast with her. I have full intention of hopefully meeting up with her and the Fin fans down in Naples and stuff like that. I'll reach out to her. I hope everything's fine, Finsanity. But Crypto, what were you asking me, brother?
When you was reading that thing about Greer earlier, when you was reading it, did you say he think he was done with Deshaun Watson, or he is done with Deshaun Watson?
Oh, I don't know, but I think he said, I think if I recall correctly, he said it wasn't that he said they're done with Deshaun Watson. Oh man, you know what? Let me pull that up.
Because when
That's-
Shut the
I
door.
was like, did you say that? You were saying that as you was reading, I thought I may have heard you wrong. You said he thought that they done with Deshaun Watson.
I mean, listen,
Happy
it's
Crypto. Stop it. You know how I am about
The
Watson.
door. The door is closed. You can always open the door.
No. I want to hear his words as he was reading it, because is and think is two different things.
that's right. I'm gonna pull it up again, but until the meantime, I'm waiting for it to load up. What's up, JP on
Assertiveness
sports?
means
What's happening,
we
brother?
are done with Deshaun Watson. If you think that means it's still a thinking process. That means there's options that you're not sure.
It's not closing the
I just
door.
want to get that right.
Crypto
Because
wants the door closed.
Well,
if you said think, then
Crypto wants a
you got to
padlock
hold
on
the phone. Yeah, you have to
Okay.
say is.
You're 1,000,000%. So, and I quote, I think the door is shut on Deshaun, Greer said.
Why do we need to
At
be
the
a
end
thought?
of the day,
That would
Mike
be my
and the
follow-up.
staff. Well, that's listen, I'm not Chris Greer. I don't know. I know why it's a thought, because the door is shut because they can't have any conversation with Watson at the moment. And the way, to me, the thinking in this is the Texans have shown no willingness to trade this man. None. If they have, they would have been fielding real offers. Alls we've gotten out of them is, we want 5 first-round picks and your mom for the weekend. That's what they want. They want everything under the sun.
No,
So,
they didn't. But
have
they've had an offer that was outstanding that would have been done if it wasn't for the allegations.
Listen, even during the allegations, and I have sources that tell me that the Dolphins were ready to give him 3 first-round picks, Christian Wilkins, Xavier Howard, and some extra capital. They were ready to go. They had it ready and set to go. I think the extra capital was oh my God, the cornerback. I'm forgetting his name. Not Noah, the one Nick Needham.
Yeah, but
I think
that statement sounds nothing like the Giants statement is what I'm saying, what I'm getting at.
1,000,000,000%.
The Giants said we're not.
Like the Giants. So I agree with Crypto. It's still leaving that door cracked for the
Well,
possibility.
it cannot be a thought at this point. You have to say we're not.
Well, I don't know if you know this or not, Crypto, but Chris Greer never boxed himself into anything. He says multiple times on everything. We want to be multiple with the cap. We want to be multiple with our football team. We want to be multiple with our threesomes, and multiple times.
One thing that I did get from the interviews today was that they are looking for a veteran QB, and I have
But
found
these
it
are piss
interesting
poor.
because at this point they're gonna need a QB that's actually gonna be able to win us some games, because we saw with Jacoby we didn't get nothing last year. Literally no games did we win because of
And
Jacoby.
who's to say the door shut didn't mean the door is shut on the conversation to be had with the media?
Well, yeah, but we still need that QB, and I think that we're gonna definitely end up getting.
I was thinking
Stop
color
asking
because
me about it, the
language,
door is shut. You know what I mean?
language is something is very important, because when you say you think, that's an action word.
Well, you got to
That means something is still going on. That means nothing is
Crypto.
concluded.
Again, Chris Greer, don't ever shut the door, because you don't ever want to be called a liar. Even though he'll lie to you, it's not a lie in the sense where there's definitiveness to it.
Which means he gave himself an out, because if he changed his mind, he could say, I thought it. Which means it wasn't for sure. That thought is the word that gives him an out.
When he shuts a door in the room that he's in, there's a window open. So, JP, what's going on, my brother? What's happening, man?
Hey, good evening, fellas. How you doing tonight?
Doing good, brother.
All right.
And ladies.
Happy birthday to you. And happy birthday. Good evening to you, man. Didn't mean to leave you out of there. Didn't mean to exclude you. Good evening to you as well.
Thank you.
So,
hey, but,
JP, what do you feel about the situation? Do you feel the door is closed?
at least for this year, man. At least for this year. I mean, every indication they've done and they've said is that they're rolling with Tua this year. I mean, I don't know what 2023 holds, but I just can't help but believe every move they've made, every word they've said, they're rolling with him. And I think this shutting the door on Deshaun Watson, I think it's over for now. I mean,
What do you mean by for now?
Well, I think 2022 they're going to roll with him. I think they're going to, roll with him. But I think they're going to see what he has. I think they're going to see if he is the quarterback of the future. And like I said, when
there's a trade deadline on November 1st, they entertained it for half the season last year. So what's the difference?
I think it's a birthday gift for Tua just to calm him down.
So, Crypto, you want to know what I think?
Yeah, I'm just saying.
To me,
I just need them to be like Mike Tomlin and the Giants GM.
Well, that's not going to happen.
That was not a definitive statement.
There is no definitiveness with Chris Greer's Dolphins because he will always look to upgrade the team tactically in any way he can. And until the trade deadline passes, don't be surprised if something happens with that. Because even if Tua comes out and it's week 5 and we're, I don't know, 3-2 or 4-1 and Tua is doing fine, his trade value could go sky high and maybe the Texans look at him with different eyes, or maybe we can get 2 first-round draft picks for him and all of a sudden Tua and this, 5 first-round draft picks for Watson comes a reality in the sense that Tua's traded for 2. We give him our next year's 2 and another 1.
Let me say this to you, Capitan. If I tell you I think the sun is hot, or if I tell you I know the sun is hot, which one would you believe?
I don't know. I've never touched the sun, but I would assume you want to, it's the one is.
Which one is more offensive? Which one is more assertive?
Well, I mean, we could speculate on the words and how they are asserted in a sentence, can't we?
No, but we have a scientific fact knowing that the sun is hot, not thinking that it's hot.
Show me the
That is a scientific fact.
Well,
Go ahead, JP.
Here's what I'm going to throw at you right now. Here's what I'm going to throw at you right now. What I'm saying for now, they're going to put Tua in every position to succeed next year. And if we're talking about 5-1, 6-1, let's say the trade deadline rolls around and Miami has a playoff chase, and we're talking they're 6-1, 7-1, 8-1, whatever the record is at the trade deadline, and Tua is looking like he's going to be a Pro Bowler, and he's putting up the numbers that we think he's capable of doing with pass protection, with an improved offensive line, with an improved receiving core and a running game. They're not trading for Deshaun Watson, especially with this, these 25 counts still hanging over his head. I mean, they're not going to be making any kind of trade. I think they're going to put Tua in every position to succeed. And I think if they were going to trade, this is like the Jim Harbaugh nonsense that, people still were insisting up until the day Mike McDaniel was hired that we're hiring Jim Harbaugh. Tua is their guy the next season. I think they're rolling with him all next season. And if he doesn't do the job, I think they're moving on after that. I don't think they're going with somebody else next season at all. I think it's
right. I would agree with that. He doesn't even have to ball out. I would even extend and say he doesn't have to ball out. He could throw 40 interceptions. They still would go with him if they was assertive about him being the guy.
Well, I'll tell you this. One question that I don't think people are really realizing is Watson going to get traded, period? That's the real question, if we're being honest, because right now, even though some reports say that 18 of the allegations have been taken care of, but there's still, 22. Another report said he still has the 22. So at the end of the day, is he going to get traded or not? Because that's really the reason. Let's say Houston still stays with him and doesn't trade him for the year. That means that we would have this entire year to evaluate Tua and still be able to go ahead and go after Watson if he doesn't pan out.
Houston has to trade him because they have to pay him like $30 million.
Maybe 30 if they want to.
But doesn't mean
I would contend that Tua doesn't have to have a great performance this year. Greer is on the hook because he would have had to have the foresight to move off of him, or if Tua balls out, he gets all the credit for having the foresight for keeping him. So either way it go, Greer is on the hook. Tua could throw 40 touchdowns or 40 interceptions or both. It doesn't matter what Tua do. He's off the hook.
Yeah, but here's just hold on a second, guys. Here's the situation, and Mike on the mic kind of touches on it a little bit. He says Watson be better off retiring for a year and coming back as a free agent. Here's kind of the situation I could see playing out between now and the start of next season. If Watson and the people around that are interested in him believe that this is cleared up in the legality sense, he'll have the leverage again. And I think in some ways he's looking to play. First of all, it's all about leverage in these games, guys, when they're playing with money and stuff. He could say, hey, you know what? I will retire for a year, and now you'll get nothing for me. Because granted, yes, he's owed all this money, all this stuff, but it's not going to hurt him in the sense he's still a millionaire. He's not going to be broke. So if it gets to where there's clarity in the legality issues, the Texans are going to need to act quickly, because he could literally sit out or sit on the bench, get paid
one more season.
Get paid not just one more
million.
season. That'd be $39 million he gets too. So it's almost $40 million that they're going to have to pay him to do nothing. Now, are they willing and prepared to pay a massive number and get nothing back? I don't know. There's a tug of war battle that's happening here, and I think that's why Chris Grier is only thinking the door's closed, because he can only think so far. He doesn't know what the Texans are going to do. The door is thought to be
that's
closed.
Where lies the rub.
Because if the Texans call up and say, listen, we're ready to deal Watson, and be clear, guys, this is going to ramp up big time the closer we get to draft, because Mike Florio, Jay Glazer, all these other types of guys, you're going to start hearing more speculation on what's going to happen with Watson. So who knows?
Talking about as far as the legalities.
That's right. That's right. And if there's a potential of clarity there, and they think that this could be cleared up where he can play next year, maybe something does happen.
Question though, real
Well, he
quick.
plays in 2023. Like what's his name said, I think he Tua plays this season. It doesn't matter. He can throw 60 touchdowns or 60 picks. It don't make a difference.
Go ahead, Miss
you
Fins.
think-
Hold on, JP. Go ahead, Miss Fins.
Sure. Sorry,
As
buddy.
far
Sorry, man.
You're good.
No worries. As far as for let's say that the Houston Texans do ask, okay, we're ready to trade though. Do you think we would offer less or more for Deshaun at that point if they were to come to us and say, hey, we want to go ahead and deal now? Do we keep the 3 firsts and the 2 seconds, or do we give them the 5 or anything like that? Or do we go
No, we know they're desperate at that point. They know that the price is about to
2
drop.
seconds.
Yeah, to me,
You give them 2 seconds.
I think the Dolphins, and I said this weeks ago, I think it's what can they sell Tua for is almost as important as what they're buying Watson for, because that's how they're going to pay for some of it. And
but I don't think it's going to be 5 first.
Well, also one other thing.
And Dravius will wonder what we're crying about.
They came out and said that a whole bunch of teams are acknowledging that they would take him even with his legal problems. So what that's doing is that's Houston trying to attempt to start a bidding war. But the problem is that if that happens, then all of these teams could say, well, if we're willing to take him with his legal problems, then we're only giving you this amount for him.
Mary says closed doors can open. And then Andrevius, as he's saying, God, are we talking about Deshaun Watson? Jose
just
goes,
need the padlock. Everybody wants the padlock.
Welcome to Crazy Town. Absolutely. I would call it more of like, the madness of the Miami Dolphins.
It's a madhouse! A madhouse!
See, I want to disagree with one thing on this, though. You said if he's throwing 60 touchdowns or 60 interceptions, it doesn't make a difference. Chris Grier is hedging his job on this, okay? Chris Grier, there's been a lot of talks that Chris Grier, that was his pick, the number 5 overall pick, the whole debate that, him and Flores butted heads about Tua. Tua is Chris Greer's guy, and he's rode or die with Tua start to finish. You know what I mean? So if he's out there balling out, he's
I'm
throwing
saying that too.
touchdowns.
He's
So
going to get the
balling
credit.
Right.
He's going to
So
get the
he's
blame.
balling out. If he's balling out, though, if Tua's balling out and he's throwing 40 touchdowns at the trade deadline, hypothetically speaking here, he's not going to trade him, brother. I mean, he's
Then
not
it's a
going to trade
win-win.
him. I mean, it's a
No,
win-win.
who said
He's
they
not
trade
trading
them? No one said they
But,
trade him if he does that. I say he gets the credit,
Right.
and he gets
But-
full blame if he doesn't.
right.
If he's the opposite stats. I
So
said
I
either way it
misinterpreted
go,
that, but I think
it gets the only person on the hook is Greer. That was my point.
Well, Crypto,
I got you.
that's kind of my point, is that Greer wiggles himself off the hook. That's why he's thinking doors are closed, because right now his wagon ain't fully hitched to Tua, and it hasn't been since the day the kid walked in the building. And in some ways, I wonder if the Tonga Viola camp knew it. I think back again to when Tua got drafted. They didn't seem like they were jumping for joy, did they?
I remember that one.
Probably not.
And that's why he hasn't traded him yet.
Didn't look like it.
That's why he hasn't. I think he hasn't traded for another quarterback yet. That's why I think he's saying, "Look, I'm sticking with Tua. This is my guy. We're closing the door on Deshaun Watson," because I think he's put so much of his job to his success. Even though some would say it's been a shaky bag, some would say it's been, by fault of his own or no fault of his own. I think that's why he's given him this one more chance to show, look, we're going to put you in every position to succeed. By hook or by crook, you're our guy. That's why I'm saying he's giving him one more year to sink or swim, because this is his guy.
Brian, what's up, my brother?
Hello.
What's up, my man? I'm glad you're on here. It's Tua's birthday. We are talking about Deshaun a little bit. It's not really where I wanted to keep everything, but it is what it is, because it is a big issue that the door is thought to be closed. It isn't closed. It's only thought to be closed.
Nonsense. Nonsense.
One other thing,
Well,
Griff.
Chris, use the election term. We have an apparent winner. It's
Hold
not
on. Also, he didn't
it's an
say,
apparent winner.
He didn't say, well, we're never going to pursue Watson again. He said the door is closed. He could also come right back out tomorrow and say, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? The door is open.
Get over it, Cutler. Get over it. You guys just get over it.
Everybody's gotten over it.
Get
Chris
over,
Greer's gotten
man.
over it.
I ain't a child, so I'm just saying.
Hearts, but
All he
gotta
said
get
was
over
the
it.
door is
Tua's your
closed. He could
quarterback.
very well come out next week and say the door is open. He
Tua
didn't
is
say
your quarterback.
anything
Get
but
over
that.
it. Get over the fantasies and the hypotheticals. No. Tua is your quarterback.
It's not a hypothetical. You just like you said, Harbaugh was a possibility. You got to admit that one was a possibility too.
Yeah. Now everybody's delusional.
Any chance we keep both?
No.
No. Why would you keep both?
No, I don't see how
keep both.
Talking about
it's not effective to keep both.
As a backup.
No.
You got to get some of those assets back.
Yeah.
You can't keep both.
I don't see any way Tua would even want. I mean, listen, Tua wouldn't probably just would drop out. I'm not doing my contract.
Yeah, it's not feasible.
Yeah, I don't see how he could take that.
Because they want to get some of the assets back.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, they wouldn't do that.
No, I couldn't see where both quarterbacks were on the team. That just wouldn't make sense.
This is what just puzzles me when people say this. It's and you have to forgive me because it just baffles me, because we got Brian saying we got to get used to it, get over it. He's our quarterback. And then you got JP saying, yeah, we got to give him that 1 year because, it's morally right to give him that 1 year. But if he doesn't succeed this 1 year, you're going to give him another year of a free pass.
No. That's
and
what
that's
I'm
usually going to be what?
Cap, you got to consult with Sharif. We're on the 7-year plan, Cap. We got to consult with Sharif on that. So
you know
7-year plan.
Crypto, Mr.
I'm not saying it's morally right. This isn't church and the Boy Scouts. Okay, this is
no. I get that,
football.
but to say that he's going to do good this year. All right, fine. You're going to categorize him as elite. That's you. But if he doesn't do good, he's not going to be categorized as elite either. That's my
Hey,
point.
I've said
Either he's a leader, he's not.
I've said in the chat room, if he doesn't strike gold this year and he doesn't take a step forward, the Dolphins need to move on, because look, we've seen it with the Jets. They moved on from Darnold. This is a National Football League. NFL
Why would you
stands for
move on,
dominance.
JP? Why would you move on, JP?
If he doesn't
Why?
take steps
From
forward
Sam
this year,
Darnold, they
why?
did.
No, yeah, but why would you move on?
Yeah,
If he
I
doesn't
think
take
what I think the question Cap is trying to get across is that
Mhm.
even if he makes a mild step forward, then it would only be reason to continue to see more steps forward, as we all seen during Tannehill.
Yes.
And I forget who said it. Hold on, I'm trying to find it. But someone said the Watsoneers are always trying to move the goalpost back. I think that's what we're
Keep preaching.
what we're
Exactly.
afraid of.
Well,
What
look,
we're
look, I mean,
afraid
look,
There's
of.
no such thing as Watson.
No, real quick, Chris, real quick. I just want JP to answer my question, because if we're going to go all the way with him, I agree with you. But if he doesn't succeed, then what?
Okay,
You move on, right? But why would you
Well,
move
he
on?
said you got to move on, JP.
Wait, no. He's saying we would move on. But why would we move on? Are you not sold?
I'm not a Tua near.
that's
Okay, I'm
common
not a
sense.
Tua non, and I'm not a Tua hater. I try to look at this as a reasonable perspective. Look, I was a fan when Cleo freaking
right.
Lemon was a quarterback.
Yeah,
Okay.
That's fair.
JP a real one.
Okay,
I
I'm
just
gonna
watched
put
some
this
great
perspective-
highlights of Fiedler on Monday night in that Monday night game against the Jets. He
Hold
threw
on,
a
Crypto.
nice
Go ahead.
pass to
Go ahead,
Shepard.
JP.
But let me ask this question, and I want you to put this to me fairly. Anybody in there, would you say that a quarterback that is hurried 250 times in a season, that plays on an offensive line, that doesn't have an offensive lineman with a PFF grade above 67, is put in a fair position to succeed? Would you say that's unreasonable?
I'll answer
for
your
me to
question
say?
when you answer mine. Why is it that you would get rid of him so quick?
You already answered
Okay,
the
but just
question.
That would be the
I'm gonna
fifth
get to that.
season, wouldn't it?
It's self-explanatory why he will move on.
Hold on. There you
I'm
go,
gonna get to
JP. You're
that.
back
No,
in.
well, then tell me why, Brian. Why? Because he didn't do
I'm gonna
anything
get
the
to that.
past three
I'll get to
seasons?
that answer. I mean, offensive line was dreadful for him. The offensive line was dreadful. I think we all can agree with that, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yes, that's part of it.
They're putting him in a position this year to succeed. There are not going to be any more excuses. We can't blame Brian Flores this year. We can't blame the turnover in the coaching staff. We can't even blame the offensive line, because they've built it up for him to succeed. I'm not expecting him to be Justin Herbert. I'm not expecting him to be Joe Burrow. I'm not expecting him to be, even Tom Brady at his peak. But I don't think we want to see him be Tua Tagovailoa that was in there against Tennessee. I'd like to see at least 4,000 yards.
They've already posted the information of how many OCs that Tua has been through already. It's already
kind of what I was gonna. That's kind of what I was gonna
that's
say,
pre-built,
JP.
yeah.
They'll
That's-
if it doesn't work out in a whole year with Tua, they'll have plenty of excuses. It's a new offensive scheme, new offensive coordinators every year,
and a whole new set of
4 years,
rumors
and they'll
coming
still
out of the
be-
building as to why everybody hates McDaniel.
Yep. And
well,
even McDaniel can curve on that, because to me, it's blame on the defense and bye Boyer. That's whose head's on the chopping block right now.
Exactly.
I'll be right back.
They got this secondary worth $70 million. They better not be blaming them.
But the thing about McDaniel is, okay, and that's the one thing we've heard about McDaniel that we did not hear about Flores. Flores was defense and there was no offense, blah, blah, blah. McDaniel's an offensive guy. We heard the story about he worked with all these quarterbacks in the past that had their career years under him that may or may not have succeeded afterwards, whatnot. McDaniel's an offensive guy. He's
never
brought
had
in
any
offensive guys from
quarterbacks
Daryl
under him.
Bevell.
He's never been with this notion that he's had quarterbacks under him is just that's where the problem is right there.
No,
Jake,
Hello.
Looks like we lost JP there.
Man, JP was
JP?
giving a great speech, and then
there you're back.
with nonsense.
Lost your friend.
Daryl Bevell has. I mean, and and I'm not trying to move the goalpost here, but my principle is he's got an offensive coaching staff working with him that will bring out the max, or will at least try to work with him. I'm going to throw the excuses out the window here. There's not. What's that?
They're gonna unlock Tua. That's what we're being told.
That's the hope. That's
They're
the
gonna
hope. And if they
Well,
don't unlock, that's the hope. I mean, that
yeah, that's the
if
goal.
they
That's
don't,
one of the goals.
and if they don't
unlock.
unlock them, how long do you give them? How much leeway do you give them? I mean, I don't want to wait
That's
for
where
6-7
that's
years.
where the 7-year plan comes in. That I'm
Stop it,
telling you,
Crystal.
that's what
Stop.
Sharif is trying
Not
to tell us. The
Reese,
7-year plan is in
not
effect.
get out of here. Absolutely not. No 7 years for nobody. Did we not learn with Ryan Tannehill?
Tannehill.
Are we letting
Well,
them
No.
go
that
again?
could be it. That could be an option.
Jolie,
Jolie.
but from what's been said, he's gonna play. Hey, everything can go out the window if he performs this year. But if he doesn't, we're going into 4 years, and people are gonna say,
Oh
"But it's
God.
because of this. But it's because of that." Like 4
Well,
years into a situation.
this is a problem with Tua, to be honest with you. It's not even him. Put any player in his position, forget his name. It's the fact that he was drafted so high. They hyped him up so much that it's just been nothing but disappointment because it's been nothing but injuries every single year. His numbers are pretty good, and I say pretty good, and he has developed some, but the issue is he's not consistent. And right now, this is going to be year 3. If he doesn't put it all together, there is no not learning the playbook or not having this or not having that. You're going to be a 3rd-year guy, and I don't think teams are going to really be giving him a second chance, especially us. I don't think he makes it
No,
past
we
this.
will. From what they're saying, we're gonna give him 4 years if we don't do good this year because he gets the free
God,
pass.
that would be such a waste. That would be a waste. Because the thing
He's not.
is, we don't have the team to get. If we can't unlock him now, we don't have the team. We don't have the coaching staff to unlock him, and he needs to go somewhere else for his future. Period.
Misfit
Period. There's
guys.
no.
If he doesn't get it this year, Chris Greer's going to get fired. If he doesn't make it work this year, Chris Greer's going to get fired, and we're going to go through this
1,000%.
horse again. They're going to start anew. It's just the bottom
Yep.
line.
This is my thing. This is my prediction. If Tua doesn't make it this year, Mike, Greer, and Tua, all 3 are getting fired. All 3 of them.
Nah,
And
Yeah,
Michael
be
Daniel's
yeah.
gonna get fired, and Chris Greer is just
You
probably
think
gonna
Mike
get
gets
promoted
fired?
to another
You think
position.
yes, I
Cameron
do.
Mike? I think it's
No,
No, he's not.
Definitely
Michael
Chris
Daniel's
Greer
not gonna
gets
get
fired.
fired.
Greer's fine.
No,
Yeah.
Greer will be gone.
Mike is
Tua
getting
and Mike
Greer's
McDaniel
gone.
keep their job, but
No, let
Greer's
me tell
gone.
No. Let me tell you
Tua.
why he will get fired. The reason being is he's being brought in as the kind of like Adam Gase, the offensive guru, and this whole unlocking to a situation. If he doesn't unlock him in 1 year, they're not gonna have
Well,
why give him 2 years?
well, no, you can't say that because if the offense and the run game is doing
Well,
better and the offensive line is getting better, and then they're gonna be like, okay, well, it's just 2 of the problem. We're a quarterback away. They're not
Okay,
gonna
now
fire him if
let's say
if everything doesn't improve. They'll probably give him another year to see what he does, Mike McDaniel. But as
But
far
let's
as they're
say
not gonna
after
fire
all of
him.
that, Brian, after all of that, we're 3rd in the division.
Yeah, but
Maybe.
I'm just making the point that you said that he's gonna get fired and he's not.
I don't
So
think
you
he's
don't
gonna
think
make
Greer's
it.
going to get fired, Brian?
Chris Greer will probably get promoted in the building. He probably go up, but he may not get. He's not gonna get fired.
You
I don't
don't
think
think
I
Chris
don't
Greer
think Chris
gets
Greer's
fired?
going nowhere,
How did he get
guys.
fired for? How did he not get fired for
You
hiring
know
a
what?
coach that doesn't do better than the previous
He
guy?
may not be a general manager, but he'll probably be another position in that building. That's what
You
I'm
know
Well,
saying.
they
what? But
did the
he
same
makes a
thing.
point.
They did the
He
same
makes
thing
a
to
point.
Tannenbaum. They offered Tannenbaum a promotion or a demotion. Take it as you want, and he declined to have it. So that could
No,
be
because
possible.
look at Greer's MO. He always finds
Hmm.
somebody to take the blame. A and B. Somehow he's always still in the building. How has he lasted 16 plus years with this team? I didn't even know he was part of the team.
But he's
Well,
not
then
gonna.
it might be some truth in what Brian's saying. He's going to get
That's the
promoted up or
fine
for
art of
failure.
falling
And
up.
So
honestly,
for failing, he'll get promoted.
and
Yeah,
Chris
Tannenbaum
Greer
failed.
didn't
They did
have
it to him.
to. Chris didn't have to blame anybody. His draft said helped him a lot. That draft he did with Jalen Holland and Jalen Phillips and all those, man, he's not gonna get fired after that draft.
No, that was because of this year. I'm talking about next year if he fails.
No, I'm saying that she says that Chris Greer normally has people to blame and have people, but I said this year he didn't have to. His draft helped him a lot. Stay this year.
No, that's why he thought his job was safe. But if he fails miserably next
Marvin
year,
Allen and
he
Reggie
won't have
McKenzie
no
took his
scapegoats
ass
after that. He
for
been
years.
run out of scapegoats. He can't even use
Benjamin
Tua
can't
as a
use Marvin
scapegoat.
Allen.
Even if Tua fails, he can't use him as a scapegoat because he had a
No.
chance to upgrade and he didn't do it.
Yeah.
So he can't blame Tua.
Better hope he don't throw Marvin Allen under the
He's
bus.
gonna get fired, right? Exactly. He can't use Tua as a scapegoat. It don't matter even if Tua fails.
No, it's the Tua fans that are next. He'll be coming for you guys. You guys hyped him up so much it destroyed his
That's why I say Tua's good. He's in the catbird seat now.
And he got a bag too. Fully guaranteed bag.
It's win-win for Tua.
I mean, I don't want to sound like a hater because I'm not. I love Tua as a person.
It's a win-win.
But my goodness, he just needs to step up. That's what I want to
Leave that.
I love
No, the team has to step
I
up.
love my
Tua doesn't have to
that.
do nothing. He
Don't
is
suck.
good.
Really?
Better not suck.
So you're telling me Tua's plug and
I
play?
love my wife. That doesn't mean I want to be in the
Yes,
starting
the
quarterback.
rest
of
of the
Dolphins
team has to
forever
step
either.
up.
Okay, so
Tua is good.
Hold up. Question, Crypto.
That
Then.
was
If
funny.
that's Tua's plug and play from what you're saying, then that means you can plug him into any team. So right now we plug in Tua in the Rams. Are they winning the Super Bowl?
He's
Perhaps.
trolling you. He's trolling you, Miss Films. And
Oh,
obviously, Tua does need things that he have to improve on, and that's why we
I think
yeah,
you're right.
he already knows that. Everybody on this
Real
panel
first
agrees.
second there,
What?
and oh, this
What?
was, you got me, Crypto. You got me.
What?
I was about to go on a long list.
What list?
Oh man, I was going to see the Bengals, the Chargers. Like he really plug and play.
Keep naming them.
I mean,
He's
look,
good.
at some point we have to realize whose fault this really all is. This is all Ryan Tannehill's fault.
What
In
the
some
You're
ways,
right,
you know
Cutler.
what, Color?
Some ways it is.
In
You're
some
right.
ways, you're right, bro. Because I'm traumatized
Hey, what's
from
going
the
on?
friggin'
All right.
the years of Tannehill, the goalpost. No, you know what? It ain't Tannehill's fault. It's the Dolphins' fault. It's Ross's fault.
It is
They
Ross.
They kept pushing back the goalpost, promising me this, promising me that. Never built the proper team around him.
Nope.
Just a shit show.
It was
boys.
Tannehill's wife's
Girls,
fault.
boys and the
the
lady of the bunch.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, Tannehill, unfortunately, he was never given the tools he needed at once, is what I want to say. He got some tools here and there, but never at once, and that was the problem. And at the end of the day, until we get rid of Ross, well, this team is just not gonna go nowhere, unfortunately. We had a chance, but they got rid of Flores. They didn't pick up Deshaun yet. So at this point, yeah, I don't think we're gonna be in the right
Well, look,
position for us to win with Ross as an owner. That's just my two takes.
Well, I mean, look, if it comes to the point like what Brian said, if everything comes together, the running game, the O-line, I mean, that's the only way we don't put the pressure on them. That's the only way. Besides that, the pressure's there right now more than ever.
That's the proper way, because when you got this run game,
for Tua? The best case scenario for Tua.
the best case scenario for Tua is for him to stand up to everyone and everything he needs to and prove either haters or doubters alike that, hey, physical limitations, maybe coaching limitations, maybe offensive lines limitations, maybe whatever the case may be. At this point, I'm not going to allow excuses to dictate shit to me. I'm going to be the man and I'm going to make it happen. And I get it. Look, I give
not
Tua
exclusive.
all of the no, Brian. Tua's not making excuses. People make the excuses for Tua. I don't hear him come out and go,
I'm a firm believer that two years would argue with Tua. They would literally argue with their own guy.
Color, that's kind of where I was going with it. If Tua was coming out and saying his shortcomings, people would argue against, no, Tua, it's not you.
Chris, he has. TD pointed that out.
It's insane.
He has
bro.
come out and said, this is what I need to fix. And it's all the same things we say about him. Yet
Yes.
we have to argue with his fans for some odd reason.
I think Tua would agree with a lot of what people say as far as his shortcomings. Now,
That's what surprisingly, Chris, that's one of those things that encourages me about him.
That's what I was going to say, Color. Literally, that's one of the things I think I love most about Tua is that he's the kind of guy that
He's
I'm
humble.
hoping to God
he's not just
listening to
humble.
all his
I think
fans.
he has.
Humble. He
I think
critiques
he has
himself.
perspective.
Hope
He
he's
has
not
some
listening to you,
self-awareness, Crypto. He has some
Right, that's what I'm saying,
self-awareness.
Chris. I'm hoping to God he's not
Yeah.
listening to all his fans. Because
That's
if he
probably
was, he
goodness.
would think he'd be having Mark Anthony whisper in his ear, "You're not a god. You're not a god." You know what I mean?
Wow.
He
I'd
needs
rather
to stand
J-Lo
up.
whisper in
He
mine
needs
myself.
he needs to stand up not only to his father but to the fans, and he's got to have something kind of like
God, it's like they won't
like
even
how
let me like him, Chris. You
he's
know what I
gotta-
mean?
I know, man. It's got to be something kind of
Man.
like
It's wrong. Your tone of voice is wrong. This is your opportunity
For
here.
you, playing football at West Canaan may have been the opportunity of your lifetime, but I don't want your life.
That has got to be the most terrible actor that's ever graced Hollywood.
I know.
Not really.
Oh, wait. There's Christopher Lambert. I forgot.
Hey, do not. We all love Highlander, okay? So stop it.
Oh, are you kidding me? I love
listen,
Highlander too. I just wish
I
they
love
would
the
have
Highlander.
used a different actor.
Hey, and let's be real. Him as Raiden, Mortal Kombat, what?
What?
The best.
I gotta agree with Color there. As a big time movie buff myself, he's a terrible actor.
Well, Raiden
Terrible.
was great. I don't care what anybody
Terrible
says.
actor.
Highlander, I like them too.
And one of the best acting tricks in the business is you give someone something to do while they're doing their scene, like eating an apple or doing something like that. It gives like a prop in a way. They should do more of that for that guy. So
Yeah, and speaking of Caesar, he played Vercingetorix in a B version of that story.
you know, when I had I like watching really obscure movies, kind of off topic, but when I had Dudley Durong on, Doug makes like movies. Maybe one day, guys, Dudley Durong will get so big from the Dolphins that he'll be like making like a movie or something like that. How cool would that be? But I told him to check out this movie, and if you guys like scary movies or like thrillers,
It's my favorite.
bro. There's this
Horror
movie
movie's my
called
favorite.
There's this movie called Behind the Mask. Ah, man, let me look it up real quick, Crypto. I'll get it for you. Hold on.
They don't make horror movies no more, man.
Bro, this is an older movie. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. It's called Behind the Mask.
They got the little puppet that be killing people. That's it. The saw. Jigsaw.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know. It ain't even the puppet doing it.
Or some unknown force that you don't ever get to see the whole movie.
It was made in 2006. It's got no real big name actors in it other than Robert Englund is in it for a little bit. The guy who played Freddy Krueger. Yeah, he's in it. Also, the guy, the old man from Walking Dead is in it for a brief period, but it's called Behind the Mask: The Rise of Leslie Vernon. I'm telling you guys, as far as B movie like slasher films, top notch. Everybody watch that, and next time you see me, tell me about that movie. I'm telling you, if you like thriller or slasher, if you like movies that are scary in general, it is such a. So essentially, here's what the movie's about. It's
a spoiler alert.
No spoilers.
It's a slasher film. You're right. I'm not gonna spoil it because I can't spoil it for you guys. It's such a cool movie. It's a slasher movie, but done in a way that you'll be like, wow, this is crazy how it's done. It's a documentary slasher movie. That's all I'm gonna say. You'll be like, what? Documentary slasher movie. Check it out. Thing's awesome, man. Really, really is, guys. You guys should totally check that movie out. But at this point, I can't imagine the Dolphins doing anything other than building this offense around Tua. Not for nothing, but perspectively, that's how it will be sold. Whether you guys think they're going to stick with Tua, which I believe they are, or if they are propping Tua up to sell him, either way, the narrative will be written that we're bringing in weapons for Tua. We're bringing in, because let's get real, the offense at this point with the players that aren't signed is bone dry as far as weapons go. So I'm excited. We're actually going to see the team spend some money. I expect them to spend probably $50 million in the offseason this year. So I don't think they're going to spend too much more than that because, again, Chris Grier likes to stay flexible. So I think in some way or another, they'll be probably upwards of like $18 to $20 million on the cap left over after they sign free agents, with also some ability to finagle with the contracts they do sign and players they could potentially cut to go and get Deshaun Watson or Wilson or something like that before the year starts. So just saying, I'm pretty sure that that's how Chris Grier will make it happen by some magical way. If you take what they could maneuver with the contracts they signed to push, give more signing bonuses or restructure or whatever the hell you want to say, or cutting guys, they'll be able to find $45 million to pay a quarterback if that's what they're going to. And I don't care who it is. It's Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson, somebody maybe we're not even thinking of, and Watson. So, and I'm not saying that that's the plan. I'm saying that I think Chris Grier is that kind of GM. He sees potentials out there, and he's never going to put himself in a position where he can't have the full gambit of what he wants to do. I think he's watched long enough, and I know a lot of people have a hard time with Chris Grier in some ways as far as his shortcomings because he's been with the organization so long. As far as, he was there in the room when Mike Tannenbaum was writing these shitty contracts and screwing us over. But since he's been at the helm, and whether he was responsible for a lot of the bad stuff or any of the bad stuff, he got out of it all. Up to this point, everything's on him. But again, Crypto, like I was saying, I think even still, he's figuring out a way to not have his wagon hitched to Tua. So say we do complete the year, Tua isn't the guy, just, saying we're all like, damn it, Tua to take the next step forward. Now they could also say we win 10 games with Tua and it doesn't work out. We don't go to the playoffs. Are they going to then stick with them or not? I think Chris Grier is going to make sure no matter what, they have ability to move off, buy someone, draft someone, trade the guy. He's a shaker and a mover, man. He's a real GM. I'm glad to have him on our team. I think he's going to figure it out one way or another, whether it seems like the Dolphins are boxed in, whether Watson's now available and we can afford him, but we can't buy him because we don't have the money or we don't have the draft capital. I don't think he's going to let that happen. That's not how it's going to slip through our fingers. The only way Watson or another quarterback or an upgrade in any position, I don't think this is just for Tua. I think Chris Grier's always looking to stay, as he says all the time, multiple, flexible. Says it all the time.
Yeah, he finds his way to wiggle his way out of every situation, that Chris Grier. But hey, it could be the 7-year plan. They may think Watson goes to jail for 3 years, and we get him after he gets released from prison, and there's the 7 years. Tua's up, and then Watson slides in.
Damn, Crypto playing the long game. Holy cow, bro. That's a long game to play, dude. Holy shit.
That's a horror movie right there.
Holy cow. Cap, round and round, and we go, dude. There's the horror movie. No, Dolphins fans.
Hey,
what were you going to say,
JB? Of the Serene plan and the Grier plan.
I got a question about the April plan rather than the 7-year plan.
Yeah, thanks.
there's some questions, some talks that Laramie Tunsil may be on the block. Is there any chance that you guys would be okay with throwing that 29th pick out there to bring him back where he belongs, and bring him back where he belongs and solidify that left tackle spot with him?
If it only cost us the 29th pick, hell yeah, I'll do that.
In a heartbeat.
Hell yeah. I think I said that if we get him back here in Miami, they should build that golden statue they were always talking about, but have like a statue of him like this with another statue of him inside that statue. So he's holding the statue of the statue. Be pretty brilliant.
Yeah, I don't think it'll take just a 29th pick. Now, granted, I think it's not gonna be nearly as much as what Houston paid, because fortunately Chris Greer's not a dumbass like Bill O'Brien was, but I'd give up that 20. I'd give up the third rounder too. I mean, I'd throw that third rounder in. I would do that, but that's me.
I almost would agree with that too. That first and that third rounder to bring Laramie Tunsil over here, somebody who we know is athletic enough to do the outside zone blocking.
Why would you give him a third rounder though?
He said the first and the third.
No, that's too much.
That's too much
for Tunsil. He's a young.
I think you guys are crazy.
Young left tackle that could be the. He's.
So we still gotta pay him.
Just give him a first.
All that money.
Just give him a first and it'll be good. I'm not saying, hey, the first is not the better what I want to give. I think JP's right. I think if it's only a first on the table, maybe they need to sprinkle that second, third round pick in there. I mean, if it meant getting him or losing him to somebody else because they're given a first and a fifth and a sixth or something, if that's to get him, yeah, I would say give them that third. Because I mean, imagine if Laramie Tunsil's back on here, left tackle solved. Not what do we got to do? Solved.
If I'm gonna give a first and a third, I might as well just sign a free agency. To be real.
Okay, so what free? I mean, I know we'll throw Armstead out there. I'm cool with that too, but look, he's also got some injury issues. He's 30 years old.
And he's older. He's older, yeah.
Durability.
I mean,
let's give him the 29th.
He might be a Dolphins.
So
I'm tired of injured players, man. We keep getting injured players. It's over. We need a clean slate. It's like I was saying in my stream earlier, like we keep getting players just because they come off an injury or something like that. Oh, he's gonna be cheaper, prove a deal. But at the end of the day, we still paying money for somebody who at best is at 50% at best. So why would we keep taking chances of people who keep being injured? I don't get it.
Yeah, can't keep doing it.
But Juju Smith, he just came off an injury, but he'll be perfect for the offense.
Oh, I'm on that Juju Smith-Schuster, Brian. The more I think about it, and I thought about this the other day, the more I ponder on it for this offense, he would be perfect weapon for us, especially because now coming off injury, you're going to get him a little cheaper than he would have been if we would have tried to get him last year.
Yeah, he's good for blocking. He's a good pass catcher.
I'm not saying that the talent's not there, but I mean, right now they're trying to link us to Saquon. And let's be real, he's been injured every year.
I'll tell you what,
rookie year.
If we get Saquon, give me that, give him a third and some other, lower round picks. I'll be all over that. I don't want to give him a second or that first rounder for him. They're not going to give him the first rounder, but I don't want to give up my second either.
That would be too much because at the end of the day, he's still injury prone. At this point, every single year you've been in the league, you've been injured for multiple games. Listen, I'm paying for half a player. So
they
I'm not
did overuse Barkley though.
You're paying for half a player, so I don't think you should be paying that much.
Miss Fins, I don't think they're gonna go and get him. First of all, that's not how the Dolphins roll. We're not. Chris Greer ain't that kind of guy. He's not gonna. If it's a bargain buy with Saquon, yeah, he'll do that, and especially because it looks like the Giants are prepared to move off of him and that stuff. But first of all, Dolphins are running back by committee. Mike McDaniel just said that. He literally said something today about finding guys. Well, actually, yesterday, it's after midnight. finding guys later rounds, second day guys, third day guys, undrafted guys. He straight up said they're not going to go after a Saquon. That's not for us. Saquon goes to the Lions. That's where Saquon goes.
Yeah. So once again, they'll be picking up bubble gum in the checkout aisle.
The Dolphins? The Dolphins crypto?
Yes.
Yes, that's what they're gonna do. That's what we always do, bro. And especially with this type of team and offense, it's the whole of the team now. It's not superstar buys. I mean, Juju Smith-Schuster would be technically a superstar buy, not so much because of this year, but up to that point, he was touted as being superstar-ish. I don't Aquavision, I don't mean he's going to the Lions. I mean a team like the Lions. That's where a team that buys a guy for the fan base to buy jerseys. That's what I meant by that.
Yeah, like the Dolphins.
Well,
that's not.
We're talking about
Color. You can't. We're talking people like that. Don't tell them the truth, okay? Stop it.
Yeah. Thank you, Miss Finns. We're trying to have some kind of discretion here. We got younger fans coming into the fan base.
It's his birthday, okay?
It's not. Go ahead, JP.
Oh, sorry, guys. We're talking about injuries too. Let's be honest. A shoulder injury for a 25-year-old wide receiver versus chronic injuries off an offensive lineman, and a running back that suffers a severe injury that keeps him out for a year and severely limits him this year. I'm not as worried about that. And we got people in the chat room talking about Juju being a head case. The guy plays TikTok. I could give a crap about TikTok videos.
Yeah, I don't
not out beating the shit out of his wife and garbage like that. Let him go out and make TikTok videos standing on his head, picking his nose. Right. I could give a shit about that. I don't care.
Yeah. Not only that, that sounds like it's all more reason why I don't have to pay him not nearly as much money as he probably could get if he would shut his damn mouth.
Give him $8 million and call it a night.
Shit, you get Juju Smith-Schuster for $8 million guaranteed. That's a snag right there, bro. I'm all about that.
That's still too much. $8 million for 3 years.
$8 million for 3 years? What do you think this guy's fucking our friend or something? Yeah, never mind. We ain't get no family rate.
You think he on the practice squad?
I don't think Will Fuller resigned with that Miami for 8 years.
Right, he's already got a block with one shoulder.
Yeah, I don't think we're getting the family rate, guys.
Yeah, that won't be a stupid.
Chris, she probably thought you was talking about Preston Williams.
Oh man, I'm paying Preston Williams $800,000 a year.
Yeah,
y'all heard it here first. Preston Williams is going to be a star.
Will Fuller said he'd sign for that deal. Will Fuller said he'd come back for that.
No, I didn't hear it. Who just said that about Preston Williams being a star?
I said book it, record it.
Brian.
Next season.
Oh yeah, he was trying to say that nonsense last night.
You know what? He'll do really good. I think you're right. I think he'll do really good for the Browns. I think he'll do really good on the Browns.
What's this dude? This
guys, you heard it here.
Minimum wage.
Isaiah Ford will be a Dolphins next year.
Isaiah Ford. Hey, listen, Isaiah Ford is like the gift that keeps on giving. That guy don't die. He's like herpes. He just keeps coming back.
He's like herpes. Keep dumping, that keeps coming back. But I don't know how many times he's been cut from his team, let go, not paid, comes back every single time.
He's in a toxic relationship.
Toxic relationship that pays me millions of dollars.
He's like a vampire, man.
Oh God, yeah.
We can get the whole Ted Ginn family for that price, right? We can get the whole Ted Ginn family for 3 years for $8 million, right?
Whatever happened to Ted Ginn? Did he retire yet?
He retired last year. You know what? Everybody making fun of Ted Ginn, but that guy stretched out an amazing career, if you want to be real.
Yeah, he did.
He played some years. He went from team to team.
Hey, let's put it
this way. Had a hell of an agent.
White, so at least that's something. So, yeah.
So I'm looking at wide receivers because I don't like to. I don't like to look at the best wide receivers because let's be real, guys. It's not like the Dolphins are going to go get Devontae Adams. It would shock me if we did a blockbuster trade, but I don't think that's how Chris Greer rolls, and I don't think that's how Mike McDaniel wants to roll either. It's not a feature offense. So to me, it's, again, if anyone's going to be featured on this offense, it's going to be Jalen Waddle. That's
It's going to be Austin Jackson.
Damn, bro. If they're featuring Austin Jackson, we're in deep shit.
You heard this. You heard this here first. Austin Jackson.
Jesse
is going to be a
Davis.
Pro Bowler next season.
Austin Jackson, I'm telling you.
Hey, honestly, Brian, I could see a turnaround from Austin Jackson. I don't know, Pro Bowl worthy, but I could definitely see a massive turnaround, especially in this offense. All he really needs to do is stop getting the play wrong, stop jumping offside, stop holding, stop
Wait a minute.
stop grabbing,
Chris.
stop missing blocks,
But I will
stop
say this.
falling on the ground.
Yeah,
I
Austin
think
Jackson.
Austin Jackson going to have the biggest turnaround in NFL history.
Austin Jackson has that raw talent like Noah. So
He
they
does.
have to-
Yeah, he has raw
Noah's
talent.
too.
Yeah, I really do think with this coaching staff, we can definitely unlock Austin Jackson. So, yeah.
These
got the
words done
athleticism
choked
to
right
block
out of
it.
you there, Mixed Fins.
I mean, you
sorry.
guys have forgotten that before Austin Jackson had got injured, he was really playing good.
You know what? You're
Yeah,
right, Brian.
2019. Yeah, before
His
that injury.
his rookie year, in some ways, looked better than his follow-up year because
Yeah,
I
stop
don't-
when you, yeah.
I don't want to say he took a step back, but it was lateral at best. You know what I'm saying? So I'm looking at a couple of free agent wide receiver
Sophomore
names that kind of make me think. What about and these are names I could see the Dolphins getting. Role play guys. A name that comes up a lot is Demarcus Robinson and Pringle, those guys from the Chiefs. I could see those style of wide receivers. Travis Benjamin is, on the 49ers. Maybe they bring him in as listen, there's a couple wide receivers that are on the Niners that we could see in the building just by proxy because, Mohamed Sanu, which he has had talent. He is not the same Mohamed Sanu before, but he is a veteran wide receiver. He's 33 years old. Travis Benjamin, another veteran wide receiver, is 33 years old. Could probably get either one of these guys on the team for around $1.5 million guaranteed a year. I could see guys like this filling out the roster, but I hope they take shots
Wasn't
on
Travis
guys like
Benjamin taking handoffs from Phillip Rivers?
I thought you were going to say something else there
Dude's
for a
like
minute. I was
500 years
Phillip
old, man.
Rivers.
I thought he was too, JP, taking handies. That's what I thought he was going to say, bro. That's exactly what I thought he was going to say too, bro.
That dude's like 500 years old, man. What are we talking about?
No, he's the same age. He's the same age as Mohamed Sanu. They're both 33 years old. They're both on the Niners.
From the Canes?
Oh.
From the
And then-
Hurricanes?
Is he going to be coaching soon?
I don't know.
I'm talking about Phillip Rivers. Somebody's going to offer him a job.
Wait, Phillip Rivers?
Yes.
Yeah, he's coaching
yeah.
high school ball.
I see him coaching soon.
Oh, coaching? Yeah, I thought you meant like playing or starting QB.
No.
No.
He's washed up.
I think he's who is it? Josh McCown. Remember the freaking Texans were looking at hiring him as
They
a coach.
were.
A lot of
He was
people.
like number one
Josh,
on their list.
I can't even believe that.
They did until Flores lawsuit. So
But you know what?
Yeah.
Nobody thought that about Doug Peterson either.
You know what? There's another wide receiver. I believe he got injured. Humphrey, LaJordan Humphrey on the Saints. I'm just trying to think of
Jordan Humphrey.
LaJordan Humphrey on the Saints.
He played for Texas. He used to play for Texas.
Yeah, he's a system wide receiver. That's the guys I'm looking for. I know everyone's like, "Oh, go get Mike
System
Williams."
right out.
Go get
Cedric Wilson. That would be your guy then. That's why I've been pounding the table for.
Will Fuller. That's who we really need.
Oh my God, I don't. And I
give Will Fuller an extension. Pay him about $9 million.
Big John Studd said today on Alex Dono's show, Dono Daily, 5 Reasons Sports Center. What's happening, boys? He said today, and he said yesterday, about Will Fuller signing with the Dolphins and stuff, and going to sign with them. I mean, look, if they sign Will Fuller and he stays on the team, I don't want him to make any more than like $2.5–3 million guaranteed. I don't give a shit what the other number is, but if they're going to roll the dice on the Will Fuller thing again, it better not cost the Dolphins more than like $2 or $3 million. And
no, you got to give him 5, Chris.
I'm not giving him 5. He can fuck off.
He needs some extra money for those dreadlocks.
No, listen. We paid $2.5 million for 4 catches. Those have to be the most expensive catches of all time.
All time.
He was going to join dude that was giving Phillip Rivers and
JP coming out swinging nice. So, guys that I have high on my list as far as free agent targets go, Christian Kirk, I think, would be perfect around here. He's young. He's 26. He's that medium range type wide receiver. He's good at his route running. I'd like Christian Kirk. I remember, guys, we got a young team, so they could use a veteran wide receiver, which is kind of why I'm looking towards the teams that the coaches are around and stuff like that, because they're bringing in this scheme. They want these guys to learn it. Cordell Patterson, guys. Let's bring Cordell Patterson on this football team.
Exactly.
He would
do
what?
He would be really good right now.
To do what?
To
be the Cordell Patterson role.
Good in this offense.
They're comparing Christian Kirk to
Cap. Don't you think so?
$12.5 million. They're saying probably for Christian Kirk. They're comparing him to Corey Davis type of numbers.
Listen,
I love Christian Kirk.
I would give Christian Kirk $12 million.
Yes, I love him.
I would give him $12 million. I think he would be a good wide receiver to sign for like a 3-year or 4-year deal, with the 4th year being like the option deal, and give him 10 a year guaranteed, or where you can move the money around. That's the thing, guys. If you guys notice, Chris Greer's pretty smart with these contracts he hands out too. He gives a big signing bonus, and essentially after that, it's a year to year with little to no dead cap money if they want to move on from a guy. So if we do spend some money and say something's not worked out, or say it works out not as well as you thought, that money can be shifted. Say Christian Kirk, we pay him $50 million for 4 years, 35 guaranteed, which is kind of what I think be perfect. But if it don't work out, it's year to year. They could cut him, trade him, whatever, and probably pay $2–3 million dead cap. Chris Greer's been really good with that shit.
I have a question. I think you guys can actually tell who the player is. The guy that we got from, if I'm not mistaken, help me out here. It wasn't Ruggs. It was the other player from the Raiders that we got that came, I believe, came from Alabama. The other wide receiver, very young, rookie. What's his name? It wasn't Ruggs.
Jerry Jeudy?
No, not Judy.
No, the Dolphins guy.
Yeah.
What was his name?
Oh, you talking about Robert Foster? No, Foster. Robert Foster.
Yep.
Okay, there you go. With Robert Foster.
I thought we
that's
lost
what I wanted to keep. I've been
Yeah,
banging the table for that man.
Not in the team right now, but is he someone that we can actually bring back? Do you guys think? Because I think he would be a great addition, especially with the speed. And he had some off the field issues because of the little video or whatever. But to me, we got him cheap, and I think he's somebody that we should definitely consider bringing back. But what do you guys think?
I'm for it. I wanted us to keep him to begin with. I
didn't like when we lost him. I didn't like when we lost him either. I thought he was a good guy, a good wide receiver to see where he could grow. I know he he didn't pan out the way.
Real good for Tua, yeah.
I don't know. I think they're just like the guy. I can't remember his name. It starts with an M. He's coming into the draft this year. They're projecting him low first, high second round. Alabama wide receiver. Not Mechie. What's his name?
To my Williamson.
No, not Williamson. The other wide
Michi.
receiver that Michi. Yeah, it's Michi.
Yeah.
I keep wanting to say Mechie. It's not Mechie. It's Michi. I'd like to get him in the second round. Honestly, I think that's a
been doubled up with the Alabama boys. Yeah.
Well, I double up. Let's get real, guys. Chris Greer lives in the offseason at Alabama.
That's true.
He
does.
We need to stop that.
That's the second home.
God, I'm so tired of Alabama players.
Listen, one thing's for
should
certain.
have gotten a lineman.
Alabama wide receivers have been damn good.
I give you
right.
They've been damn good.
And this has nothing to do with Tua. I'm not talking about Tua. I'm talking about in general. Their QBs have not been all that, but their wide receivers and linemen have
all
been
the more reason to go get those wide receivers.
Tua, Miss Fins. That's all.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I said. I'm not talking about Tua. I'm talking about the other QBs that have not been
good.
Compromise. Don't get rid of me.
You know what? Brian actually makes it a point to be here as the moderator for Tua, so he's just making sure. Thank you, Brian. We really appreciate that.
Thank you, Brian. Two a time.
You're welcome.
Yep. He comes in here, we don't pay him nothing. But you know what would make Brian really happy is if you guys are smashing that like button, coming from Facebook, Twitch, Twitter, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel.
All the platforms.
The platforms. Make sure to come over from YouTube. Also, guys, make sure you're checking out Tonk TMI Tuesdays live at 9, color commentary on there with them. Right after that, you got Mike on the mic. You got Mike on the mic with open mic on Tuesdays at 10, and then drop the mic with Mike on the mic at 10 on Saturdays. Late night color commentary coming on tomorrow night, guys. Thursday night, live at 10. You guys can catch Color doing his thing. Finn's Tailgate, help support the channel. Cash App, Venmo, the Finn's Tailgate. Holla at your boy. You know where I is. Guys, Saturday, I am getting – hold on, let me pull this thing up. Oh, guys, also go to the link below. Fanatics, fan gear, buy all the stuff you can for jerseys. Helps the channel. If you're going to buy anything, hats, anything like that, go hit the link on Fanatics. It helps the show. We're going to be bringing out some apparel here soon. Real quick, give you guys a rundown. Boom. Finn's Tailgate
there
stuff.
You go.
I know. It's going to be nice. Once I get some, I'm going to give some away on the shows, guys. You know how I like to give shit away, so. But
you didn't get the cowboy boots for Cutler.
No. Did not.
Straight Crocs, baby.
Yeah. But
Crocs for life.
I've never had a pair of Crocs.
Then you're missing out.
You never had a pair. Huh?
Never have I ever had a pair.
They look cool,
man.
No, they're very comfortable, especially if you go camping. I know because I go all the time. Crocs.
Barefoot camping. I'm camping. I'm barefoot. Done.
No, I'm wearing
Jolie,
Crocs.
I didn't know you was the outdoors woman there.
Absolutely.
Really, Jolie? That's
You
awesome.
should have called one of my last week I was wearing my camo. I have a camo Dolphins hat with my jacket and all that. So
every time you put it on, I can't see it though.
Stay away from the crow snakes. You know, red and yellow kill a fellow.
Yep.
Tis true.
Red and yellow kill a fellow. Red and black, friend of Jack.
Miss Fins, do you know Tua like Crocs too?
Oh, I'm sure Tua loves Crocs. I'm sure he does. Especially when he's golfing. I'm sure he uses the golf Croc shoes, for his swing. So that's
oh man.
Hey, I play golf too, so I get it. It does help you with your swing, but I mean, I don't know how much help he got this season. So hopefully it'll translate to this new season coming up. For sure.
I have a top golf by my house. I have a top golf over here. It's real good area, real good place to go.
I got
Practice
a
your
top
game.
golf over here too. I got
Yep.
top golf
Yeah.
over here too.
Yeah.
I've never gone. I'm not a. I don't really
Is it
golf.
close to iFly? You have an iFly nearby because they tend to be near each other.
I don't know.
iFlies and Top Golfs.
I
It's
don't
an
know.
indoor
I haven't seen-
skydiving. Indoor skydiving.
No, we don't have any of that over here. We got real skydiving.
So it's
Yeah, they got a
golf
top
fun
Yeah, I'm
golf.
sure Florida does.
Yeah,
They
you
got
go
top
you go
golf right
right to
across
the
the
center of the state. There's skydiving people all in the middle of the state. They let you skydive all over this bad boy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know who's another guy I like, and his projected cap hit or guaranteed money is around $6 million. I like Zach Pascal, the wide receiver out of the Colts. I think he would do really nice in this offense. You know, the style of wide receiver I'm looking for is we're not looking for 50-50 ball guys. It's not jump ball guys. Is there a dude on the team? Is there a dude on the team we need to have? Yeah, it's probably going to be Mac Hollins. That's that guy. But I hate to say it, Crypto. I don't see them moving on from Devontae Parker, man. I know you don't want to hear that, bro.
They're not going to the
They're
contract.
not.
Is friendly. The contract
They're
is
not, dude.
not friendly. I know.
And Devontae
Screw the team-friendly contract.
Devontae knows
The
that
seed
he
is
can't
poison.
be traded.
It's not bearing any fruit.
Nah, yeah, Devontae. I'm sorry, Crypto. Devontae might stay.
He's gonna stay.
He's gonna say he's already under contract anyways,
Yeah.
and the contract is so team friendly, and he doesn't really want to go anywhere because if we're being serious, I mean, he's getting paid to play half the.
Can you guys hear me?
So
Yeah, we can hear you, Crypto.
That's another thing when it comes to him. But you know who we really the style of player I think we need for wide receiver? Cole Beasley. I think that's
Can you
really
guys hear me?
Yeah. Yes, we can hear you, Crypto. That's kind of the wide receivers I'm looking at too. Is Brandon Cooks?
If they
which
keep this,
obviously it's obviously somebody we'd have to trade for. But Color brought this name up, and I thought it was good. Was Jamison Crowder? That's on the Jets. Perfect weapon. Guys that are like that, the shifty wide receivers that can make all the movement once the ball is in their hands. Those are the guys that we're gonna need on this team.
We need guys that can get.
But you got one guy that doesn't give you any yield. That's occupying a spot for brand new up and coming receivers that can get the job done.
Who are you talking about?
Listen, if I have to deal with Tua being in this team, you have to deal with DVP being in this team. So it is what it is, sir.
I don't have to go with nothing.
That's
Listen,
sorry, man.
You said it's a cap
I don't
friendly.
have to go with nothing.
you said it's cap friendly. Tell me this, Jolie. If you bought some drywall for 75% off and that drywall is beyond mold and beyond repair, you're gonna tell me that just because I got it for 75% off, I can't replace it?
God no, but I'll buy for 20%.
You're just gonna live with the mold in your house because you got that
Trying
drywall
to
at
say
Home Depot for
Devontae's making
75%
everybody
off.
sick in the locker room? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
he's
exactly
molded
what Crypto's
drywall
been
that
saying.
needs to be gotten rid of.
That's exactly what Crypto's been saying.
Chinese
drywall. He's gonna be on this team. I'm sorry.
I know.
Hey, Chris, what about
If we
Cedric
get
Wilson?
rid of
Alice?
DVP, who am I supposed to play Madden
Hold on,
with
JP. I want to
Saturday?
hear that.
Tua.
ABAB says Jets fan told me Crowder's always hurt. That would fit right in line with the kind of wide receivers they would sign around here. But no, to be honest, ABAB, I think it's running back by committee, it's wide receivers by committee.
It's everything by committee. It's coaching by
And,
committee.
you know, if you spent the last couple of years taking middle passes from Sam Darnold across the middle, you know, you'd probably be injured too.
That's right, bro. Sam Darnold not helping you out at all, man. God, what wide receiver did you say, JP? I couldn't hear you, bud. Cedric is all I
don't
got.
know. How
Brother.
was he in Washington?
No, Cedric Wilson. That's what I'm
Washington
saying.
drafted him?
No, it would be Cedric Wilson, the guy that I was talking about.
Cedric Wilson. Yeah, I mean, listen, these are
Perfect
the kind of guys. I don't know. I'm thinking more. I want slot wide receivers that have outside speed. You know what I'm saying? Usually you want an outside speed wide receiver that can also high point the ball. I don't think we're looking for that.
Don't do it. We want to hone Tua's accuracy skills. We don't need him to be throwing the ball in the air.
Well,
We
didn't
need him
you
to
hear
throw it at the target so he can
his
run.
accuracy skills are the reason why the coaching staff is all excited. It's not the deep ball, and they literally said that. Chris Greer literally said,
so sad.
Accuracy.
He's
going off his percentages.
That's right.
His completions.
It's the
Yes, but
accuracy that they're
completion
excited about.
percentage is not accuracy, people. Please, let's get that right. That just
Stop
means
that
the
nonsense. Stop that nonsense.
And I can picture Greer's smug ass face going, "What do you mean it isn't? Of course it is."
So,
kidding me?
He is going to have 85% completion percentage.
So the type of wide receiver I'm looking for is actually on the market. I don't necessarily want this wide receiver. There's two of them that are perfect for this offense that are the kind of guys we're looking for. T.Y. Hilton, Emmanuel Sanders. It's guys like that they want to line up in this offensive plan.
But T.Y. Hilton is washed up.
I know. I just said that T.Y. Hilton, Emmanuel Sanders, these are guys I probably wouldn't put on the team, but those are the style of wide receiver that.
Oh yeah, the skill set.
The skill set of them. You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
Yeah,
I like Sanders better though instead of Ty.
Hey, you know what?
They come a dime a dozen.
Just recently, they switched Cordell Patterson from a running back to a wide receiver on the free agents list. So he's coming in as a wide receiver, not as a running back. I wonder if he's did that because he wants some more money. So,
I like Gallup.
I like
him too. I like Gallup. Color.
Yeah, I think the Cowboys are keeping him, man. They're making Amari Cooper.
But doesn't he get injured?
Everybody gets injured. So let's
not everybody. No, it was 23 receivers that played all 17 games. So no.
23 receivers.
Out of the starting.
Did you just hear what you just said, bro?
Yes.
23
I'm playing all
receivers?
17 and then 40-something played 16.
You know how many wide receivers? There's got to be at least 300 of them. That's not even. That's like
how many of those
like
23
10%.
are free agents?
You need to take a stat class, Crystal.
Yeah, bro. Come on.
No, I'm talking about that play all 17 games that was major
23 out of like 300. That's
Chris,
like
but that's 300.
7%.
But 200 of them was practice squad guys.
Chris, he's being a dickhead.
I'm talking about starting wide receiver.
When you said everybody, you took it literally.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm talking about starters.
I agree, Aqua.
That's
I want
only
Cordell.
That's
Cordell
only
Patterson
like
with rock.
64. That's like a third of the league.
No.
And the rest of them played at least 15 games.
Okay, so there's 3 wide receivers on each team.
Not always. Some teams start 2.
Okay, when they go 53-man roster,
wait a minute.
they bring 6 wide receivers on the roster.
Joking or not, Q. Brian's the one with a Karen freaking wig on.
Yeah, true that. In all honesty, Q. Karen. Brian does have the Karen wig on the Flores, but it's not Brian with the Karen wig. It's Brian Flores with the Karen wig.
Oh, that's right.
Do you guys like my wig? I got it clean and fixed.
I do. It does
look.
look.
Belichick Brian or which Brian?
Got your hair did.
Yeah, it's the. Look,
It looks
see?
great. It looks great.
Very
Look
good.
good,
Flores.
Honestly, Flores looks good with some hair. It looks like he could surf now.
Yep.
It looks like he knows how to surf really good now.
If he did, him and Tua would be better friends.
He looks like the daddy chill guy.
Hey, but he said that they had a good relationship, so you can't really say that, okay?
That's
I know,
right.
Q,
They
man.
did.
I know. I'm just saying,
You know what?
directed to the guy with the Karen wig on.
And Flores did say asked Tua, and I haven't heard Tua disagree. So it must be true.
That is true. That is true.
Tua would never wear a wig.
I mean, if you just said I was ugly, I'd be like, all right, let's have a beer. But I'm not the one wearing the Karen wig.
Oh gosh, you guys are funny up here.
Oh man, it's comedy first around here, Miss Fins.
Mhm.
Football
I just
football
got
is
a
second.
perm. I got a perm.
Yeah, we're like the we're like the Letterman of the Finns community.
You're like the what is that comedy?
That's better than the Ron Jeremy of the Fins community. Big O.
Listen, I like to say that I kind of am the Ron Jeremy around here. Bazing. So other wide receivers that I would target for this offense and color.
And you talking about in the off season, free agency?
No, just free agency.
Yeah.
Just free agency, not in the off season, and we're not looking at the draft because free agency is kind of where we're at right now. Isaiah
Next week
McKenzie.
we're gonna know.
Isaiah McKenzie. I would love him on this offense.
I got a question. If it's free agency, how come all these guys aren't free?
Well, it's free to bid on them. You don't. It doesn't cost you. Doesn't cost you any money for a no draft pick.
Some of these Tua guys think they're all free though. They just get
guys
this guy,
realize,
just get that guy, just pick up this.
No, you guys realize that next weekend is yacht season. Somebody's got to be on Steve Ross's yacht next weekend.
Oh man, I'm hoping
it's going to be on the yacht next weekend.
I don't know. You tell me, Crypto. Am I getting invited on the yacht?
Yes.
Don't invite Brian Flores.
I stay away from yachts right now. The government season a lot of them.
Whatever, dude. I ain't shook on that. I'm a good.
This next weekend is yacht season, Cap.
Hey, you guys heard it here first. Derek Carr will be the next quarterback of the Miami Dolphins.
Whoa.
Oh, Cutler. No, you starting another mess, Cutler.
Are you hoping that Color? You breaking or you hoping?
Oh, I'm hoping. You know,
honestly,
there is something to be said. You know, our one of our new coaches was on the same team as him, you know, and coached up his favorite tight end, you know, and our tight end needs to go over there.
Those honestly,
Color, we need their tight ends. So
Color,
you know, because
behind.
Aaron Rodgers wears green on Sundays, I think we might just be getting Deshaun Watson.
I always am behind it, Color, but these dots aren't connected, buddy.
Yeah, I just realized what you did, Color. That was funny.
Color is desperate, but we were talking about the wide receiver room before Color said his nonsense.
Before Color was on here with some. I don't even want. I think Pickett is Carr 2.0. Yeah, that's right. Drop the mic. Shut the whole room up.
I can see it.
Shut the whole room up. That's right.
You dropped everybody's mic.
That's
you
right.
picked up everybody's mic in the room and threw him out the window.
That's it. Got it.
He brained at me on that one, man, because I've been seeing these mocks where they got Pickett falling in almost the second round, and everybody's picking this North Carolina kid over him.
Dude, that North Carolina kid's a bust. That North Carolina kid's a bust.
His entire draft for QBs is not good.
Oh, it's ugly as hell. You know what, though? We'll probably get like 4 superstars out of this bitch, though. That's how it goes. They'll be like, man, looking back 10 years, they'll be doing the redraft mock drafts that they always do, where they redo the draft and like there'll be like 3 quarterbacks up in the first round we didn't even know about. That's how smart everybody is.
People take a good quarterback class.
This is going to be a good wide receiver class from what I hear and a good lineman class. So we'll see.
Rushers.
I think that's what's going to go before QBs. I predict the first QB will not be taken off the board, and
they're going to be in the first top 10, Miss Fins.
At least pick 11.
Wow.
No, one's going in the top 10.
No, I don't think so. I think it's going to be pick 11 or further. You'll see. Nah, that is my super extremely early prediction, people. I could be wrong.
So, hey, guys.
You forgot the Underwear Olympics is going on. They're showing out.
Yeah, but I'm not seeing. Well, we won't see it yet, but I'd like to see those dropping, sub 4.4 I don't think they're gonna have it. So yeah, I'm gonna stick to my 11th pick. Will be the first for QB, at least in this draft.
But
We'll see.
Chris,
You
What's
the
up?
one wide
underestimating them.
receiver I'm looking at is Mike Williams, but I don't think the Chargers gonna let him go.
Chargers aren't going to let him walk, guys.
Yeah,
It's
I
not going to
don't know.
happen.
It's
I don't think so.
possible.
The only way
if
the
they do it,
Chargers
it's bad.
They don't need him. They have a Hall of Fame quarterback. Remember, they
Listen.
don't need a good receiver like that.
I think
Nah, they
I
already
think
got
the
too
Mu-
much
I
string
think the
continuity.
Williams I think Williams could happen if we transition tag Mike Gesicki and use that to get him. A little bit of tradey poo.
Well, I got a question for you guys. Who are we getting as a backup QB though? Because that's really where we're at right now. They did say
Brian Hoyer.
on a veteran.
Honestly, I think Color's
Starting
right. It's probably going to be Brian Hoyer.
Wow,
What?
Hoyer.
What?
No,
Yep.
it's gonna be Fitzmagic.
No, it's definitely not gonna be Fitzmagic.
Tyrod
There's no
Taylor.
AJ
Yeah,
McCarron,
Tyrone
Brian
Taylor's likely.
Hoyer, AJ
Yeah.
McCarron, Brian Hoyer, Blaine
Sounds like
Gabbert, one of
Chase
those
Keenum.
guys.
Taylor. I
Question.
like Taylor. Whoever said
Yeah.
Taylor, I think Taylor's the one. The
Blaine
veteran.
Gabbert
Ty-
got Sam
Chase
Tyrod
Keenum.
Taylor. Tyrod Taylor.
Somebody who can win you games.
They're
Yeah,
not going to
somebody who
bring
can
in
win games.
Tyrod. Tyrod's not going to be brought in. They're not going to do that.
Yeah,
Why
because
not, Chris?
actually
Because Tyrod's probably going to stay with the Texans, honestly. They're probably going to keep him there.
Sam
no.
Bradford
Davis Mills, that's Mills' job.
out of retirement.
I'm afraid that Gabbert might be
Chad
the pick because I
Henne.
think he was with San Fran at one point.
No,
No,
it's going to
I
be.
think
I'm telling you
Gabbert might
guys,
start
they want,
Tampa Bay.
they want a
Chad Henne.
veteran. Ooh, you know who they might bring?
Chad
about-
Henne.
Geno Smith.
Oh,
Pat White.
Listen, it would be at least Geno Smith wouldn't be going against the Dolphins. I don't think he ever freaking lost against us. I hated Geno Smith. It was like every time I turned around, he was beating the Dolphins. He was terrible. He'd lose every game, but win 2 against the Dolphins.
Mason Rudolph.
Yep.
I actually
That's true,
wouldn't mind him. I would not mind him.
Pat-
But this is the issue with Mason. He might actually compete and get the starting position. That's the problem.
Stop that. Stop that.
That's
JP
Yes,
written off.
but
By the
if
way,
you-
Aqua. By the way, Aqua. That's negative Nancy Kerrigan to you.
yeah. You know, it's gonna be. They've already said that they're looking at veterans, and in a long formed answer, Mike McDaniel said that they would like to get someone that works with quarterback number 1, someone who could fill in and win games, of course, but they want a guy who's catering all to him. You know, in a way, think about like how Chad Henne is. He's not doing anything as far as quarterback, but he did go and won a playoff game, didn't he? That's kind of the capacity in which they're going to want some, but they're going to want someone with some experience. So I'm looking at guys like Colt McCoy or Geno Smith, or I know Tyrod Taylor would be perfect, but I think Tyrod wants to play. I don't think he wants to back up. I'm looking at guys that are backups that can run this type of offense that has in a play action type offense, or someone who knows all offenses. AJ McCarron, Brian Hoyer, Colt McCoy.
It's Hoyer.
It's those guys. That
Somebody
are
who
gonna
can
be
be
the ones.
plug and play, right, Jolie? We need a plug and play.
well, yeah,
A puppet
especially.
player, what you say? A puppet player?
Oh God, yeah. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Crypto. We need a plug and play. That's what.
It's gonna be Cam Newton.
Oh my God, that's gonna really stir the pot. You
Oh
cannot
my
get that
God,
Cutler.
bro.
Color, get
I'm
out there
not
delusional
gonna
head.
happen.
8 million. You don't think Cam would take 8 million to back up to it?
Well, I'm sure
Get
he
over
would.
it.
It's just Cam being here creates a fucking problem, bro.
That's
Just-
worse
That's
than
why they
having
need it.
kids.
That's what they
Just-
need a puppet. They need a puppet to do what they want. Because if they get somebody to compete, it's gonna be another problem.
That absolutely, Cap. That's almost in so many words what he said. It's not. They don't want to bring in someone to compete with the quarterback.
about
They want
Winston?
someone to come in to help the quarterback.
What about
No.
Winston?
No, they will not bring.
want
First of all, Winston can't learn the offense at all, how's he going to help Tua learn anything? So no, it's somebody they want to have him learn from. They won't. Okay, you could take off names like Marcus Mariota, Mitchell Trubisky, Tyrod Taylor, Teddy Bridgewater, Jameson Winston, even guys like Mike Glennon and anyone younger. None of these guys are going
to be.
None of these guys are.
It's going to be the last. It's going to be the last bad quarterback that made it to the AFC Championship game. That's who it's going to be.
Tim Tebow.
I got
Blake Bortles.
No, Blake Bortles is already signed with the Saints. Blake Bortles is already signed with the Saints. He ain't going.
They still.
I got one for you guys. You got ties to McDaniel.
What you're saying?
What is it, JP?
He's got ties to the 49ers. I got one that's very realistic. Nick Mullins.
Yeah, Nick Mullins, maybe. Yeah,
Nick Mullins. That's actually a really good pick.
Jeff Driscoll.
I was gonna say Jeff Driscoll next. Actually, Driscoll. Mullins.
So who's got a longer neck? You think Jeff Driscoll or Mike Glennon?
Mike Glennon's got the longest neck in the business, bro.
Mike Glennon.
Yeah.
Hands down. Mike
Glennon can turn and look behind his shoulder and see his tailbone.
You know, you guys are terrible. Okay, it like I asked that question and I got two answers without even a second going by. It was like, man, y'all's minds are in the gutter, man. Shame on you.
Legend has it, Mike Glennon's neck
haters.
is still growing. Legend has it, Mike Glennon's neck is still growing.
You guys are anti-giraffites.
And he's giving handies to Philip Rivers. Never mind.
Damn.
You guys must be from the Zebra Coalition.
Oh, God.
Trilio.
Guys.
I don't know how to pronounce it. Trilio. That's what I thought. Trilio is what I said in the beginning. Said you can't bring Winston in here; he'll rob Tua of his job. So,
yeah, I know.
Bring Winston here, and Crab Legs will be in trouble.
Crab Legs.
Damn, is that what we're calling Tua now? Crab Legs.
Hey, Color, what was that movie? What was that movie? First Encounter. What was that movie?
Close Encounters of the First Kind.
That boy had a neck, boy.
Ooh, what about Joe Flacco?
Mike White.
No, that's the guy from the Jets. No way. No. They're not going to bring him in. Because Mike White's got blue eyes and he can win football games.
Quarterback.
Yeah, can't have no bald, blue-eyed quarterback on the team. Just
That's
doesn't
why
work
we don't
anymore.
want Brian Hoyer.
No, Brian Hoyer, I think, is Blaine Gabbert, Brian Hoyer.
Brian Hoyer looks like Brian Hoyer looks like what's his name after he shaved his head late in his career, Andre Agassi.
They're gonna bring back JP Losman. They're gonna bring back JP Losman. He's gonna be the quarterback.
Oh my gosh, this is a problem.
JP
I need a backup QB that can win games. Because guess what?
No, we don't want one of those.
Miss Fins. Jolie, I would actually I'd rather have an elder statesman QB that no one wants to lean on. He's only there for pointers and to help Tua only. I don't even want him to win games because I don't want Tua to start a game, him come in, win the game, and then that be a stat that Tua gets to take. I want everything on Tua as the quarterback because at the end of the year, if he's still our quarterback, I want to know if we're keeping him or if he's the fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying?
That's just so that is a statement against Tua, just to put it out there. I mean, everybody's talking about Tua and his mental state, but to me, he needs to be a little tougher because if he let everything that happened to him really affect him with the way that it affected him the last 2 years, then he needs to grow up. He got $30+ million fully guaranteed. You're getting paid for a job. Do your job, sir. That's all.
That's right. He needs to have.
Nonsense. That's nonsense.
I don't think this.
I need that look in
I
his
really
eye right there.
don't.
I need that look in his eye right here.
I'm your hug bearer.
That's what I
How about
need. I
Josh
need-
Johnson?
Who the hell is Josh Johnson?
Yes, he was.
Lamar Jackson's backup.
Yep.
Oh,
The
actually,
third
yeah,
stringer
he's
with the
actually
Jets.
pretty good.
He used to be with the Jets. He played after Mike White when Mike White got hurt in that other game. I forgot who they were playing. I think it was the Colts. But I would take Josh Johnson for sure, and he can actually win games too. Thank God. But I don't know if they're gonna let him go right now.
AB, what I mean about Cam creates problems, not that he's going to beat Tua. What I meant by that is he's
A distraction.
Right. He's a distraction.
Yeah.
And you know
Tua
what?
doesn't need a backup. He's going to
Bro,
start
he's
all
gonna
17
bring his
games.
wardrobe and his
Yeah,
clothes.
you don't
bro.
want your
Look at all
back. You
that.
don't want your backup quarterback getting all the post game press.
Yeah,
attention,
I don't need my starting.
You guys are making a
quarterback asked
nonsensical
about the
argument.
backup
Tua does
quarterback
not
and
need
what
a
the
Well, Chris,
backup.
that might be a
quarterback
good
thinks.
thing because if Tua
Bro, I
doesn't
can't
shell
trust no
out,
guy
then
wearing a
everybody's going to be
hot-
paying attention at to Cam after the post game anyway.
No, nope. I don't want any of that. I want all the spotlight on Tua all the time for every moment. I don't want any friggin' backup. I don't want the
This
question
season,
the
You want
backup.
He's going to start all 17 games, Chris.
exactly.
I don't
He's going to
trust
start
the
all
guy.
17
Tua
games.
we could sign somebody at
that had it.
CBS. It don't matter to the goat. We don't care.
That's right, Brian. Tua's the GOAT. He's the greatest quarterback I've ever seen don a football helmet. He's just gonna
And
light
there's
it
still
all
more
up.
to come.
There should be more to come. I would expect it to look something like, something like that.
I'm gonna rip your head off.
Yeah, something like that.
That actually
Yeah.
happened.
Listen, Tua does not need a backup.
Oh,
That
AB,
was
AB,
funny.
Cam
Chris, but-
is irrelevant. I know, and I can't help myself, bro. AB, Cam is irrelevant on the field and no other way else. He moves the needle. He can get,
How
too
many
much-
games
too
have
much
he
crap.
won?
It's
How many
just too
games
much
have
crap.
Cam won this season?
And do you really want that guy to influence Tua?
Yeah,
off the
that's
field?
what I'm saying, dude. I don't need all that.
No,
I don't
Nah,
need it.
man.
We don't need
No.
two
Not,
on the
not with that
strip club.
dress code. Not
That's
with that
going
dress
from one
code.
extreme to the
No,
other. One
bro.
extreme in Brian Flores.
Not-
and the
Not
other
with
in
his dress
Cam Newton.
code.
We don't need two in brotherhood.
Yeah, we don't
Yeah.
need that dress code.
Yeah, no. Keep it away. Thank
So,
you.
guys, we all know that we're gonna have a fullback in this offense.
Oh,
Sometimes
man.
it'll be a tight
You're
end.
depressing me, Chris. You're depressing me.
Hey, listen, I like the power eye. I think it's a smart play, especially 'cause
Ground
guys-
and pound, baby.
It's not gonna work.
So if Cam Newton dresses like Whitney Houston, who would Tua dress up like if Cam was on the team?
Bobby Brown, duh.
Bobby Brown.
Bobby Brown.
And he'd be smacking her
I
around.
thought
the
he
whole
dressed
time.
up like Whitney.
It has to be a female singer.
Oh, Lady Gaga.
Tua?
No.
I was thinking more like.
Hey, how are you gonna outdo it? You got,
I was
you
thinking
gotta out.
more like Sade or something.
Nope,
No,
Lady
no,
Gaga.
man.
You're gonna have some weird.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, yeah,
Sade,
yeah.
no.
Little
Like
Kim.
He's gonna
face
wear that
scratch.
meat suit. The meat suit.
Oh, goodness.
To be like,
You guys
"The
are crazy.
sweetest taboo.
So back to what I was saying, fullback Patrick Richard or whatever, he's available. Think the Dolphins make a play at him? I mean, he's an
No,
expensive
we
fullback.
don't need
It's gonna
none.
cost you a
You
couple
mean
million.
Richard that's
We-
pronounced Richard.
We could turn
I know.
Wilkinson, Christian Wilkinson to a fullback. We already got him on the roster.
Oh yeah, that big
Are
boy.
you
He
freaking
can
kidding
run.
me, bro? We can't be having our fullback, our tackle in the game in the offensive game plan. There's
It's
just no
okay.
way.
though.
Yes.
Whoever can take over.
Come on.
We need
First
versatile
of all-
players. Why
First
not?
of all, just so everyone knows, I expect them to trade Christian Wilkinson. It's gonna happen.
Score?
Either
No, that would be stupid.
That's the
It's gonna
dumb
happen.
That will get him fired. He would not last in the middle of the season. He would be fired immediately.
No, actually, he's been rumored to be on the trading block since last
Chris
year.
Greer would not last if he does that.
That was for Watson, but Watson's dead.
Because he's such a great talent, that's why he's been rumored. He'd be an asset to be able to trade for pieces if we were able to make that Watson trade. But like what Brian said, because we're not doing it anymore, I don't think that he is in the chopping block anymore. But it's still a possibility. At the end of the day, I don't think we should. I think he's great in our duo.
If we sign him, because it's his 5th year option, we got to pick up, if I recall correctly.
Yep.
If we don't sign him, soon, you're gonna have to sign him for the big bucks. Even if right now he's a top 10 defensive tackle. Top 10 defensive tackles they sign $100 million contracts. He could sign an $80 million contract, either with us or somebody else. Do you guys really want to pay? We'll even go low. $70 million for Christian Wilkins. Do you guys want to pay that?
Only if everybody in the chat likes and shares this video. And
how many
make
years?
Sure you subscribe.
70 million. How many? 10 years. Yes.
No. We'll say a 5-year, $70 million contract.
This is a bit expensive.
No, that's cheap. That's cheap. Because really, that could be more like
how much
that could
of
be
it's
more like a
guaranteed?
$90 million. If he's a top 10 defensive tackle again, you can bet your ass.
So you're looking at 15 million per?
That's right.
16 million per?
That's right. That's right.
I mean, we can't create another hole on defense right now.
What are you talking about? You got Raekwon Davis. Raekwon
Zach
Davis.
Seiler.
You cannot let him test the market.
And I've got plenty to regress. We got Tua. Tua's going to easily put up 14 more points a ball game this year. So we can give up one more touchdown on defense and be okay.
But
color.
Give up one more touchdown on defense?
Yeah, if we give up one, okay, let's just say we don't score on defense, and Tua is going to give us the extra 14 points that everybody is guaranteeing us he's going to give us. So we should still be above water. We should still be fine.
Stop that, Cutler. Serious conversation.
So you mean the defense is giving up how many points now?
Defense can give up 45 points, apparently.
Well, I don't know. We scored 20 points a ball game,
Hold on.
and 7 of those points were from the defense on like 5 different occasions.
Yeah, defense did put up some points.
So I think if we give up Wilkins, we still got Davis. I think even if that means we got one more touchdown scored on us, given the fact that we got an elite Hall of Fame quarterback, we should be okay because he's going to easily. Now that he's been training so hard,
here's the deal.
Stop that nonsense.
You guys got to think about Wilkins in this light.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Plus, our head coach is good for at least one more touchdown per game. So that's 3 more touchdowns per game we're going to be scoring on offense, by my calculations.
So 3 more?
Yeah, because Crypto,
3 more. Hold on.
You got 2 more out of the quarterback who is retraining to become the next Dan Marino, and then you got our new head coach because of his awesome offensive run game scheme is good for at least 1 more touchdown per game.
That's because
that's 3.
So looking at 3.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
You give up 1 more on defense because we give up Christian Wilkins. So we're still above water. That sounds like we should win every game 21-7.
Wait a minute. This sound like I just discovered gold here.
I know, right? I'm thinking that maybe this is what Greer has been thinking the whole time, you know?
I think what Greer's going to really be thinking is if I trade Christian Wilkins before I have to pay him $100 million gajillion dollars, I can get at least a first rounder, probably more.
You just made me want to turn in all my worldly possessions and follow you now. I'm gonna follow you through the desert.
Oh God, color. I'm telling you, man. Thank you for that, color. I appreciate it. Oh, oh,
I'm sorry.
We have
I'm not
literally
touching
gone
that
to another
defense.
universe now.
I'm sorry, Chris.
oh
I'm
my
not
God.
touching that defense.
It's the two of us. It's the two of us. We have
I am going to give up all my possessions and follow
Well,
you
I
now.
think it's like Chris Greer is one of those, like when you were a kid playing Madden and you got to the point where you were scoring 99 points on your opponent on all Madden level, and you're like, well, at some point I got to know what it's like to lose, so I'm gonna like try to purposely lose ball games. You know what I mean? And I think that's the universe we've moved into. Like we're in an alternate plane where like losing is
two of
actually
us.
the
I'm
goal.
telling you. It's the Tua multiverse. That's where we're at right now.
Right. Bizarro. We got Bizarro to it.
Oh gosh, this is priceless. This is priceless. JP, welcome back.
Two is gonna come out with a goatee on next year. It's gonna be like
What?
Stock, man.
This
He
what
comes
happened.
out rocking a goatee. I'm gonna think that's pretty cool, actually.
I know, Chris. I might follow him if he does. I'll be like, yo, there's something's about this dude now.
He's gonna come out with like
Oh man.
No, seriously, Chris.
So what do you guys think about Blaine Gabbert?
Blaine Gabbert.
Yes.
I think that's the kind of guy that they're gonna get in here. What were you gonna say, Brian?
I was gonna say I would not touch this defense. I'm keeping Wilkins. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but
Yeah, you can't afford to
kind of
keep
to
him
my
at this
mic
point.
away from
Wilkins is also a part of that
defense to a top
7-year
notch.
plan, Brian.
Trust the
Brian
plan,
Wilkins
Brian.
is
Trust
a
the
part of
plan.
the Brian Wilkins is a part of the 7-year plan as well.
I'm okay with Wilkins being part of the 7 years, just not, who.
Listen, everybody in that draft,
let's look at it a little
everybody in that
objectively.
draft is a 7-year plan.
You got to be objectively looking at this. Like when Wilkins was out, when Davis was out, Wilkins, the offense got towards past and they got to the second level. And our main complaint was the middle linebacking situation. We didn't have a middle linebacker, and that wouldn't have been the case if we would have had that stuffed middle front.
Yeah, but it wasn't Wilkins stuff in the middle. It was Raekwon doing it, and it was when Raekwon stuffed the middle that Wilkins
he
could
gave
eat.
pressure. His pressure was still there, Chris.
Nah,
pressure
Chris,
was still there.
you can't knock what Wilkins was doing. He was.
I'm not
Wilkins
knocking
was
what
still
Wilkins
giving
is
pressure.
doing. I'm not, guys. I don't want to belittle what Wilkins has done.
Yeah, he gave pressure.
But when you look at a guy like Christian Wilkins, steady upward trajectory of his career, big boisterous personality, well liked, well loved. These are guys that I get it. They're hard as hell to find. Great football player. But it's guys like those that we've had where I think he's at his ceiling. This is his ceiling. And it's kind of
not.
Yeah, I got to say, this is the ceiling of Christian Wilkins. And it's a great ceiling, defensive tackle-wise. But I think he could command top 5 money, and that's how it works because it's the next guy that gets bought. A team like, I don't know, we'll use the Giants, for instance, because what was the guy, player that we used to have here as a pass rusher that the Giants ended up signing? Olivier Vernon. Thank you. It's teams like that sign mega deals like that. And that's why we lose guys like Olivier Vernon, because it's all this upside. They're at the ceiling. But guess what? Olivier Vernon was at a ceiling. He never earned that money that they paid him. And Christian Wilkins could be after money like that. Do I think he'll give us a discount? Yes. But that's only if we sign him this year. We pick up that 5th-year option, we better be looking to trade him, because if we wait till next offseason, he's going to want that offseason money, and it might come with a franchise tag to keep him for a 6th season. Now we're just burning money on someone we should have already paid. If they don't pay him this year, they should sign that 5th year, and I take that as, watch out, he might be a trading piece, because he's a great trading piece right now. He's at his ceiling. This is what he's going to be probably for the next 4 years, 5 years. I don't think there's more meat on the bone in the Christian Wilkins case, honestly. I think this is what it is, and it's worth something. I just don't think it's going to be worth the money he's going to get on that 1st-year contract. And this is where good teams, smart teams, either tag him or figure out a way to trade him. They sign that 5th year. They figure out some kind of way, and then they trade that guy. And you could get right now to a desperate team. You get a first round and some other things, maybe a first rounder and a player that you like, a weapon, somebody we don't even know. A running back would be a perfect thing. First rounder and a running back from a team like, I don't know. I can't think of anybody off the top of my head, but.
So you wouldn't franchise him because you think more or less like I do that he'll be able to get what he wants as far as a discount from us, but as far as the free agent market wise, he's not going to get what he wants.
Oh no, I think he is going to get what he wants in free agent market. I think if he was coming onto the market, well, here, look, I'll look it up right now. Defensive tackles. Let me look it up right now.
Because if he could set the market, all power to him. But I don't really think he will.
Well, I'll tell you this: if do have to give it up to Greer. I think when it comes to making contracts and creating the contracts to make sure that they are team friendly, you got to give it up to him because he has managed to do that. So if anybody is going to give Wilkins a contract, kind of with what Chris is saying, this would be the year to give him a contract for about 4 years because he's still semi-young and he's a vet, which is what we need in our defense. Then I think Chris Greer would kind of be front heavy in the contract and kind of leave that last year or 2 years to make it too friendly for us to be able to still move on if we don't want to keep him. So
Julie, how they would do it. How they would do it right now is they would go, we're going to give you a 4-year extension. It's not a 5-year contract. It's a 4-year extension because he has the 5th-year option. So it would be for 5 years, but it'd be an extension on that. Essentially picking up the 5th-year option, taking that money, spreading it out over the years. They front load. This year we have money, so they probably wouldn't do so much of that. They'd probably pay a lot this year and towards the cap this year, and then next year leave a lot of open money, which would be right in line with how Chris Greer likes to do things, where pay you up front, and then every year after that, it's like 1-year contracts, where if we move off, trade, cut, whatever, there's no dead cap, little dead cap, if none at all. So I can't imagine Christian Wilkins taking some step forward more than he is. I mean, the guy was doing backflips when he came into the NFL. He's at his physical peak. He's been very, like I said, it's always been going up, but usually with defensive tackles, it takes some time. I think right now what we're seeing out of Christian Wilkins is you see what you get. Very great player, great teammate, not elite. And he could command elite money. And that's what teams do. And we've done this before. You pay, even when we paid Ndamukong Suh elite money,
so Chris,
it was never worth it.
I got something a little bit breaking. I've found exclusive footage of the door that's been closed.
Oh wow.
For Deshaun Watson.
Oh, well, hold on. Let me bring on the solo layout.
Exclusively from a photo from Chris Greer's Twitter account.
Let's see it.
This is the door.
What the heck?
Color. I think that's right.
Where the hell did you
right from his Twitter account?
Bro?
I mean,
on whose Twitter account?
That's from Chris Greer's Twitter account.
They're gonna color being delusional again.
Listen, Brian, that was a knock out of the park, bro. He found that on
Nonsense.
Chris Greer's Twitter account. You calling color a liar? Fake news.
Man.
Sources.
That was crucial.
That was insane. That was pretty fun.
That was
color.
classic.
How the hell did you whip that up?
Sources close to the Greer family.
You know what? We're gonna find out right now. Crypto Ross, what does Stephen Ross think about the door being closed on Deshaun Watson?
Hey, the sun, he thinks it's hot. He doesn't know it's hot. He just thinks it's hot.
All right. You heard it here first. Doesn't know if it's hot, thinks it's hot.
And for the Christian Wilkins situation, Chris.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brian.
Yes, I was saying with the Christian Wilkins, I really do believe he is going to improve higher than what he is right now. And if he don't, you already said he is a great player. I wouldn't touch anything off this defense. It just doesn't make any sense. If you could be able to just move around the money for Christian Wilkins, just do that. We could pay Ogball and do that. All we need in this defense is really that Mike, and this defense is going to be top notch. It
So
makes no sense to trade players.
I'll say it like this: Christian Wilkins, and if I recall correctly, I think his 5th-year options like, I think it's like 8 mil, 10
As
mil.
long as he doesn't injure the commissioner while he's jumping up for his new contract.
Well, quick question. Who would you franchise first, Wilkinson, Brian, or
Well,
Gesicki?
they don't have to franchise Christian Wilkins because it's a 5th-year option.
Well, with Gesicki, I'm scared that they might actually sign him and tag him, and I would let him walk. Really, me.
You gotta let him walk.
They're not gonna let him walk, guys. They're not gonna let him walk.
You gotta let him walk.
Listen,
El
they're not
Capitan,
gonna let
you
him
gotta
walk.
let a guy. You gotta let him
They're not gonna
walk.
let him walk because Chris Greer isn't gonna let him walk. They'll probably transition tag him with a 2nd-round tender. That's what they'll do. Because if you let him walk, you'll get a 3rd-rounder for him. If you transition tag him with like $8 million and a 2nd-round tender, I would pay Mike Gesicki $8 million for one more year to see if he's willing to do better. So if he signs that contract and there's a 2nd-round tender on it, then if someone does want to beat your offer, a la Chargers, then you would get the 2nd-rounder for him. I think that's the route they'll go. Remember, guys, you got to remember who your GM is. He's playing around with everything all the time. He's looking for the moves. He knows who's wanting players. These guys call him and ask him, hey, he knows who's looking. With Christian Wilkins, though, real quick, Calais Campbell's a free agent. You could get Calais Campbell on a 1-year deal for like $8 million guaranteed, $6 million guaranteed, somewhere right around there. So it's not like you can't let him walk. Akeem Hicks, Ndamukong Suh, Calais Campbell. These are guys that you could probably fill. Like, I mean, all these guys that are over in their 30s, they're still making $8, $10, $12, $9 million a year. Christian Wilkins is going to get paid big bucks, guys. Don't kid yourself. If we're keeping Christian Wilkins on this team, you're looking at $75 million and up.
Christian Wilkins is gonna still be a Dolphins. I'll tell you that right now.
You know what, Brian?
Franchise guy.
I don't disagree with you because Christian Wilkins, to me, is Chris Greer's first pick, and I think that he embodies the style of player and who they want on this team as far as personality and football.
You need that, exactly. You need that veteran presence and that type of energy in the locker. You might go sign one of those old guys, and they, you know what I'm saying, they don't have that same thing.
I need to figure this out, man. I really need to figure this out. Your definition, I need to know as well, because I hear the term all the time, veteran, getting thrown out there. Veteran for me is, I've always thought it was at least more than 4 years. That's when you become a vet.
I thought it was more than 2 years.
To me, you're not a veteran until you're like 27, 28. You got to already have gone through your rookie deal and
your contract,
signed. Yeah, you got to go through your rookie deal, have signed a second contract. When we're signing a veteran, to me, it's a guy that's already went through his rookie deal, probably.
So that's 3 years, 3.5, 4 years.
Well, it depends on where you were drafted then. But
yeah,
I would say guys that are 27-year-old guys, to me, are what I would consider veterans.
That's too old.
Nah.
I would say 24.
It all depends on the position.
These guys are coming in at 19 years old.
I got you, but it all depends on position. You know, offensive line takes time to learn. It's hard position to learn. Defensive tackles takes time for those guys to develop. Takes time for those guys
These
to
guys
develop
are smart
because
coming out of school now.
Yeah, but it's about, for defensive tackles, it's just about being physical enough sometimes. They're young. You know, a lot of these guys get going when they in their mid to late 20s. They come in too young. It's intimidating. You're going against guys that are, meaner and older than you. I don't care what they say. There's a psychological part in those trenches. So.
Yeah,
but,
no, Chris. I'll keep the defense the way it is and just add that Mike and be done with it, and then spend the rest on offense.
You'd spend all the money on the offense?
Yes.
See, that's kind of the thing, Brian, that Color's talking about with Tua Nation in a way. Like there's no – it's all for Tua. Everything to build around Tua having the success.
But you stated before that the offense is bone dry, so we need money to make it not bone dry.
Well, I said the
We're gonna have to
offensive
sign
weapons. The
weapons
offensive
and
weapons
stuff.
are bone dry. I do agree with that. The offensive weapons are bone dry because Myles Gaskin's the only running back under contract. And to me, Devontae Parker and Jalen Waddle are the only two wide receivers guaranteed to be on this team
The
next year.
offense needs improvement, and we have the money to make the
So if I
improvement.
get rid of
Simple.
Christian Wilkins and I get another first-round pick and I don't have to spend $10 million more to keep him
But
on
now
his
you're just gonna
fifth-year
create a
option.
hole. You're gonna create a hole for the defensive tackle.
But I've seen Chris Greer fill defensive tackle
But
holes
why
like
create
that.
that hole?
You're not.
Why create that hole when we already have the money and we have some players we could trade on offense to figure out the offense? We only a mic away from the defense. Why do we have to move
Because
Christian
that
Wilkins
wouldn't
and create a whole nother
be
hole?
that's not
Which
how
is
Chris
why
Greer does it. I'm not telling you what I would do. I'm telling you what Chris Greer would do.
he
Because
might do it, but I'm saying that's just not smart. That's why we want to keep Howard and pay Ogball and keep the keep everything stick together. That's why we keep Josh Boyer. Like, you know what I mean? Why are we changing things and looking for things when we have the money and we have other assets we could do on offense to take care of the
That's the
offense?
NFL, though, Brian. Like we're not going to keep everybody. I mean, I wish we would, but in the NFL, like we got 22 guys that the most likelihood of them all coming back is not going to be realistic.
So 100 Annie says it's because Tua we have Mike McDaniels. Don't forget that Tua attracts the best. 100 Annie, I gotta give you a little pushback there, bro. And thank you for checking out the channel. I haven't noticed you before. Make sure you're liking and subscribing to the channel, please, guys. Like the video. To me, I don't even think Mike McDaniel was the Dolphins' first option, and I can guarantee that because yesterday. They said that they checked to see if Sean Payton could be their coach. So I know Harbaugh was considered. I don't care what anyone says.
Why didn't they ask him that question?
What?
Why didn't they ask him that question?
Oh, Chris, you about to enter into a circular argument with Crypto. Please just don't get into it.
Yeah, you know what?
He
You're
doesn't
right.
believe Jim Harbaugh.
Crypto's going to tell me what's the definition of thought now.
He's naive when it comes to this type of thing.
Are you actually thinking when you have a thought, or did it already happen because it's a thought and it's in past tense?
Right, exactly.
Yeah. Crypto, I could play that game too, buddy. Don't let the good looks fool you. I'm pretty smart. So y'all wipe your eyes, whimpers. Ah ha ha ha. It's this kind of stuff that makes me want to know if Tua gets traded or if they get Deshaun Watson. Am I gonna see all these Dolphin fans? Am I gonna go from having, X amount of views to like a tenth of them if Tua doesn't be on the team? Because I don't know. I've only been on YouTube this long, but it seems to be a real driving force that Dolphins fans want Tua to work as the quarterback no matter what.
I'm not gonna lie, Chris.
Yeah,
100 anti. He knows football. I don't know who he is, but just from his comment, he knows football.
Is that right? Well, I'll have to. I
didn't see his comment.
I don't know
what he say.
He's his first comment was
Tua's the GOAT.
Tua's the GOAT, pretty much, because we only have Mike McDaniels because of Tua. Don't forget it. And Tua attracts the best. I don't know if Tua attracts the best, but I do think there is a type of player that is attracted to Tua, and I would say that they're good character guys. I would give you that. But the best, I don't know. It's football. It's a game of warriors and deadly badasses. I don't think Tua's cool having a conversation with a guy that could be a murderer. You know what I'm saying? So, and those guys play football too, so don't forget it. So I think, guys, we're coming up on the 4-hour mark. Probably be shutting the show down here in a little bit. But, Brian, I can't see all of a sudden Chris Grier, because if Chris Grier does spend all the money, does go in draft capital, doesn't make the moves, he doesn't act the way Chris Grier has been acting, he would sink all his eggs in one basket on Tua. I don't think he's going to do that. I know
different,
he's not.
Different regime. We had
regime?
a Brian. Yes, because you can't forget, Chris Grier is a facilitator. So you have Mike McDaniels right now. So now you have a different vision. I mean, yeah, Chris Grier, I do believe that he's good as far as with the contracts. And you've seen that. So he could be able to make a way to move the money and make it team friendly. And, Wilkins don't seem like he probably going to want too much money.
Freaking CC goes, the only thing attracted to Tua is the paramedic.
Damn.
Oh, CC, stop that nonsense.
Damn. Hilarious, bro. That is good. Tracks the best. What, the best paramedics? The best surgeons. He attracts the best surgeons. That's hilarious, bro. I don't know. Would you say, Brian? I'm sorry, dude. CC hit me with the thing, man. I couldn't even. What'd you say?
Man, I forgot.
So I can't imagine Chris Grier as someone that I've only witnessed make sure that he's never boxed in a corner, and he's not going to sink in all the money. I think it's going to go exactly how I said hours ago. After free agency, after the draft, after we've spent all the money, and he's already said this. Both of them have. Both of the coach and the GM said, hey, just because we got all this money doesn't mean we're spending it all. Hey, it's about, being and picking and choosing. Just because I got the money, Xavier Howard, Emmanuel Ogbah, Mike Gesicki, doesn't mean that I'm automatically giving you the money or that I'm going to give you what you want. I'm going to give you what I think is fair, and that's that. And they're not going to move off that square. And Chris Grier, as Crypto will contest, can hold down the square pretty good. So if that was the case, they would have got Deshaun Watson and gave him whatever they wanted because that's what they thought they had. That ain't how the game's played. Chris Grier wants to, if anything, he wants to win what he can control, and that's picking talent, buying them for what he can get them for. Zach Sealer's a perfect example. And even if you guys look at some of the free agents we picked up as offensive linemen that end up going to other teams, I don't know whose call that was. A lot of people say it's Flores' call that those guys got cut. Ted Karras didn't stay with the team, or the guy that was in the Super Bowl, Prince. These are guys that are on other teams that why weren't they here? Chris Grier does his job well. If we let go of a defensive tackle, I believe he can find someone to fill that role in. And the next guy you'll be wanting to talk about paying is a guy I think that has a much higher ceiling than Christian Wilkins, and that's Raekwon Davis. Now, if I'm going to give someone $100 million when they hit their ceiling, I think it's a guy that Raekwon Davis is, because that guy's ceiling, I don't think he has one.
And what round did he go in?
Yeah.
Second.
Just saying.
So don't get me wrong.
Good news, two and ears.
Miami
is going to have the 21st ranked strength of schedule next year.
Oh no, we remember
who
we
is
did that. Miami.
Well, it'd be 21st. That's what
they're
place
showing
there.
on. That's what they're showing.
Yeah.
On the
Rank of schedule, meaning it's an easier schedule.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
The number one being the hardest.
Yeah. But that can change throughout the course of the year.
Well, yeah, it'll also change with
it
should change with
play.
order of schedule too. I mean, I think
you
it would
might
matter
play
if you're
the
playing
first
some
half.
of these teams in their house or your house.
Yeah, not only that, if you're playing the North teams, the teams in the upper Northeast,
Right.
or even whatever, if you're playing them in December or
Right, it
vice
changes the whole
versa, or they're
thing.
playing you in December down here and it's hot as
But
shit.
I thought that strength of schedule was solely on numbers, on record, mathematics.
It's based on the rec. Yeah, it is. But it can change because
Well,
of the
sure,
like you
because
said, the
everybody's
home field.
retooling, and some people are going to
Right.
be tanking,
And then some teams are not going to be as good as they thought they was going to be.
right. Yeah, namely, never mind. I'll stop.
Yeah, I'm looking at the comments now, man, and as much as I want to bash on the Steelers, like I really can't bash on the Steelers because it's just they took
found
our
a way to
spot.
do it.
They took our spot. I mean, as much as everybody wants to bash on the Steelers and the Raiders, I think they're in the
took
same
our
class
spots
as
in the
us.
playoffs. Yeah,
Exactly.
They occupied a playoff spot that we could have been occupying.
Yeah, but if I had to measure it, Cap, I would rather be in the fandoms outside looking in as much as I can as a Dolphins fan, because if I were the Dolphins, or if I would rather be the Dolphins right now than the Steelers.
Oh, yeah.
Quarterback walking out, no quarterback at all, no.
That's
young
what hurts you
quarterback,
more.
and the money they don't have. They don't have no money. Dolphins got a young quarterback, young team.
But they got draft picks though. They can draft a quarterback.
Who? No, the Steelers don't have a bevy of draft picks. They've got a first-round draft pick. That's what.
That's it. They're gonna use it on their franchise quarterback. The next
They're
big
the favorite to get Pickett.
That's who I think.
He's going to get Pickett. Pittsburgh, a Pennsylvania guy going back to his hometown.
Pittsburgh boy.
He's going to slide right in, and he's going to take over with Big Ben left off at. He's going to win 15 games next season.
And that defense is going to take a step forward too, even though they've already been pretty good. I heard their linebackers coach is really good.
Watson's going to Dallas. Dak is going to Pittsburgh. And
yeah, he's bad. You definitely want him to go to Dallas, don't you, Cullen? You haven't changed that in a minute.
I'm telling
Don't
you,
you
I've
mean
made that
Dak
call.
is
I've made that
going
call
to
on
Houston?
several occasions that Deshaun Watson will be wearing a
Color.
star on his helmet if he don't come here.
Color, don't you mean Dak goes to Houston?
Well, I don't know, but no, because Steelers will give Houston something for that. Houston don't want to win.
They all in the Mills train. Remember,
I'm glad you
Mills
caught
is
that
better
cue.
than,
No one else did.
Mills is better than Watson, so they've already sold out.
Yeah.
Boo. So, right tackle, guys. Let's lock down this blind side for Tua. Who are we gonna get? Who are we gonna
Eichenberg.
get? Eichenberg, right tackle.
Yep.
I still think they're gonna.
I want to draft Tyler Smith, 29th overall.
Where's he from?
I don't know.
Tyler Smith, huh?
Is that a name you just made up, or is
That
it?
doesn't make
I
no
didn't
sense.
make it up.
I mean, you don't know where he's from.
I don't know where he's from. Some college that nobody's ever heard of, I'm sure.
Huh. No, I'm thinking
They don't
more
put
like
that on the scrolling marquee on the NFL Network, all right? It's on DJ's mock draft. I'm sorry. I was being lazy.
Yeah, you got to give me more context than that. That's why I haven't gone to the draft. That's why we're staying in the.
But
Color,
Bucky
you
likes,
got to turn off Mel
Bucky likes
Kiper, man.
Nakobe Dean, linebacker out of Georgia at 29th overall.
Oh god. He better be I mean he's good, but
I did watch the footage. He looks,
We gotta
like
wait
a
till the
high
second
motor
round.
guy, but I don't know. He
I like
intercepts the ball.
I like something we said a couple weeks back. When we were not maybe about a week or so. I don't know. All the time kind of runs together. I'm liking that
Burks is
Morgan
the
Moses. I think Morgan Moses.
Traylon
Right
Burks
tackle.
is the pick. Burks is the pick.
Burks the guy from the Jets.
What
Yes,
about
Morgan
Rippon's
Moses
boy
is
for
the right
backup
tackle from the
quarterback?
Jets.
Yeah, Burks is the guy to get.
What do y'all think about that?
I'm
What?
telling you, if we pick him, we're going
Mark
to the Super Bowl.
Rippon's son for backup quarterback.
Yeah, it's about that time for them kids to be coming out. All the kids to be playing now, huh?
Well, he's with the Broncos. He's a unrestricted free agent.
Oh yeah, his son. I ain't even know. Who's in the league?
He's backing up Drew
That's-
Lock or whoever they got there playing.
See, I don't
Right.
think they'll be able to trade back.
We need to trade up to the 11th pick so we can
If
pick
anything, I could see him trading up if there's someone that falls down the board that they really want. Maybe one of those wide receivers they covet.
get the top wide receiver, trade up to number 11.
Yeah, Brett Rippon.
I don't
And
want to
trade
see him
next
trade
year's
up to number
first to
11.
trade into another first round pick.
But listen,
and
that's
pick your
also
linebacker.
another reason why it's time to trade Christian Wilkins. You get another first-round draft pick and maybe 2 first-round draft picks, one this year, one next year.
No,
You
we
got all
don't have to
kinds
give
of
him up. We
flexibility.
can just trade him next year's first and keep Wilkins and get another stud guy.
Yeah, that's what Gio was saying. Gio has been, harping on trying to get some type of capital from next year into this draft.
Into
I don't
this
wanna-
draft,
I don't
yeah,
wanna
to
take
move up
next
and you
year's
take
capital. I don't wanna
get some
take next year's
seconds or some
capital.
first. I will triple up on seconds. I will try to get 3
yeah.
seconds this year.
Crypto. I'm with you, Crypto. I'm with you.
Yeah, I will load up on them seconds because that's where they all at, man. That's the money round this year.
Yeah,
I agree.
I don't see who's going to trade up though. Why would they? Unless, like I said, once free
The
agency,
Patriots and the Buccaneers will be open for business.
maybe the Bucks. I don't think the Patriots though. I wouldn't trade with the Patriots anyhow. They can go
And
get
plus
fucked.
the what's that other team? They got some other picks. The Browns got a plethora of picks. You could probably do business
Jaguars
with them.
got a shit ton of picks too, and so does
And
the
Eagles.
Lions. The
Maybe
Lions,
we can do.
Eagles,
We could double dip with the Eagles again.
the Lions,
Oh.
the Eagles, and the Jaguars all have extra
Yeah.
picks.
Yeah.
Man. I mean, I know you guys are set on the running back for next year as far as trying to get that, all around
Next
back.
year? Who's coming out next year?
I mean, they keep talking about the Texas guy, and I saw him. Don't get me wrong; he looks good.
I like
But
the
if you're
Texas
telling
guy.
me-
Mike turned.
I don't think
turned
I
me
saw
on to the
him yet.
Texas guy. Mike.
Yeah,
Mike
he looks
turned me
pretty
on
good.
to the Texas. He
He
looks
looks pretty
good, man. He's
Really?
perfect
If-
for zone.
but-
They do zone blocking in Texas too, and he's
But Chris,
perfect.
if you can assure me, Chris, that we're going to try to do something in the second round when it comes to getting positions of need as a running back with these backs that are coming out, would you wait a year?
Would I what?
Would you want to wait another year, or would you want to pass up
No.
on any of these 5 backs?
Get him
these
now.
backs here is
I-
good. Get Spillers. Got to get him now. Spiller.
I would rather try to get
Gotta get
Spiller
him.
in the
Walker.
third. I would try to get Spiller in the third. I think Spiller might drop to the third. And we've got.
No.
Yeah, I think
You're
he
gonna
could.
get burnt. You're gonna get burnt doing that. That's what happened to us 2 years ago
Yeah,
Nah. Nope.
that happened to
Waiting
us with
around.
J.K. Dobbins.
with Dobbins and all
I
them
would-
guys.
I would take the kid
somebody
out of
done
Florida.
snagged
Then
him up.
I would take the kid out of Florida in the third.
So it happened to us with Jonathan Taylor, J.K.
Happened
Dobbins,
to us with Akers
Javonte
and
Williams.
all of them. Swift, all
can't
of
wait
them.
on
Williams.
No, we
Again,
can't wait
I'm
no
not
more. We
talking
gotta be
about what
aggressive.
I would do. I'm talking about what the Dolphins would do. And we've already
Yeah,
heard,
they're
even
most likely
even
will
Mike
probably-
McDaniel said today.
What did he say today?
I'll
He
tell
said
you right
mid
now.
to late rounds, guys, with the
I'll tell
running
you
back. or something
right
like that.
now, verbatim.
Late
what Mike
rounds?
McDaniel said.
Yeah, they might
No,
draft
that
one in
didn't
the
come
third
out.
or fourth.
Mike McDaniel was asked about the running
Well,
back
that would
position
be
and how he
running back.
values it. Listen,
Hey,
Mike
is Taylor Lewan
Hold on.
Taylor Lewan the brother of Tyler Lewan?
I don't
There's
know.
a Taylor Lewan in the combine for offensive tackle from Michigan.
I don't know. I'll have to look into that color.
What's
That's
his
a good
40
question.
time?
4.87.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Chris, what you were saying about the running back?
Taylor Lewan.
This is what I was saying. He was asked about the running back position and its value in the offense. And he said, quote, "What value do you put on anywhere from a third to half of the plays given on an offensive season? 300, 400 snaps, touches."
Right.
But he said the foundation and the driver of this system is finding running backs in multitude of ways. Vets, mid rounds, and yet a paramount position. That's what he said. So that doesn't sound like somebody who's thinking about drafting a running back in the first or second round, guys. I got to be honest.
I mean, Chris, but I do trust him to get
What's
good
up?
guy.
What's up, Bronze Nan? Someone
You
says
think
they're
that'll work?
says Bronze Nan. Hello, could I
I'll
talk
trust
to
him
you?
than
It's probably
Flores.
really depressed. Be nice to talk to someone. Bronze Nan, you can always come in here and talk to us.
Come on the panel.
Yeah,
Come on
hop
up.
on the you can hop on the panel right now if you ain't feeling good, dog. We in here. I mean, we ain't nothing but a bunch of dumbasses. Well, other than Joe Lee. Joe Lee's not. We don't put her in that. So thank you, Joe Lee. Just the rest of these knuckleheads up here. But yeah, hop in, man. You need someone to
Cutler's the
talk to.
big
You
one.
always got us. Yeah, color is probably the biggest on here. I'll give you that. But you know what? We need
Biggest what?
Knucklehead.
me bleed my own blood. Nobody.
Yeah. Yeah.
Got you.
yeah, you guys. So let's see. Another guy that I think that they should target, especially because Crypto, I like the idea of Liam Eichenberg being a right tackle. He was always projected to be a better right tackle than he was a left. Especially again, gonna be a lot of running in this scheme, but somebody who's been in this scheme similarly, and there's a coach on this team that used to be on this team, Jordan Mills from the Saints, right tackle. Could probably get him relatively cheap. He's 32, so it's not someone you bring in as the guy, but as a sixth man, someone to teach, the zone blocking to the younger guys. I think that could be a good guy to bring in, Jordan Mills. I know Big John
How much
Stud
it gonna
was
cost you?
probably ain't going to cost you more than like $2 or $3 million a year. Not even all that guaranteed. Probably like $1 million a year or something like that. Just like a sixth man. Big John Stud was talking about Trent Brown, stealing him from the Patriots, the right tackle. I like that because he's an undrafted. He's a free agent this year, but he's shit, man. Let me see what they think he'll command. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, he's gonna cost big money. He's gonna get like $8 million a year. That's what he's getting now, $9 million a year.
Right.
So maybe. I mean, listen, if they go and get a guy like Trent Brown, it would send more of a signal that the door's really closed on Deshaun Watson. So these are all things that I'm looking at, guys. If they go, hey, you know what, we're gonna figure it out at right tackle, but they go big money on the left tackle, and people are talking about Armstead for that doesn't make sense to me. Especially because when you have
talking about for him paying a lot of money for a left tackle?
Well, yeah, if they pay a lot of money for a left tackle in Armstead and our quarterback's left-handed, don't get me wrong, left tackles go against the elite of the elite. I got it, everybody. I get it. But just look at the Saints. It's a kind of better way to depict the blocking that we're going to need for a quarterback when he's throwing the ball. Granted, it's a zone blocking scheme, a little bit more than what they ran over in the Saints. But it's really important that your guards are the big mans that could give open up passing lanes for your quarterback to see and throw into. We already got the right guard taken care of with Hunt, and I know a lot of people think, oh, slide Hunt out to tackle. I don't think they want to do that. They'd rather have that space where it's opening up the throwing lanes for Tua, and Hunt can do it too. So chances are, if they're spending big money on a right tackle to sit next to Hunt, that would make me feel a little bit more, okay, maybe the door is really shut on Deshaun Watson. So we'll have to see.
That's the best thing to do.
See you later, Cap.
So it's where they spend. All right, Cap. So about basically where they spend on a line will determine whether or not they finalize the quarterback position.
Pretty much. I'm looking to see a couple of things as far as the door being closed. But even then, again, Crypto, he said he only thinks the door's closed.
And doors can be opened. It's not like it's locked. He didn't say it's shut and locked and threw away the key.
Your call says funny door.
Yeah.
It is a door. If you
How
didn't
many
know it, this
padlocks
door is
are there?
actually, it's one of those doors that has like a bunch of doors and they spin around. What are they called?
Turnstile.
Turnstile door. Thank you.
That's the key. Is it a turnstile
It's a
door?
Jesse
Is it
Davis
door?
door. It's a Jesse Davis door.
Oh,
Don't forget.
Man. He
Everybody
said
can
a
get
Jesse
through that
Davis
door.
Man.
No problem, 100 Auntie. You can let your thoughts out in text. No worries.
What's
dog.
X ABAB? Did anybody consult ABAB on that one?
You know what? I think ABAB's gone out of here. You know what, guys? It's about time to close it up. But before we do, everybody who's watching the show, make sure to hit the like button and make sure you're coming back for all the great content. Talk TMI Tuesday live at 9. Color on there with them. Talk show. All different stuff, not just sports related, all kinds of purview of sports. Right after that, you got open mic with Mike on the mic, at 10 p.m. Eastern on Tuesdays. You got him again on Saturdays at 10 with Drop the Mic. And then Thursdays, tomorrow, you guys can catch late night color commentary with yours truly, Color on here. Everybody loves color, especially Brian. Brian loves color the most. And Cash App, Venmo, the Fins Tailgate. Help a brother out. You guys can always catch El Capitan, all the time, anytime, every time. Just make sure to subscribe to the channel, guys. Make sure you're liking the shows. So let's try to round this out into some madness. I'll start with you, Brian. Today,
Brian snoozing.
Yep.
No, I'm here.
Today, Mike McDaniel came out. I know you feel like they need to spend all the money, but that's not going to happen.
Oh, man. Don't tell me.
Nah.
It better be happening.
It's not.
Oh,
it's
they
not gonna happen.
Spend no money with trouble.
They're gonna spend like 50 million. They're gonna spend 50 million, guys. That's how much they're gonna spend. They're gonna spend 50 million.
You make me feel the way
30 million.
They might spend $10 million total.
No, they're gonna spend 50 million this year. They're gonna spend 50 million.
Oh,
but
that's nonsense.
Elliot, it's not gonna be as much as you guys think.
Wait
I don't
a
think
minute.
Chris Greer, when it's all said and done, the Dolphins will have signed their free agents, signed their draft picks. They'll still have around $10 to $18 million in cap space left over. And with contracts that they signed with maneuverable money and players they could cut at a given notice, they could again in one couple pen strokes, they could have another 38 million, 40 million dollars on their cap. Just saying, that's how they're gonna.
Yeah,
and
we're
that's
gonna
because
get good deals, but we're gonna spend money. We need to.
Well, I'm just saying, Chris Greer will always
say do this.
He's gonna stay multiple. He's gonna stay that way. What one free agent would you want, Brian? Money be damned. One player you put on this team for your beloved Tua.
Ryan Jensen.
Didn't they sign him already though? I think
what's the deal with that?
I think the Bears signed him.
Yeah.
Look, I'm talking about the Bucks guy.
He's talking about the center for the Bucks.
Oh, you're talking about the center for the Bucks.
Jensen, yeah.
Center.
Yeah.
I said his name.
Oh, if the Bucks are gonna pull them from underneath us, man, somebody's gonna pull them up from underneath us. That's my biggest fear.
That man would be amazing for this line.
Just like Corey Lindsey, he was everybody's darling last year, and look what happened. He ended up in San Diego.
And that helped Justin Herbert a lot.
Right, that's what I'm saying. These guys are gonna go and break our hearts once again. This is gonna squash it. That's what happens. I hate
If
that.
we don't splash this O-line this offseason, that's gonna disappoint me. If we don't fix this offensive line,
I
it's
think
gonna
if they're
We're
going to
gonna have to
spend the
overpay.
biggest,
We got to be willing to overpay for all of them.
I don't mind.
I don't want to
Get it
overpay.
done.
I wanted.
Then it's not gonna get done because they're gonna crush our hearts once again.
If
They're
they're
gonna go
gonna
elsewhere.
overpay anywhere on the line, I do like overpaying at center.
You got to do it for Armstead.
But all right, Brian, thanks, my man. I'm
Yep.
pretty sure I'll see you on Color Commentary tomorrow. Crypto,
Yeah.
money
They got it.
be damned. What's your wish list for old he faithful, king of the TT?
It'll be Mike Evans or not Mike Evans. What's Mike Williams? Yeah. Yeah, it'll be him. If it's money that we just worrying about, it'll be him.
All right, I like that.
Because I'm trying to
then
quickly
it's-
rebuild the wide receiver room as fast as possible. So it'll be him. I know they're gonna probably try to do some mid-tier shopping on the O-line, or he might can unlock everybody, including Jesse Davis. You never know.
They unlocked
That's my
Jesse. Listen,
that'd
they
be my
unlocked
biggest
Jesse
fear.
Davis and take him from the turnstile and make him into more like a deadbolt door. And
Oh yeah,
I would be
he's gonna have to have a statue made out of him put on the.
Is it going to be
somewhere
a
in that
statue
stadium.
of Laramie Tunsil holding a statue of Jesse Davis now? Is that
Of
what's
Jesse
gonna be?
Davis, right? Yep. He's
All
gonna
right,
have to make a
Crypto.
double statue.
I'll
Yep.
see you tomorrow, my man.
Yep. See you tomorrow.
Miss Finns, are you there? I don't know what happened to Jolie. I haven't heard her in a bit. Let's say that. But real quick, before we close it down, Color, we have a late moment special guest, Color.
Who's that? Big John. What's up, man? Who the hell woke you up?
Dude, I don't know, man. I ate dinner waiting for you guys to put the show together, bro. And I was watching the Heat
My
game.
jokes were that funny they woke you up out of a dead sleep, huh?
Dude, dead ass. And I was like, I missed Tua's birthday.
No. Did you see the thumbnail on the video?
That show's hilarious, bro.
Is that shit hilarious or what? Guys, make sure you guys are checking out the thumbnail on the video. It's a great thumbnail.
Yeah, that shit was hilarious, bro. I was watching the Heat game, bro. We smashed Milwaukee, and I was like, cool.
Cool, I can sleep now.
No. I was like, I'm cool. I'm gonna jump on the show, and I was like,
oh shit.
I took off my shoes, like, you know what? Let me just sit here and watch TV. But before I looked, I was out. I woke up and like, oh my god, I missed the show. I'm pissed.
You all good, dog.
It's
ain't like it's
birthday.
it's the worst show to miss too. You could have been here. I had all kinds of good stuff, man. You have to go back and watch it. I went over all the Mike McDaniel stuff. We had some a Crypto got hung up on the word thought, or no, not thought, think. It was think, right, Crypto?
Yeah.
Thinking
it was
think.
Yeah,
it was. Yeah.
Think.
Crypto doesn't know if he's thinking or thoughting.
Well, that's what I said. I said, is it a thought? Is it a thought in your head, or is it gone because thought is past tense?
Yeah. You fucked him up. Fucked him up.
Thanks, Crypto. I was closing the show down, but I will give you the same question I gave everyone else. Money be damned. One weapon for Tua. What is it? One thing to buy on the offense. Who is it? In free agency, somebody that's available, obviously, because they could almost afford anything they want.
So basically, one weapon for Tua, whatever we want. This is a fantasy, or this is within realm of reality.
I mean, in some ways, it is in the realm of reality.
Because to me, if you're talking about Devontae Adams, that's not going to happen. So that
Well,
to me, there's no way.
it is in the possibility. So you could say Devontae Adams because that's kind of it's not really unrealistic.
Okay. All right. Let me explain the only reason why I would think it's not in our best interest, and I'll explain why. In my opinion, if you get Devontae Adams, you got to spend $26 to $28 million of your cap space for a wide receiver. So in all these other positions you need to fill, they're gone because you're not going to fill. You got to fill. If we're talking about really reinforcing the offensive line,
Yeah,
so in my opinion,
that's kind of what I just said though. It's money be damned.
Okay.
Because then all that it's the okay. So like,
all right, to me,
everybody
to
knew.
Me, a weapon for Tua, money be damned, is it's one of three things. It's a position, but if we're gonna pick one, it's either the top right tackle, top wide receiver, or a running back of your choosing.
Well, the top right tackle is only going to, at the most, the top right tackle could demand around $12 million. The top.
That's why.
But even Trent Brown.
That's a double fuck you. That's
even
like
him
a
is only going to get.
entendre.
Yeah, but even he's only going to get like $9 million as a right tackle.
I know, but it's not the $9 million. It's the beauty of the $9 million. It's $9 million to get the top right tackle and take him away from New England. That's beautiful.
No, I listen, and I said that. I actually said that's the guy that Big John wants because, not only do you get who you want, but you also get to right at the Patriots too.
You get to stick it to them.
That cake tastes sweeter when you get a piece of that bad boy. So,
I mean, a weapon for Tua that we can just do whatever we want. All right, let's trade for Najee Harris. Hey, you got Tua's birthday.
now you're kind of talking, but but it has to be free agent. See, Trent Brown is a free agent, so I was thinking more like, something like that. But money be damned. Like Devontae Adams would actually be okay because if they went and said, "Hey, we're getting Devontae Adams," he's going to change everything. Imagine Devontae Adams with Jalen Waddle, Matt Collins, Devontae Parker. Sorry, crypto. And this offense is done. It's the same way that the Bengals said, we know we need offensive line help, but we're taking Jamar Chase. And it worked out. They went to the fucking playoffs. You know what I'm saying? Or the Super Bowl, I mean. You're a
fucking asshole. Sorry, crypto. Devontae Parker. He's like shit. Well,
it's a hard question though, Chris, because the only free agent that we'd have to say money be damned for is Devontae Adams.
Yeah, that's why I was like,
no, I mean that's the answer. That's the answer then. Big John,
Adams,
I would imagine
weapons for Tua, so I wasn't going to think Aaron.
Well, it doesn't
Rodgers,
have to be weapons. It could be the best center, best tackle, like Brian said, the best center available.
I meant, though, it can't be a quarterback.
Oh yeah, no, it's for Tua, so
I mean,
it's not.
That's what I'm saying. Otherwise, it's Devontae Adams and Aaron Rodgers, or both of them. You know what I mean? Big John, while you're here, I was just kind of perusing because I haven't. Everybody else jumps on it right away as if it matters this far out, but I'm just kind of starting to peruse over guys that are available and also draft guys and all that. What do you think about somebody like Khalif Raymond, man, from the Lions? Guy that's kind of just muddled around his whole career, but had decent results, just not ever really been a main target. You can take the top off the defense. He was averaging like 20-yard routes in Tennessee for a couple years.
I'll take a guy like that over Will Fuller.
His overall career catch percentage is like 67%.
You know what?
Last year's it was 72.
You're so full of it, Cap, because nobody here. I'm telling you guys can sit there and say whatever you want. I've been.
Oh no, listen, I'm pretty sure Will Fuller would probably be happy to sign another contract with the Dolphins.
A motivated Will Fuller is a top 10 wide receiver.
Bro, $10 million didn't motivate him.
Right. Of course. And I'm
he got
I'm
injured.
not going against you on that, Big John. I'm not a Will Fuller hater like a lot of people.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Cap. Do you really think Tua is going to come to work the same way Tua came to work last year? Like, there's a difference.
Well, we're hoping to God not, Big John.
No, actually, we're hoping that God comes better because
I'm saying we're hoping he don't come in like he did last year.
No, to me, it's you're taking what I'm saying and talking about a joke about his play. I'm talking about the desire to play quarterback for somebody.
Yeah,
listen,
I got you. I'm not making light of it.
I don't think. Listen, when Albert Wilson, who's been in the NFL for damn near a decade, says, "Yo, I've never seen anything like dysfunction to that degree," and the guy's been everywhere, dude. It's gotta be bad.
Who's been everywhere?
Albert Wilson.
He's only been on the Chiefs and us.
Well, that Chiefs and us that we know of, but he knows everybody in the NFL. They all play in the same fucking league.
Yeah, I don't know. If Tua needs motivation to play football and money isn't enough, fame isn't enough, winning isn't enough, and I gotta have motivation.
I'm not talking about motivation in the sense of motivation. I'm talking about
you said his desire to play football. That's kind of like
for Brian Flores
in Miami, right, Chris? He's saying
for
in
Brian
Miami,
Flores.
like,
for
is
Brian
he be
Flores.
Disgruntled anymore?
I wouldn't want to play for Brian Flores. I'd give the shittiest effort to get the fuck out. That I'm telling you right now. I don't care how much money you pay me.
I don't know. To me,
that's because you like him.
Nah, it's not that,
Brian Flores.
No, it's more along the lines that I would say, "Fuck you, Brian Flores," and beat him. I don't let no one beat me. I don't let Brian Flores.
That wouldn't work for Tua.
Why not? He's got the football in his hand.
Let me explain
it
why.
It could work for him. He has the football.
It's a double negative. It wouldn't work.
No, it's a one-way positive.
Tua winning or playing great for Brian Flores saves Brian Flores' job. That doesn't help Tua. That wouldn't help me either. Now, if winning for Brian Flores was going to get rid of Brian Flores, fantastic. That's why everybody kept saying, "What a coincidence! You're trying to get rid of Tua." At the end of the day, Tua won 8 out of his last 9 games, and Tua almost saved your job. That's ridiculous.
I can't, bro. That is such a out there on a limb narrative. I gotta say, Big John.
Now it's Tua
was saving his job.
If Tua makes the playoffs, Brian Flores is still here.
That may be so, but not really. I think Brian Flores lost that job on something. If anything, maybe Tua got him fired by throwing the Titans game. I can see that.
You know who got him fired? Jacoby Brissett. Jacoby Brissett got him fired.
That doesn't surprise me. I didn't think Jacoby Brissett liked him at all. See how he played football?
And
sounds to me like we're good then. What do we got to spend a bunch of money for? Everybody just didn't want to play for Flores. Well, there we go. We're fine.
I'm only giving you the perspective I wouldn't want. Look, everybody on the offense was happy as hell. He's gone.
Well, then that's what I'm saying. Then that's the reason they weren't playing well. So why are we about to spend all this money?
I'm just giving you because Mike McDaniel's worth the effort. Hey man, Mike McDaniel makes me like him, bro.
Listen, I like Mike McDaniel. I will say, the more I watch, the more I listen. He's very good at this media stuff too. His candidness. He definitely seems like a good guy to work for. You know, I don't know about leading me to battle, but I don't know him that well. I'm not there with the game plans. I'm not there in that way. But if he can coach as well as he can navigate through the media, he gonna be just fine because he's pretty good.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. The only two people I've liked in the last 3 years for the Miami Dolphins that have been out to a Heat game were Mike McDaniel and Tua Tagovailoa. So you want to go see somebody win. You want to pick somebody's brain on how to get shit done. Eric Spoelstra is that dude.
Yeah, I know, right?
He was at a Heat game on Monday. They honored him as an honorary Heat fan on Monday. Mike McDaniel was there.
That's pretty bad.
Tua was there a couple of weeks before that.
Shit.
You saw Bernie giving him his own Heat jersey.
Well, man, I wish you would have got on earlier, Big John, because I got to close this thing down. But
that's cool, bro.
Friday, I'll be doing TFTG colors on tomorrow at 10 tomorrow, so I'll be in here in the back. But
hey, color, are we allowed to color outside the lines tomorrow?
Absolutely, bro. I don't, our gracious host don't allow me a mute button, so
nope,
we're good.
I don't. Color's like, mute that guy. I'm like, I ain't muting him, Color. I don't mute nobody. He's like, mute this guy. I'm like, nope, I don't mute him.
Oh yeah, I went full Bill O'Reilly on that guy. I'm like, mute this guy, mute him.
I made mods in here to not stop conversations. Now, people using the C word. I don't even like saying it, or shit like that. Yeah, cussing is okay, but like name calling and
what CUNT?
Yeah, I hate that word.
That's actually the only one that has a real meaning. It's in the Air Force dress manual.
That's what
I know. I'm just saying. I hate it when it's used like that. It's kind of like when someone goes, "Hey, pal," like, don't call me pal, bro. I don't like that shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? There's certain things.
You guys realize it's just a shape, right? Like diamond or circle or triangle. It's just a shape.
I know, but they don't know that color. They're used to the actual meaning of the word.
I got it. I'm just saying the derogatory use of it. My point is, I made a bunch of a couple of mods in here and stuff, and I did that because I want people to. I don't mute people. We don't need shouting over each other, obviously. I don't like hate talk. I don't want no slurs. There's no attacking of people. You guys, as you see, you guys can freaking go at each other in the comments, but name calling, stuff like that, that's kind of the stuff I want cleaned up. Now, if someone says they don't like Tua or that they don't like Watson or whatever, and you're having a conversation with them and stuff, that's different.
Oh, by the way,
stopping the conversation is what we don't do.
To that, let's end the conversation. Let's end the stream on that. What did I tell you? Who was going to be the quarterback? What was going to happen to Deshaun Watson? He hasn't gone to prison yet. That's the last thing I said. I told you he wasn't coming here. I told you he was done. Everybody kept telling me, we'll see, we'll wait. Color's like, hold the flag. I'm going to stick it in the ground. Like, Color, it's concrete, bro. It's not going to work. Done.
Yeah, but if you heard Chris Greer today, he thinks the door is closed.
Oh, yeah, that's right. No. John wasn't around for the exclusive footage I got of the door Greer was referring to. You know what? Did you see this, John?
John, did you see the door that Chris Greer found on Chris Greer's Twitter?
I got this from Chris Greer himself. This is the door he was referring to.
That's fucking hilarious.
Oh my god, that's the door to the umph dimension, huh?
That's the door that's closed, That's the closed door, guys. All right,
and
guys.
The hedges around it are our offensive line.
Oh man. They call that one on the left Jesse. The one on the right's name's Davis.
That was for Tua's birthday. That offensive line joke was for Tua's birthday.
There's nobody there.
Happy birthday, Tua. I shit on the O-line tonight.
Yeah,
that was your gift from me. Color commentary.
It's free reign. Go through the door. Go around it. There's no one there.
No handle or nothing. All right, boys. We outie. Finn's Tailgate.
He said no handle.
Like, subscribe the channel. Make sure you guys are in on it all. Have a good time. Handle this.